bamboozled early.
Don't be racist. I am a building.
All right. Let's oh, do you just want to jump straight into it? Or do you want to like
You didn't have a follow-up after that 2-second video?
I do.
Go
have a
ahead with
follow-up. I
whatever
was just
follow-up
asking.
you have.
It's
Don't
me,
copyright us.
Tony Lasagna, from the neighborhood. We used to play stickball together behind the Olive Garden.
Well, now you actually have an option not to force small talk or, wear your headphones and fake that you're not listening to their incessant chatter. Uber actually has a new quiet mode. So if you take Uber Black, which costs a little bit more, you can actually let
Jenny.
your driver know you're not in the mood to talk. But if you do want some company, you want to vent about your love life, which sometimes we do.
Why do they keep showing so many different fonts of Uber? I'm not even sure this is the right one.
Just what the B-roll guy has.
You can actually choose happy to chat. This is only for the premium Uber ride, so it does cost a little bit extra. I want to know personally if there's like a PMSing mode where the driver will have chocolate and my doll ready.
Oh my God,
And then
Jenny.
also not talk.
And also not talk.
Haha,
Haha,
we're women on
Do you
TV.
expect anything else?
Your career actually could be
It's just so
taken a hit.
blasé.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
we get it.
It's
Poor,
perfect daytime
handsome
TV
guy.
anchor.
Yeah, I know.
Researchers
It's
have
like,
also
haha,
seen
we're
younger
women.
men as a threat and are therefore less likely to promote them. So in several experiments, the study found attractiveness was factored into the hiring decision when men were hiring other men. So all you studs out there, if you've been passed up for promotion, don't worry, I'm here to be your shoulder.
Hold on.
Come
I
to
didn't have
Why
it
are
queued
you
up.
gay?
I think it also depends on the sexual preference of the person doing the hiring.
Yeah, it's all subjective. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Yeah.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
It's a great way to tell somebody that you didn't get the job. I just must be
Everyone
too
knows
good
that
looking.
more
Yes.
attractive people have better success.
Yeah. I mean, obviously.
Sorry,
Pretty
incels.
stock standard.
Speaking of sexy, though, America's sexiest accents. What's your favorite?
Southern.
Like a British accent.
British accent.
Boo.
Travel
America.
2027 surveyed 1.5 million social media followers to find the answer. Coming in at the sexiest, Heather, Texas.
Thank you very much.
Boston, number 2, which I think we're all baffled at that. New
Boston.
York, number 3.
New York and Boston, 2 and 3. Couldn't be more incorrect.
3, followed by Maine, and obviously Chicago accents are the best.
What are Chicago accents?
Yeah, what does that sound like?
I think it's like a hard A. I don't know. You tell me. I'm from Chicago.
Yeah, I hear it a little
Hard
bit, but
A.
I can't even like.
Is that the slur for Chicago?
Chicago.
It's me,
You know,
Pinpoint
Tony
it.
New
Lasagna.
York, it's so obvious. With Boston, it's like very obvious.
I think
Southern.
Chicago's a little bit more
From the neighborhood. We used to play stickball together behind the Olive Garden.
Yeah,
Go
it's
Bears.
not really. Some people in
When did
Chicago
you have
do talk like that,
those?
but not everybody. California came in at number
I
10
just
on that
made
list
it.
of 50. Dead last, by the way, Long Island.
What does a California accent
Like us.
sound like?
So I've only been here 7 months. If I were to stereotype, nobody here has it.
Really?
There's one person I know who kind of has one.
It's the Valley Girl accent is what they're probably going to go for.
Commie
Yeah.
bastards.
Well, actually, they're not communists anymore. They're a federation of independent, liberated states.
Don't make me hurt you, Mikey.
They talk slower and they say like dude a lot.
Interesting.
Okay.
Rad.
Just like-
I was
You're
wrong.
not gonna call him out on air.
I kind of like it. I think it's a little sexy.
Oh, so it's a guy. Okay.
Yeah, it's a guy.
All right. And
You
California
don't blush
Valley was
very easily, by the way. I turn bright red. You're only like a light shade of pink right now.
Okay. I like the
That's hilarious.
California dudes now.
Well, good.
All right. Let's go to another
Socialism doesn't work.
favorite.
It didn't work in the Soviet Union. It didn't work in China. It didn't work in North Korea. It didn't work in
Objectively, it
Cuba.
worked in
It doesn't
China.
work in Venezuela. It wouldn't
Yeah,
work
it's
in Mars.
working very well in
Because
China.
I mean, it did before. It did at one point. It worked well in China.
I mean, yeah, after they did
Venezuela as well. Yeah, it did at one point.
the way
There's
it
always
is
a point, and then they
structured
go a
goes
little bit too
against human nature. It depends on humans not having rational behaviors for their own well-being.
Okay. What do we say, Gloria?
Mr. President, I'm beginning to smell a big fat commie rat.
Oh, we won't hit Destiny on the first guy.
Yeah, no, we
do
can't.
Hasan. No, I know. What do you want to do? I want to do Hasan at the start. Yeah, this one's. I added this one. I'm not sure if this is going to be funny or not, but we'll see.
Oh yeah, no. This has been in. Is this the gay fight?
Yeah, LGBT war.
Yeah,
it
no,
says
this is
Hasan.
hilarious. This has been in there for a while. I think I took it out because you didn't click it for a while.
Oh,
That's
really?
how old it is. Yeah.
3 weeks.
Content
Audio?
warning.
So apparently, Thais and Filipinos are actually engaging in a gay war. I'm too busy to cover it. Come back to my account later tonight because I will be providing full coverage on this. The Panay trans community has been buzzing with this news. They were shook, and most isn't siding with the Panays. I love my Filipino trans girlies and gay boys, but they deserve the public ass beating, says Yanmi. Okay? So.
No offense, but it sounds like that's some fucking commie gobbledygook.
I can't see any of these. I need to refresh.
Turns out,
I've hidden them.
Bangkok, a fight between
Oh, you
Thai and
motherfucker.
Filipino
They're in there. You can't
allegedly
find
broke
them.
out. Transgender people. Fight looks fucking massive. This is just a sneak preview of what some other shit you're about to see. Okay. Let me tell you
Yeah, I
something,
figured if I
okay?
wear them enough, that they'll start to wear out and they won't feel like they're crushing my head. So see how long I can take them before I switch to headphones that don't crush my head. So I'm used to like shit
As much
headphones,
as I
like
love
dog
my
shit headphones.
Well, I'll when we upgrade your computer, I'll get you a good pair of headphones.
No. I'm used to dog shit headphones.
Yeah, you do audio editing. You need good headphones.
I got good headphones. These ones sound great.
Sure. I'll get
know,
you
like-
proper
like,
headphones.
Only a fool thinks the only one with these is that I can't hear myself. I mean, an out feed, only a fool thinks that you need headphones for audio editing. You just look at the sound waves, dog.
It's a fair point. I don't look at sound waves. I listen. I do listening because I think that's. But I
don't even
also
use
point out.
Like I have
but
the
I
video
think-
on this side.
Yeah,
I don't never look over it. I just have a full screen timeline.
yeah. Well,
And
when I was doing the editing for a little bit there, I would do the same. I would just make the screen really small, and I just have the audio, and I just find the gaps, figure out where it is, play it, cut it, and do it that way. But I just like listening. I like hearing. Also, good headphones are good regardless. And these ones are really
Yeah,
good.
I have good speakers.
Yeah, well, audio monitors are good as well. They're
So
very
between-
expensive though, I found. Good monitors. It's very expensive.
I don't know.
What
are
the
they
fuck is the
fighting for?
context behind this?
He'll
He's about to
explain it.
Who's
explain it.
gayer? Like, who's more queer? And honestly, I don't know, but Thailand is the most queer motherfucking place on the planet. So it's like, you're joking? Oh, yeah, I am joking when I say the fight is not about who's more queer. Like, they are beating the shit out of the fucking cops and everything, like, who got smushed up in the middle of it all.
Is this a gay race war?
Yes.
Epic.
All right, so here's how it works. Let me establish some context. And by the way, English is my first language, so please
fucking go.
respect proper pronunciation. I'm tweeting
Twitter
from my hotel
threads,
room and
baby.
I'm jet lagged. So I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place. 2024, police were called into Soy 11.
Your beard, mate. Look, you see this?
5 a.m. because a fight had broken out. 20 Filipino trans women allegedly ganged up on 4 Thai
I only
trans
had a
women.
beard because I was
One Thai woman being
fat.
physically assaulted and robbed. So it was the
My hair was
It's not like I can grow a beard.
growing out is the problem. I was also fatter, much fatter.
Yeah,
So
I can't even grow a beard. So that's another reason to lose weight.
Filipinas.
Pretty
that
easy if you
originally
don't eat a
started it, it
sleeve of
seems.
cookies every day.
isn't it?
Words quickly spread as the Filipino group had uploaded content of themselves mocking and assaulting a Thai trans woman. This sparked outrage on Thai social media. By 3:30 a.m. the next day.
I think we spoke about this the other day when we brought up the gay marriage in Thailand. That they love their gay dramas and shit.
Me too.
Country gay as fuck.
Now
a
I'm an
mob
ex.
of 100 mostly Thai trans women were at the Filipino group's hotel and they were pissed. In this video, a woman from the mob explains how 20 Filipino individuals had jumped a well-known Thai woman who had been working in the Sukhumvit area for many years. She explained that people are angry because these new Filipino girls are basically moving mad. Let's take a look.
สาเหตุคือกระเทยฟิลิปปินส์นะคะประมาณ20 คนรุมตบน้องๆสาวประเภท2ที่ทำงานอยู่ในซอยนี้ตั้งนานแล้วแต่ว่าหลายๆคนที่
This is
Bro,
the
you can
news
just take a
coverage
Pinoy
Hasan
to
is
take
good
a
at right
president.
here.
Listen, Pinoy
Yeah.
gang till I die, okay? You know this. But sometimes, you know, even Pinoy gang is going to take a step too far, okay? By the time the police showed up, the Thai mob outside the hotel had doubled inside. The crowd was heard shouting, Thailand, get out, the Filipino group.
It's so wild
People
that gay
were pissed.
marriage wasn't
About
legal.
a couple hundred quickly
Isn't it?
grew to
Isn't
2,000 over a span of a few hours. It was pure chaos, and the police had no way of controlling tension despite their best efforts. Here's a video of the crowds.
Yes.
As soon as the police tried escorting the Filipino group into their cars in the hotel in order to take them to the station for questioning, the Thai crowd broke the police formation and immediately
shit.
began their assault. God damn, son. Bro, you got... Oh, look at this, bro. Look at these tactics. They got like marauder tactics. I'm telling you, that is like... That's not something I've seen since like the medieval era. That is a fucking siege tower, bro. That's crazy. Look at the form.
That's so funny. What a crazy fucking thing to happen. Where was this? Was it in the Philippines or in Thailand?
No, Thailand.
Or... Okay.
Everyone in the LGBT community knows not to pick a fight with doll, but this is doll warfare. As far as I understand, this is doll warfare. This is doll on doll violence, actually. You know what I mean? There is like there's dolls on both sides of this war. IRL discourse settling. The video that sparked it all, the Thai woman in the red was seen in this video outnumbered. She was forced to put up with mocking and verbal assault before the fight broke out. This is important context. Pay attention to the faces in this video.
Meet my friend down, meet my friend down.
What is happening?
Is a doll world out there? Yeah. At this point, police had accepted that it was either now or never. Very quickly, people were jumping over one another to get a punch in. Multiple officers were caught catching strays. Shoes were being thrown, and people were getting scalped. Not actually, literally, though. Like, their their wigs getting snatched. That's what they're meaning. Look at that. Oh my God.
That's so funny.
Whew. One of the Filipino assaulters was caught and subsequently had her ass beat.
Jesus Christ. This is wild.
Cops had to do a PSA after because someone took their body cam and a gun mag. Oh my God. Damn, she got the shoe off. God damn.
This is wild.
Bro, she's using those
You're on fire today.
sambas like she's used them before, okay? This is not her first interaction. Her first altercation where she busted out the sambas and started whooping ass. Okay? God damn, son. What the fuck? It went from being hit by 2 people to the whole crowd? Yes. The moral of the story is don't fuck with the Thai dolls. Don't do it. Okay?
The moral of the story is don't fall to mob tactics. That's all it is. The mob fucking mentality. That's all this is. This is a lesson in mob mentality.
Don't fucking do it. You beat one of their asses, they're going to come back in numbers. 2,000 of them specifically. She got the Samba expertise.
Did the Filipinos attack someone and they're
Yeah,
getting
20 of them attacked.
back at
And then
them?
when the police showed up, the Thai girlies broke the police line.
That's
because there was 2,000 of them.
That is so much better with the context now.
I mean, he explained it. You just weren't listening, bro.
I know. I missed it. I completely missed it.
Skill unlocked. Yeah, this is literally, this reads like a fucking Yakuza subplot. I swear to God. In Thailand, they said it was 3,500. Yeah, no, it's fucking nutty. All right, let's do the regular old fight analysis, fight commentary, okay? Let me tell you, what you are seeing right now is a marauder, okay? Up front, close and personal. What she's doing is actually a very common technique, okay? Marauders love utilizing forced leverage, okay? Notice how vicious these kicks are directly to the fucking head. One person holding
I think
her
this is
head
what Hasan should
down with
focus
one
on.
hand while also gripping onto the elevator with the other hand in order to basically create 2 different points of pressure. What you must understand is this is not her first rodeo, okay? Absolutely going nutty mode with it. Here you have one of the dudes playing loose versions of defense.
Absolutely going nutty mode.
Actually slapping her to be like, listen, ladies, I'm with you. Just kidding. I'm actually trying to defend her. Okay. Now, this should not be taken lightly because obviously a lot of these ladies are experts in Muay Thai. Okay.
It's true.
And automatically it's a class passive that comes along with being from Thailand. Okay.
It's true.
You have +3
Exactly.
proficiency in Muay Thai automatically. That's how it works. That's your spawn point. That's one of the class passives that
You talking about the seagulls?
actually
Mine.
is the skill proficiency that
Yes, it is.
leads
Okay.
to
I see.
much larger returns down the line, especially in late game. If you have at least an extended period of
Okay, he's
focusing
losing
on
me.
Muay Thai as a class
stealing
as a
Tears'
class skill,
thing
your
and
class
it's not
proficiency
working.
has more smoke.
Next.
Big kicks coming in. And here it is. This is a weapons proficiency that I had not seen in a very long time. This is someone who is dual wielding Adidas Sambas. Okay, these are all crit hits here. Look at that. Boom, right to the fucking head. Locks it back, cocks it again. Boom, right to the head. That's crit damage. That's crit damage 3 times in a fucking row. Very precise. This is a hunter. Okay, hunter class utilizing. Normally, hunter classes go for like a taser, or well, actually, if you focus off of that,
I lost interest.
There you go. There's another lightning right there. She's pumping. Okay. Picks up the NPC, thinking like maybe we can. Oh, way too much damage. They're coming in from
They have aimbot. That's a much better joke.
It's not gonna work. Yeah. You can't do it, man. You can't do it. There you have it. That's one aspect of the Thai-Filipina Swagapina war that we just watched. Now, Thai Girl 1 says, I don't have any weapons on me. I don't have anything. Thai Girl 2 says, we only brought our fists out. We only brought out fists and cocks. That's so fire. Apparently, the Filipino group in Sukhumvit were known to be particularly nasty and unpleasant. This uncle tells us that when they would walk past Thai trans women, they would stick up their feet at the Thai women, equivalent of raising a middle finger at someone. That's crazy. That's kind of wild because, like, that's a much harder thing to do, bro. That's a much harder thing to do than just, like, fucking flipping someone off. Okay? Police is seen escorting one of the Filipino into a police station. Some Thais were already there to scold this person. One person is heard saying, you have some nerve to bow like this at us, bitch. Why are you running? Why are you running? Bro, these ladies have no fear. It's kind of crazy. Democrat run cities, folks. Let me tell you. All right. The Thai ladies, they have no respect for the police, no respect for law and order. These Thai dolls, they don't want Pinay.
We're moving on.
Wow, what did you click, bro?
That was an ad.
I know.
George Orwell was a terrible human being. That would not surprise me. All right, we're going to find out how George Orwell is a terrible human being.
Oh, no.
Why do we care if Orwell was a terrible human being?
It's
again?
Hakeem.
Well, the reason Hakeem wouldn't like Orwell
we
is because
stumbled,
Orwell-
I've seen this
into
video
an
before. I
expert
think
mode.
this is like a tightly edited version of a video he's already done that's been released by his editor. But I've seen this before. Full disclosure.
Mm-hmm.
Critical of Stalinism, basically. That's probably the main reason, right?
Literally 1984. Hi there. Did you know that Orwell was just an
Don't talk to
all-around
me like
horrible
that.
human being? Well, he was a worse writer, which really is the major issue with him.
I
If
agree.
you didn't,
He was a pretty good writer. You
No.
know, I actually kind of regret that 1984 has been memed into oblivion because I actually think it's a really intelligent
Memed.
work that lays
These
the
people
groundwork
take it
for
like a
lot of
Bible, bro.
analysis of the way fascism takes root, the mechanisms of social control. I think there's a lot of good stuff there. Obviously, if you're looking
I
for
do
like
agree.
really nuanced, naturalistic, character-driven stories, then he's not the one you would go to. Like it's all like very heavy-handed.
You also need to understand that the book is written pre-Cold War. It's an era that is dead. It's not relevant to today.
Jack,
The work go.
Hezbollah TV interviewed Mexico's next president, the girl who's
Okay.
going to be the president.
Yeah.
They did an interview with her,
Interesting.
so I just
How
put
long
it on
is it?
there. It was, I don't know, it's long.
It doesn't matter. I'm just curious.
I don't know. Let me check. It was 11 months ago when they did it. It just recommended
Oh.
it to me.
Interesting.
It's 30 minutes.
Okay. We'll check that on sometime.
Political allegory, but you know, Animal Farm genuinely sucks. Well, Animal Farm is literally meant to be like a fairy tale. It's like, so Animal
You're
Farm
a fairy
is
tale.
like, then all the rabbits did this, and then this happened, and then it's just meant to be like an Aesop, you know, like it's a
It's an allegory, actually, but you know, let's not split hairs here.
A simple story that at the end you're like, I guess Stalin and capitalism were the same thing, which is true. It's not bad. It's just, you have to know a fable, not a
Based
fairy tale.
Fosh
That's
take.
right. Thank you. A fable, not a fairy tale. You just have to know what it is.
No, George Orwell was a snitch, a rapist, a racist, a colonial cop, and a CIA puppet. Whether
I've been accused of being all these things.
The colonial
he
cock
says
is fucking hysterical.
Isn't it? Especially considering he fought in the Spanish Civil War.
willingness to criticize Russia and Stalin is the test of intellectual honesty. Yes, echoing many a reactionary and liberal in red paint we see today.
There's an Orwell writing called Notes on Nationalism, which is very interesting. It's basically how he came to see the leftists in the Spanish Civil War, and then obviously the Soviet Union. It's a very interesting insight to him, I think. But it's just very interesting. Great quote.
No.
Too.
Reactionary and liberal. First of all, reactionaries right now defend Russia. For two, liberals didn't mark criticizing Russia and Stalin as marks of intellectual honesty because that would have been as straightforward to them as criticizing Hitler would have been to lefties. That's like a baseline. You seriously think that liberal academics are like, oh, this guy's intellectually honest. He doesn't like Stalin. Like, seriously? I don't think he understands the point that was being made there. I used to think Hakeem was smarter than these people.
Let's move on to his list making. Orwell reported on his friends and acquaintances to the Information Research Bureau, a dedicated organization within the British
Didn't
government
Orwell serve in the
founded
British
in order
Army?
to publish
Yes.
anti-communist material and fight revolutionary, anti-colonial, and pro-independence movements.
Okay, so this I'm actually interested in learning about because I've heard for ages that Orwell was a Fed. But then I've heard people say the only people that Orwell reported to the state were Stalinists, who I don't give a fuck about. So I guess I want to know, like, did he actually report lefties or did he report Stalinists? Yeah, Vosh, it's the latter. Oh, well then, hey, I don't give a They're not my fucking comrades. Hey, you guys, listen, Orwell literally fought in Spain. Do you know what happened to the anarchists who fought in Spain? The Stalinists turned on them and started shooting the anarchists in a way that ended up aiding the fascists. There were fascists, anarchists, and Stalinists in Spain, and the Stalinists turned on the anarchists and gave the fascists the upper hand. I don't give a fuck if Stalinists are reported to the state. I don't give a shit. It's like reporting Nazis, except Nazis have killed fewer anarchists than Stalinists have.
Arguably, his magnum opus, Animal Farm, was written in 1943 and
1984 is.
I don't know if that's an accurate statistic, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yet not a mention or room in his mind for condemning fascism as it was ravaging Europe.
Yes, he did. Wait, the book was a condemnation of fascism. Okay.
Only power at the time actually kicking Nazi Germany's teeth in being the Soviet Union, which he spent.
That's not true. The Soviets allied with the Nazis. They tried to go for shared land pacts. They ended up invading Poland together. Hitler was the one who betrayed their compact, not the Soviet Union. If any other country had formed a tactical alliance with the Nazis, lefties never would have let them play it down. It is only the Soviet Union is given the charity of, well, they had no choice but to ally and do war.
That's not true. Finland. I raise you Finland. Finland sided with Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia because they used the Nazis. Sorry, I don't think they sided. They didn't side with the Soviets, but they sided with Nazi Germany to get the Soviets out and then turned on the Nazis and got them the fuck out of Finland. So, yeah, I reckon that's a pass. I don't know. I think that's pretty funny.
Or with the Nazis for multiple years. Anyway, yeah, the Animal Farm is mostly about yeah, you're right. It's
this is true. He also, I'm pretty sure Stalin was the one that
it's Stalin's fault. Stalin's fault that Israel exists. It's just a fact.
But he's also the one that basically colonized Central Asia for Russia and expedited all non-ethnic Russians,
like Jews,
to Central Asia. Yes, Jews, any sort of Muslim ethnic, all of those, just sent them all to Central Asia, which is why all those countries speak Russian.
The Bolsheviks, Jews, when Stalin came in, they were the first ones to get sent out, and he sent them to Palestine. And so they tried to basically form communes there, and that's how the what are they called?
Kibbutz.
Kibbutz were formed.
Mm.
They were formed from basically that kibbutz style commune farming was because Israel was actually like, founded by Bolsheviks. It's much later when even the idea of Zionism comes.
Yeah.
But when I say Israel is founded by Bolsheviks, what I mean is like they're settling the area, but they were
Yeah.
displaced. They weren't like harming anyone at the time.
At the time.
Yeah. It's
About
after
Leninism.
it's after Britain leaves that shit goes down.
Stalinism, vanguardism. Though, if you're based and red-pilled like myself and George Orwell, it's not as though Stalinist Russia wasn't fascist. That's why Hakeem dislikes it. I like the implication here that you can't produce any work which is critical of revisionism because fascism exists at that time. I thought lefties, especially tankies, were all about like constant internal critique. But then, like George Orwell writes a book which is
No,
a
Tankies
severe
are brain dead.
condemnation of
Only Maoists are supposed to be like that.
behavior
Audit
of the
yourself.
Soviet Union. It's like, well, Adolf Hitler is alive-ish while you're writing this, so you can't do that.
Orwell wrote Animal Farm, which was a satire of the Russian Revolution and what followed, picturing it in terms of a revolt of barnyard animals against human masters. He completed Animal Farm in 1944.
Is that what it was about? That's crazy.
And had trouble finding a publisher since it wasn't a particularly good time for upsetting the Soviets. As soon as the war came to an end, however, the Soviet Union was fair game and Animal Farm was published. In fact, Orwell went out of his way to manufacture a fantasy that couldn't possibly be mistaken for Nazism, because, as everyone knows, the people and ideology that materially supported every single genuine...
Oh man, dude.
Well, here's one of my favorite quotes from this Notes on Nationalism thing. It says, "The nationalist not only does not disapprove of atrocities committed by his own side, but he has a remarkable capacity for not even hearing about them." And I reckon that's such a great quote and a perfect description of nationalists. And it also extends to tankies and their blind support for the USSR. And that I would say that they're USSR nationalists.
Yeah, and then they're going to say the same thing about us, how we all listen to our own news.
Even though we listen to everything.
Like, listen how mad Hakeem is that he was criticizing the Soviet Union. That's all this is. The literal explicit criticism being made right now of Orwell is he criticized the Soviet Union. That's it. It didn't even get published until after the war. He's still seething over it. So be clear. The only thing he has trouble with here, it's not the circumstances under which Stalin and the Soviet Union were criticized. It is just that they were criticized. Hakeem does not mention the elephant in the room, that Orwell's actions were motivated by a personal hatred of anyone associated with the USSR due to the fact of how Stalinists and foreign agents working for Stalin worked to undermine the activity of the anti-Stalinist left during the Spanish Civil War. Is he going to bring up the Spanish Civil War? I don't actually think this includes it. Is he going to leave that context out of this?
Of course, not a single line critiquing American genocidal policies globally or their...
Of course. Whoa! Why would he critique American genocidal policies globally? They were fighting the Nazis. What, are you pro-Hitler? Why would he critique America when they were fighting against the Nazis?
Using tanky logic against tankies.
You pro-Nazi? There's a war going on. There's a time and a place.
Their constant warmongering and saber-rattling, and their sanctions and bombing of poor third world countries trying to detach from colonial regimes that...
I can't hear you over the sound of Hitler existing.
...oppressed them for decades and centuries. Nothing on the Spanish or French or Portuguese.
Nothing on the Spanish? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. George Orwell's position on...
You know who's better than both of these guys? A better revolutionary than Trotsky and Mao is Ahmed Shah Massoud.
Okay.
It's just a fact.
Who that?
The hero of Afghanistan.
Oh, okay.
The Soviet jihad.
Spain was so subtle. Oh my God. He shot them. What? Oh my God. Are you? Yeah, because this is the reason why he didn't include
the only man
who
Al Qaeda personally assassinated.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Bin Laden assassinate. We have the video where we're laughing at Mullah Omar. Like Ace and I are laughing because he's trying to get aid into the country, right?
Yeah.
And at the same time, they're having the fucking press conference on terrorist TV. You remember this? Terrace
Uh,
TV? And Ace is dying that I said
yes.
Terrace TV.
Yes.
And then so like he was pissing them off because they were trying to get aid in, and he's making these threats to the United States from inside Afghanistan. But
Mm.
Omar can't break Pashtunwali, right? And fucking when bin Laden assassinates Masood, he does it because he's the enemy of the Taliban. It's like to gain favor back with the Taliban. And then when it happens, Iranian intelligence actually, like, they're talking to Vladimir Putin, and the Iranian intelligence are the ones who said we have to tell the Americans about this. So Putin calls George W. Bush and says the leader of the Northern Alliance was just killed. Al Qaeda is doing something, and the next day is September 11th.
Fucking hell.
So now here at this point, he can sort of giggle as he includes in the script the implication that George Orwell's position on Francoist Spain was in any way, shape, or form ambiguous. He took a bullet to the neck. What a Weasley little liar.
His only genuine vitriol and whatever passed for criticism, oscillating between childish storytelling and verbose ranting, was
mad, so mad, so fucking mad. Holy shit,
so
mad.
Exclusively.
How dare you criticize
Seething.
Stalin? How dare you criticize the USSR? How dare you?
Reserved
When
for
will you
socialist
learn?
countries, and specifically
Not socialist, by definition.
the USSR, a country he never visited, never read about, and never interacted with the politics.
Never
Neither
read
have you.
about? Can you substantiate that claim in some way? Also, of course he didn't visit. They would have killed him. Are you fucking kidding me?
What an idiot.
The guy who published Animal Farm? Yeah, dude, that guy is going to enter the famously pro-writer free speech, okay with its own government being criticized USSR. Hey,
I
come on
have
down to the
I'm
USSR.
not sure if I
Orwell. Look, we've got
posted it because it got censored or something. But I have a video that like I made that's kind of like it was when I like was just practicing with the new editor and stuff. I made a bunch of videos and stuff. But like he not only did that, but when he's fighting also he destroys the country in his fight with Hikmatyar. Destroys Afghanistan. It's the worst time in history. It's like we have little documentation of 92. He destroys the country. And but like there's video of him saying that he isn't going to send his troops to fight if they're not getting wages. And so it's like him trying to figure out how to finance and pay the wages for his own men. And it's like the final stand in the capital when this is happening. It's the chinchilla he got fucked by Pakistan.
a gigantic wedge of cheese on this fascinating wooden and wire contraption. Okay, here, come here. You called this guy smart? Yeah, I don't know. Hakeem used to be smarter than this. It's
Ahmed
pretty
Shah was
retarded,
right wing,
whatever.
but you know who else
Fundamental
was?
thesis
Mao,
of Animal Farm is that the
Trotsky.
working class is stupid and cannot be trusted to lead any sort of independent political existence.
What? No, it was the opposite. It was that they were taken advantage of by the smooth-talking pigs who were representative of the Vanguard Party that under Lenin's governance immediately disbanded the workers' councils. The animals on the farm weren't stupid. They were uneducated. Most of the Russian citizenry at the time were like peasants. They weren't literate or barely literate. What?
Animal Farm isn't a critique of revolutionaries,
pretty
but
happy with
of
how much
workers.
Russia
It's
is
an
at the Soviet
aristocratic
Union.
manifesto against the working class.
Psychotic, methamphetamines, cocaine, crack, heroin, any opioid, infinite drugs. Nothing could bring me to this take. I have no idea. Insane. Absolutely insane. Where's the crack pipe? That's right.
Can we just like observe what is said here and how incorrect it is? Like, that is such an insane thing to put on the fucking screen.
He's a silly
Considering
guy.
how anti-worker and anti-people Lenin and Stalin both were.
There we go.
This book, Animal Farm, is a deeply reactionary book, displaying aristocratic condescension against the people, a book in which the working class appears as imbeciles. It displays all the...
Unironically, though, this is actually a very common Stalinist line to people who critique Stalin or anything about the Soviet Union, where they will say essentially that the Soviet Union's government was a perfect representation of the will of the people. And if you critique the Soviet Union's government, you're actually critiquing the people and saying they're ignorant buffoons. They essentially ignore the whole Marxist bit of, the ideology of the ruling class is the ideology of the people. And they argue like, well, you have an issue with what Stalin did. Well, you must think that the average person is a retard. Nice reactionary theory, dipshit. And I've heard this a lot from tankies. It's like a very dishonest criticism. I don't think they actually believe it. I think they know they're lying.
Marx is the bourgeois genre of elite theory. Its historical metaphors for Soviet history whitewash capitalists and imperialists. The USSR is shown as self-sabotaging while its enemies are completely...
Its historical metaphors for Soviet history whitewash capitalists and imperialists. How? At what? At the end, the point is that Lenin isn't that different from the Tsar. The whole point at the end is that you can't tell the pigs and the humans apart. So if the whole book is about how bad the pigs are, and then at the end it equates the pigs and the humans are meant to be the Tsar, would that not be okay?
1984,
What?
on the other hand, doesn't even deserve to be commented on.
So just don't do it. Just move on right after that. Yeah, literally, just move on. Right, like, his most influential work. Okay, and just move right on from that. Like, yeah, okay, no, we're not even gonna.
Bad the book is, but also how the literally 1984 types don't even bother to engage with the book. And of course, the incredibly ineffectual and childish criticism of vague or otherwise undefined symbols of power. Keep in mind...
Vague or undefined? Oh my god, man. They haven't read the book. They haven't read the book. Undefined? The whole book is about defining them and
You love this, don't you?
The whole book is about them. There's nothing vague in 1984. The whole book. It's not abstract.
I do love this. This is great.
And I've had these Pop-Tarts in there forever, right? And I'm like, these gotta these have been in here forever. I gotta eat these. They gotta never go bad, right? They're like in a package, inside a package, and then inside another package. That's triple caution, right?
Sure.
Should be fine, right?
Wouldn't trust it. No.
Well, if I die, it's because of this.
System of power is directly addressed. There is, guys, for those of you who haven't read 1984, at some point while writing it, George Orwell was like, okay, hold on, this might still be too subtle for some people. And the characters in the book find a book written by powerful people that just describes all of the metaphor and abstraction and systems of power that they've encountered up until that point. Literally, in 1984, Winston finds a book called 1984, the book, and reads it, and it's like, okay, so here's how everything works. And it's, I'm not joking here, like 50 pages in the book. It's like 2 chapters in the book. The spark notes of the book are in the book. You can't vague. Oh my god.
Orwell was just a garbage person. Personally, politically, professionally, the human equivalent of a clogged toilet.
I will say it's impressive, though, to make a 14-minute video on Orwell without including a single passage from Animal Farm or 1984. Nope. All right, nice one. Hakim isn't retarded. He has just advanced to the dishonestly framed things phase of propaganda. You could compare his timeline to Fuentes pretty cleanly. He really has gotten a lot.
That's
worse,
pretty
hasn't
funny.
he?
Oops.
I put a lot of monkey videos on there, bro.
Monkey videos.
George Orwell was a terrible.
All right.
Yeah.
We're just gonna
type in orang.
Okay. I just need to load all the videos again. Epic.
Way to go, bro. He's got a stick.
Goofy ass animal. Mob him. Little silly guy.
Orangutans are so funny because they always look like they're just people.
There's only 2.
Look. No, this is just orangutan videos that I put in there. That's one type of monkey.
Alright, these can be our intermission videos.
That thing's pissed.
Wearing a tank top. Hilarious. Where's the license? Holding onto the fucking roof and everything. Love this. Time of its life. Chilling. Put him down.
Oh boy. So we're actually going back in time a little bit with this video. It's
Honestly,
it's a whole
like, this
3
guy,
months
like,
old, I believe. Yes.
More
However,
watch him,
the topic at
more I don't
hand
think he's funny at all.
has become a lot more relevant as of late.
I
And
tried
the
to
fact
pause
that
it,
we
but
have
it's not
Michael
working.
Knowles.
Yeah, we've
of all
done like
people,
2 streamers in a row. Do
almost
something else
preempting
besides a streamer.
this court.
Okay, I finally got it to pause. Okay. Hold on. Everything is breaking. Oh my god. Everything we have is streamers. Fuck me.
No, it's not.
Fine.
Bro. It's literally not.
There will be a parade of these
you go.
miserable Upper East Side zealots that have a lot of money. The lords of easy money, connected to Wall Street, hedge fund, titans of all sorts of industry.
Larry David is increasingly
Just
the
a cut.
target
We
of
don't-
right
we
wingers
don't need commentary
because
for
Larry
this.
David
It's too
isn't
funny.
given F anymore, and he is straight up saying the
I would
Trumpists
pause
are
it if
disgusting.
YouTube was
I
working.
don't care if they don't like my show, Curb Your Enthusiasm. Go away. You make no difference to me. And this is really riling up a lot of right wingers, including Charlie Kirk. Now,
This is awesome.
Charlie Kirk is playing up anti-Semitic tropes. Take a listen, and then we'll discuss this.
Man, he's really lost his fastball.
Talking about the
That's Larry David.
orangutan.
He used to be a really funny guy. People would ask, Charlie, do you watch Curb Your Enthusiasm? I never liked Larry David.
Right.
He is not the brains of the operation of Seinfeld. It's
No.
obviously Jerry or somebody else.
What?
He's a baby. He's sick.
It's literally based
Hot
on
take.
his life.
Hot take, Seinfeld's not funny.
But like, he's not saying. There's a lot of other things you could say, but saying
Yeah,
Larry
yeah.
David isn't the brains of Seinfeld. Jerry Seinfeld and like his cast, like everyone
Yeah.
on the show, is based off of Larry David.
Yeah.
They're
so
all real
stupid.
people that he wrote into the show. You fucking idiot. There's the, like, it's so funny how comfortable they are with just being objectively wrong and just like going with it.
It's just being incorrect but confident about it, so nobody
Yep.
questions it.
Larry David, you perfectly just showed us exactly what is going on tonight at this New York fundraiser. This is the Upper East crew. Tonight, around 4 or 5 p.m., you might as well just close down the streets. There will be a parade of these miserable Upper East Side zealots that have a lot of money. The lords of easy money,
is weird.
connected to Wall Street, hedge fund,
Honk, honk,
titans
honk.
of all sorts of industry. And they're just going to go right down Park Avenue. They're going to go right down Fifth Avenue to the New York City Radio Hall to have in their own mind a religious experience.
Okay.
Tonight is essentially group therapy. Tonight is essentially $100,000, $250,000 for group therapy. Be among the other mentally deranged people in New York that live very shallow lives. You know what's really interesting is it's obvious that ever since Donald Trump came on the scene, Larry David is not as happy of a person as he once was. He's really never been that happy. I think he's an atheist. He's snarky. He's your typical kind of New York Woody Allen type that is constantly complaining and is thinks he could be really funny.
There's what's the effect
He's
that
a
it's
baby.
called? Where
These
it's
are
like
all
you're the most
coded.
confident when you know nothing about something.
Arrogance?
No, it's an effect. Like Dunning-Kruger effect. Is that what that is? Okay, Jack.
I don't know. I don't know.
Someone in the chat will tell me if I'm right.
Anti-Semitic tropes. Every single one of them. Every single one. So this is a great opportunity to talk about right-wing anti-Semitism versus left-wing anti-Semitism. There is overlap between the two, but they are different. Right-wing anti-Semitism is often much more ethno-nationalist. It's rooted in either white supremacy or white nationalist ideologies. The idea that Jews are an other, they threaten racial purity, they threaten national purity. It's more Nazi-like. Right-wing anti-Semitism is more traditionally Nazi-like. The conspiracy theories from the right-wing anti-Semites tend to be about, sometimes they call it Zog, Zionist-occupied government,
Oh my
or a
God, bro.
conspiracy for Jewish control of the world, inclooting specific
I've
industries.
only
as Charlie
once
Kirk alludes,
encountered
titans of
somebody who
industry
said
and Wall
it,
Street and this
who
and that.
said dog to me.
That's seriously?
Yeah, it was on Twitter. Like,
Of course it was.
I was right. Dunning-Kruger effect. I think you were the one who brought it up. Someone brought it up the other day to me, and then it's been in my head. Yeah, he did. Yeah, Woody Allen types. What he means is annoying pedophile New York Jews. Like, we can't just
Holocaust
say Jew
denial
anymore.
tends to be right-wing anti-Semitism, either denying altogether or diminishing the severity of the Holocaust in order to
I'm so sick of
undermine
this left
Jewish
and right
history
shit.
and suffering.
Shut the fuck up.
It's very tiresome.
All right.
It's very, very, very tiresome. This looks funny.
I'm always putting stuff on there. That's all I'm doing. Oh my God, this is the.
Is
dude.
it time to take a new look at?
Okay, so this is the. Remember how I said we did an ambush interview for like a newspaper on a CIA guy?
Yes.
responsible for
Yes.
9/11. This is that guy.
Oh, okay.
Osama bin Laden. Tonight, the former head of the CIA unit responsible for tracking him down says bin Laden has been badly misunderstood and that it's hurting our ability to fight terrorism. News Channel 5's Evan Axelbank had a one-on-one interview with the former CIA agent tonight. Evan joins us tonight from Boca Raton. Evan?
Kelly, Agent Michael Scheuer came here to Lynn University to promote his new book about Osama bin Laden. And the former agent says that bin Laden may never be caught and that it's time for the United States to come to grips with why it was attacked on September 11th.
Okay.
Signing on
Well, that was objectively incorrect.
Okay.
photographs, writing books, and giving speeches are nothing like his last job.
We had 10 chances to get him in 98 and 99, and we didn't get him.
Since Michael Scheuer ran the CIA's bin Laden unit in the late 90s, he says Osama bin Laden has only grown more successful in promoting.
We just analyze what a piece of shit Michael here is. One, caused 9/11. Two, he says when I was in charge in 98 and 99, we had a chance to get him, right? And allegedly there is proof that they've had at least one, right? Clinton also said this. Clinton said this. He said, there's an interview. It's in Australia, so it's right before 9/11 happens, right? And Clinton's there, and they talk about Osama bin Laden with Clinton. And Clinton tells an entire story about how he almost killed him in Kandahar. Right? So this is his thing. It's like, when I was in charge, we had so many chances. Well, then why didn't you, Michael?
That's the question.
Terrorism. In Scheuer's new biography of bin Laden that he was promoting at Lynn University today, he says Americans have been badly served by the notion that the terrorists hate us for our freedoms.
It should beggar the imagination of every American to think that there's anyone out there who's going to blow themselves up because we drink beer.
Rather, he says
True.
Americans need to look more closely at its presence in the Middle East and at its dependence on foreign oil. After
True.
studying bin Laden, he says Americans should expect nothing short of a long war.
He expects it to be multi-generational, his grandchildren, his grandchildren's children.
He carries the sobering message that there are legions of patient bin Laden fighters waiting in the wings. Scheuer expects bin Laden to die on his own terms.
He is living among people who regard him as a hero. He's living among tribes who,
No, he's not.
once they accept a guest, will protect them with their lives.
See, he's talking about Pashtun.
Scheuer expects
wrong.
Yeah.
Wrong.
It's another attack, sadly
He was
enough,
in
and he says that the
Pakistan. He
United
was protected by the Pakistani state.
States may not be far off from having body scanners everywhere and a national ID card system. We are live in Boca Raton tonight. Evan Axelbank, WPTV, News Channel 5.
What an asshole. I hate him so much.
Same video. Cool.
Fucking caused 9/11, piece of shit, motherfucker. We have to watch Looming Tower sometime. I've read the book, but it's all about how he caused 9/11. Okay, so
Welcome to
you want to go to the
America.
Jasmine Crockett interview? It's going to be the last section, 30 minutes.
Last
in.
section?
Yep.
Well, if YouTube wanted to work,
The
I
last
could see the segments.
section. No, you're on it right there. It's the last 30 minutes. This is probably an ad right here. There you go.
Yeah, I got it.
I didn't watch this. I didn't know. I was like showering and shit, and then I came.
I am thrilled to welcome
turn
to the show
around.
today.
Jasmine Crockett was on the screen. I immediately put it on the list and said, "Okay, we'll watch it. We'll watch it later."
A representative from the great state of Texas, Congressman Jasmine Crockett. Welcome to LA.
Thank you so much. It's interesting when you use great and Texas in the same sentence nowadays.
You know, you wouldn't need to even travel if you came on our show.
But yes.
How did you guys like incept all of us
they're
to say
probably
great state of
located in
Texas? You know what I mean? It's just like a
There was what?
They
What?
said they're probably located in DC.
They said California.
Oh, okay.
I don't
you said.
know. I mean, Texas is a cult in and of itself,
Hmm.
just so you know, right? Like
Yeah.
everything's bigger in Texas,
Yep.
and we're still in like everybody that's been here in California, and we're bringing them to Texas. It's a cult mentality. So
also, your mom is here with you, I think.
she is.
Just wanted to
She
welcome
is.
her to the studio. It's like every once in a while you have elected officials come in with like
Took her mom to
15 staffers.
California.
It's fun to have someone rolling with their mom. That's a much better way to go.
How great.
What?
How pure. She took her mom on a trip to
Did you
California.
want to go to California?
Yeah.
She's referred
How
to
nice.
as the mom staffer.
I love that. Yeah, I love that. Well, she probably keeps you honest.
She does.
Well, listen, thank you so much for being here. You have this fascinating role as a freshman lawmaker. You serve on the House Oversight Committee, which has put you in the middle of this like wild effort to impeach President Biden, to go after his children. So just wondering, what has that experience been like for you? Because like, I don't know, calling it a circus is kind of an insult to like Cirque du Soleil. Or...
For anybody who doesn't know their biases, they're like basically paid by the Democrats. So it's obviously going to
This
be a
guy
very
was this
softball
guy was
interview.
literally a speechwriter for Obama.
Oh, there you go. So it's going to be a pretty softball interview, but it's more about Jasmine, not these guys.
People that are organized, you know what I mean? But you just kind of got thrown in there.
Yeah, it's so interesting. And to add to the drama, last week I was added to the weaponization committee as
fun.
well. So yeah, so we'll see what happens with that. But you know what? There are days that I wake up and I'm like, why did you decide to do this? What are you doing? Is this really like the best uses of your time? And then when you think about the fact that I could have never really contemplated being in Congress, let alone being a freshman, having to defend the president of the United States in a sham impeachment. I think
That's
about
so crazy.
the history that
like
may or may not be
especially
allowed
like
to.
you really think about that, right? Like, you know, starting your own law firm,
Mhm.
you know, getting your name out there by pro bono cases for protesters, right? And then freshman in Congress, you're literally, it's like you're defending, like, you know, all those skills as a defense lawyer really been put to the test.
Really
and
coming
in
in,
the
yeah.
most silly place that you could possibly. It's like literally like a clown school, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
It's made for it. She's made for it. It's perfect.
Be taught in the future, and how I'm literally living history, and the work that I'm doing is truly of service to this country. And it's not so much about
What is
President
going on?
Biden himself, it is about our
Yeah.
institution. And it's
got
about
into his
whether or
house,
not our
didn't you?
institution can
Yeah,
survive
we
kind of
we
the
like he
radical,
like
maniacal.
the dude, he has like fucking at the time he was getting fucking it was his well it's like his it's not like his house because he lives in DC at the time, but he was born up here, and so he like was like, oh, I'm gonna be up there, blah 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 blah. So we went in there, and it was like right in the office. Made us take off our shoes.
Idiocracy that we're
He's
dealing
just
with.
no,
and
he's really
being able to
stupid.
push back on that.
He literally is a QAnoner. And like he's up there, like it's like having Michael the murderer in charge of your fucking CIA Bin Laden unit. Can you imagine?
The amount of war crimes.
Literally, we have Hellfire missiles on drones because of Michael.
Epic.
And hopefully preserve some semblance of respect for the institution. It makes me say, all right, lace up your shoes. You got to get ready to go.
Get ready to go.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a serious person. You're a public defender. You were in the Texas State House. How do you prepare for a hearing where you have a Republican colleague that's holding up explicit photos and like all these stunts? What do you do to get ready for that? What, wrestling?
You don't ever get ready for that. I remember the first time Marjorie decided that she was going to show nudes. It threw us all off. We were like, wait a minute, what just happened? Like, it was just like, we had no warning whatsoever. And it's like, just when you think it can't get any lower or more ridiculous, she finds a way.
Yeah.
And so you don't prepare for that. But you mentioned that I've been a public defender, and ultimately I've been a trial lawyer. And unlike civil attorneys that have depositions and they know what people are going to say, or if they don't say it, they can correct them and really get them together. In a criminal case, you never know what's going to happen. And so I think that really it's my criminal defense experience in the courtroom that's prepared me best for Congress, right? Like, who knew you needed to deal with like the criminal world to figure out.
They might be sitting next to you.
Exactly. Yeah, no, seriously. In fact, in our last hearing, listening to Parnas talk about, I mean, he called out Congressman Sessions. He called him out. He's like, oh yeah, he was a part of that. He knew this was all fake. And like Sessions is sitting there on this impeachment committee where Parnas is like, oh no, it was me, it was Trump, it was Sessions, it was Giuliani. And they all knew that this was a lie and that this was propaganda being pushed by Russia. And here it is. He's still pushing that propaganda. I mean, it was a wild moment for me.
Lev Parnas, who was, Giuliani's guy in the impeachment Ukraine inquiry.
Yeah.
Wild. So the chairman of the committee, James Comer, he seems to be suggesting that rather than holding a vote to impeach President Biden and get a trial going in the Senate, he might instead make a criminal referral to the Department of Justice in case Joe Biden wants to prosecute himself, I guess, or if Donald Trump prosecutes him if he's reelected. Do you think?
I'll jump.
There's certain questions I don't care about, and it's the impeachment stuff.
Okay.
Like I want to hear more about Jasmine. So this question, let's skip this one.
Come on.
On abortion access, IVF, and all the things that folks care deeply about.
It is so psychotic. These people are psycho. And I'm saying that as a preacher's child, so don't say I'm sacrilegious.
I will not.
They are psycho. And it's so frustrating to me as someone who practiced civil rights and felt like I always had to prove a Black person's personhood after they were killed. It seems like there was every excuse in the book to kill a Black walking, living, and breathing human being. And then you want to talk about embryos and say that they are people, something that cannot breathe. It is absolutely insane. And honestly, if you care about people, I just need you to care about them all the way through.
Right.
Like from the cradle to the grave, as we would say, because you're forcing people to have children, yet I'm fighting with Republicans in the House when it comes to things like SNAP benefits where people only get $6 a day. You don't want to feed them once they're here. So do you really care? Like, it's very frustrating. So I'll get off of that and get on the legal stuff. It is beyond dangerous, but I think that while Democrats have been accused of not being the best messengers, I can tell you the best thing that we got going for us ever is Republicans opening their mouths and attempting to legislate and attempting to craft some sort of legal precedence. It is amazing. It is so helpful. Like, I just want to sit here and be silent and say, watch them work.
Yeah,
right?
look at Alabama.
Because in Alabama, we just saw that they flipped a seat in a special election over a 20-point
This was in the
swing. In that
you didn't click
you,
on it,
before
but
the
this was one of the
IVF
things that was in the
there was probably no chance, no money.
last rundown.
I
They
thought I
flipped
did
it.
click on the Alabama stuff.
Maybe you did. I'm always doing other stuff. Do you remember hearing this? It's like a really, really red district that they flipped just over abortion access stuff. It was a pro-abortion.
Actually, no, I did hear
candidate.
about this. Yes, it flipped blue, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a historic red. It's never been blue.
Yeah. No, I did hear about that. It's about fucking time it happened. It was only a matter of time.
She's right about everything, okay? You know how Kamala Harris
No
tries
support
hard to be cool?
whatsoever.
Like she's an ex-lawyer, but it's really the bad kind of lawyer, and she tries to be cool.
Yeah, she's an ex-cop.
Yeah.
Wasn't she a prosecutor?
Like just imagine Jasmine Crockett as the vice president instead. That's who we should forget swapping Biden out.
Well, I'm pretty sure Kamala Harris would be the one arguing in favor of prosecuting the people that she's defending. So I bet you she doesn't really particularly like her.
For that now newly elected lawmaker. These radical folk are on the wrong side of history. And what is frustrating, an additional point of frustration for me, is when we talk about abortion access, it really is only talking about a certain demographic of folk, to be perfectly honest. We're talking about the lower socioeconomic people not being able to access the healthcare that they need. And it's one of the reasons that I applaud a Dr. Jannard or a Kate Cox out of the state of Texas, because these are women that say, I recognize my privilege. I know I can leave the state. I know that I have the money to be able to afford to go somewhere else to get the healthcare access that I need. But I care about those other women that won't have that access. And they decided
that's
to
the
put
argument that
their
matters.
entire very personal fight front and center because they were fighting for other women. Because ultimately those women fled our state and they went somewhere else. The interesting part about this repro fight now is bringing in IVF that brings in a different category of folk.
It's a very expensive procedure.
Very expensive.
Yeah.
And so now when we were talking about abortion, it was more a lower socioeconomic that was really losing their access unless and until we ended up with a nationwide ban.
Yep.
But now this fight is a bigger coalition because now we're talking about the more affluent folk not having access to being able to make decisions about how and when they create a family. And so, you know, while in my opinion, it shouldn't have taken a trigger out of Alabama to build this coalition, people should have seen that this was an attack on freedom as a whole, because that's what we're experiencing in this country. I tell people all the time, I don't really care if you agree with abortion or not. Not really my job to make you agree. But if you believe that this country is based upon freedom, if you believe in freedom, then you should take issue with what's going on as it relates to repro, because it's not stopping at repro. When you look at this radical Supreme Court and what we've had since the 3 Trump appointees to the Supreme Court, it's been diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah, this is like
LGBTQIA.
I've wanted her to be like on a long form thing for a while, you know, because like they get like just short little clips of her on NBC and stuff.
Yeah, I wanted to hear much more as well. So this is good.
And like her like actually relaxed and just natural, you know.
Yeah, in conversational.
After the Dobbs decision, now it's, well, let's go after mifepristone. Then it's going to be that they're going to go after contraception in general. You know, the only thing that we can assure you is that the Loving case is going to be safe and sound because Clarence Thomas is married to a white woman. I mean, that is the only thing that seemingly is safe right now. Everything else that we have considered to be safe. And I think that this is the lesson that we all need to have as a takeaway. You can never get comfortable.
Yeah.
You can never get comfortable. Democracy and freedom have to be fought for in every single generation. And it's one reason that I do have so much faith and hope in Gen Z, because I do believe that they understand how serious this is, whether we're talking about guns or whether we're talking about repro, whether we're talking about the environment, or whether we're talking about how wars are prosecuted in the future. These are going to be, in my opinion,
it is prosecuted in the future.
I know
not
that some
stopping
people
wars.
hate to use the term, but the real woke folk, the people that are paying attention to everything and really can get our country back on track if there's a country
that is us.
for them to get back on track.
Yeah. In Texas, I think
I don't
want to
help Australia, though.
I imagine
Fuck
that
this
he's put forward a
country.
bunch of laws to protect it and make sure it's safe and there's access going forward. Yeah. Nothing.
Yeah. So they're not currently in session. That's for sure. They just had elections. They'll go back into session in January, but he loves to call special sessions
Right.
for everything else that's so important to him, such as school vouchers. He wants to call special sessions for that. But you know, this IVF thing, it just sounds good.
It's infuriating. I'm sorry to say her name twice in this interview, but Marjorie Taylor Greene, she threatened to oust Speaker Johnson recently. There's been some debate over whether Democrats should vote for Speaker Johnson to save his job in return for some
These
concessions.
guys had a
What do you
great
think of that idea? And is there like a
analysis
wish
on it
list?
as well, talking about it, about like, because they like are so inside with the Democrats that they have enough access to talk about what Democrats' plans could actually be, and they're
Yes.
basically talking about like, you know, the Democrats, if they keep Johnson in, it might be better for them because they could basically be like, all right, you don't want to lose the job, give us this, 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 and this.
Yeah. Use it as leverage. It's not a bad
Yeah.
idea.
Democrats should fight for?
I think that you can count on me to be a no for MAGA Mike, no matter what. So just watch the board. You won't find Congresswoman Crockett saving MAGA Mike. Now, what leadership decides to do, maybe with some of our frontline members and things like that, people in districts other than mine, you know, I think that we leave those negotiations up to leadership. I think that you don't get something for nothing,
right?
For sure.
Sure hope not,
And I mean, we've been getting kind of scraps. I mean, you know, it's like, oh, you can pass a budget finally 6 months later. Like, really? Like, seriously? You know, it's like, oh, okay, well, we'll vote to keep the government open. Really? Like, we should be doing, like, these are, you know, it's bare minimum that we're getting, for sure. But you know, we used to live in a time where you could expect in a very bipartisan way that when it came to matters of national security and foreign affairs, for the most part, we'd pretty much be on a similar page. I mean, the difference was, you know, Democrats have never really cared for how bloated our defense budget has been because we bloat defense, and then non-defense, which is everything that takes care of everyday people, is always like getting the scraps, right? Like, and trying to bring some parity to that, especially since, you know, defense can't seem to ever pass an audit. But I will tell you, as it relates to Ukraine, I am very concerned. And it's not just for the Ukrainians. It is legitimately for the world. We're talking about Russia potentially having access to a nuclear plant that's in Ukraine, either being able to take that over or potentially destroying it and causing harm environmentally in that way. Not to mention the idea of allowing Putin to be emboldened further is problematic, not just for us, but for the world. And so, you know, the idea that we can't unite around going after or pushing back on Putin is a problem. Not to mention, I don't know how many people really understand that if Putin decides, okay, I've got Ukraine, now where do I move? And he moves into a NATO country. And for people that don't understand,
you can tell she's one of the people who does actually care what's going on in Ukraine.
What a NATO country is. And I know that Trump is talking about pulling us out of NATO, but that is also a very dumb idea. That means that your mothers, your brothers, your sisters, your uncles, your aunts, your children, they then have to suit up and go into war. So when people are talking about the cost, we have a monetary cost of helping Ukraine, but we may end up having monetary as well as American lives that are lost if we don't get this in the
those
blood
people
right
who
now.
are against funding it
And
also
so
are against going to war. It's that simple. So.
Yeah. But they're not principled enough to go to jail and refuse conscription. So
but they think they can just demand that they can just it's me first, me, it's the me yeah who says that? The me party. It's some fascist, right?
I know what you're talking about. I can't remember who actually said it.
It's like liberals or Democrats.
No,
I'm thinking of you know what I'm thinking of? It's the Goo Goo government. That's what I'm thinking of.
Okay. Because I've always said that, like, if Australia ever did conscription and they decided to go off to war with America again, I'm like, I'm gonna be the first on the steps going to jail for telling them to get fucked. Like, that's not happening. There's
you know
no
what
way.
you do? You know what you do? When they go and they bring you in for the whole like conscription mobilization interview, shit your pants. They're not taking somebody who shits their pants, okay?
Or just act a bit simple and just shit on the floor. That might be better. Save my pants.
No, you gotta shit your pants and then like say nothing about it.
And this is going to hit home
I'll rock
really
up in
hard.
adult
And
diapers.
you know, people see the big numbers and they're like, "Oh, that's a lot of money.
No,
They can do something
it
else with the
can't be
money."
contained.
It's not really how the budget works. You're either on this side of the ledger or
You're
this side
trying
of
to
the
get
ledger.
the
If they
best
don't
of
spend it on
both
this one, they don't
worlds
spend it
here. It's either shit in your pants or go to war.
something else this defense. It's not going to somehow come over to the other side of the ledger. And I really am just concerned about our national security, and I really want them to take it seriously. So this is not a win for Democrats. This is a win for Americans, Ukrainians, and honestly, the rest of the world. So absolutely, we should take up the supplemental. I don't know that we would ever have too much of a fight, as it's not been talked about over funding
That's the
for
first good
Taiwan.
thing I've heard about
There seems to be bipartisan support for Taiwan because there seems to be
Oh, she's talking about
bipartisan
Taiwan now.
issues
What up Taiwan too? Fucking hell.
with China. That's why they decided
Yeah.
TikTok had to
like-
be the one thing we could do.
It's like the only thing they can agree
because
on,
they
yeah.
care so much about China. So I mean, you know, I think that we can always get the funding for Taiwan if necessary. But also, the Republicans do not want to support the people of Gaza at all. They have passed 2 packages out of the House. The first one was a package to give money to Israel while giving while defunding IRS. The second one was just to give money to Israel. They have no intentions. They equate the Palestinian people with being Hamas, which is not true. And so, you know, I think that we need to make sure that we push really hard for aid for the Palestinian people. I think we also need to make sure that we're pushing for aid for the Haitians. The Haitians have really taken just a backseat. And, you know, I don't know if we'll get the world to really wrap their arms around the Haitians like they've wrapped their arms around other folk. But,
That's
you know, I
basically
try to
what our
remind
special is
people
about.
that
Yes.
the Haitians showed up at our door knocking. And when they showed up at the border in Texas, we saw law enforcement on horses whipping Haitians.
Right. Yeah, it was awful.
And then they sent them back. And no one ever asked the question, why are Haitians coming to the United States? There's this idea in America that everybody just wants to, you know, walk and risk their lives and risk being raped and robbed and all this other kind of stuff just to get to America. I got news for you. That ain't the case. And at that time, their president had been assassinated. But no one was really talking about it, and the national news wasn't really covering it. And
We were. I mean, we
gangs
didn't exist.
have been
really.
emboldened ever since.
No.
They execute. I'm saying they never said who officially killed the president. But it's a very dangerous set of circumstances. And right now, the Dominican Republic doesn't want to allow them in either.
I don't know if she'd
and
want
so,
the job, to be
you know,
completely
it is
honest. She'd be great. I feel like she'd be really good, but I don't think.
I
I
think
feel like
she
she's
thinks
not
she
the
can
type of
probably do
person who
more
would
on the
want the job.
oversight committee.
Yeah, that's exactly the type of vibe that I get from her. That she just feels like she can do better at smaller levels rather than the
Well,
highest.
she's a freshman, you know. You gotta. You
Oh
give her
yeah,
some
that
time.
too. Yeah.
It's important for America to do what America does best, which is to be Big Brother. And I try to stress to people that foreign aid and
AOC Crockett ticket, and then she can take over.
having good trade policies and making sure that other countries are stable, that is a benefit to the entire world. And it takes the burden off of our immigration, our failed immigration system as well. And so, you know, I would
I
like
still
to see
have
a push
Jasmine
for
Crockett as the, or not
some
Jasmine
help for
Crockett,
Haiti,
Gretchen
some help
Whitmer
for the
as the
people of
next
Gaza,
Democrat
as well as
president.
Ukrainian.
It's
You
just
reckon?
it makes too much sense. Well, too many people know who
Mm.
Gavin Newsom is, and if your name is
Mm.
that well known enough, there's enough stuff to hate you already.
True. Also,
Right?
Gavin Newsom is awful.
Exactly. So
Mm.
he's a big name, but he's too unliked because he's well known. It's just like coming
Yeah.
out of New York, you know, with Hillary
Yeah.
Clinton. Nobody's voting for Hillary Clinton. It would be like Chuck Schumer running.
Mm.
Come on, what are we doing here?
Mm.
I think Gretchen Whitmer though, because she's cool, because she can actually govern, and she's coming out of the Midwest, which I think is going to be a huge factor in the future. Like, I think she and you know, woman, she's got the everyone wants it. They think that racism and sexism is over when you elect them.
Yeah, I mean that last bill also cut off support for UNRWA, which is the only UN agency on the ground doing all this.
Yes,
So
assistance and
cool.
that's-
We'll
that's
elect
been-
her,
that's
and
been
then
drama,
the
for sure.
gender wage gap will close.
And now,
Bad decision.
and I know some people are like, "Oh my God, we can't believe you voted to fund the government." I'm like, I had to fund the government. I do understand, you know, being in the minority, we don't get everything that we want. One of the things that hasn't really been pushed out there is that it's our understanding that UNRWA has enough funding for now. Again, this was FY24 that we're 6 months behind on. So what we're talking about is a funding bill that only goes for 6 months in the first place.
Got it.
Yep.
It's our understanding that UNRWA is going to be good with funding until I want to say January. And so we're supposed to be working on FY25. Theoretically, if FY25 comes about in a timely fashion,
Right. Yeah.
then
We'll see.
UNRWA is good to go, and or if we add it back. But pulling it out, in my understanding, was not going to essentially defund UNRWA at this exact moment and put them in a destitute situation.
Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up Haiti. I mean, you're right. The history of foreign countries meddling in Haiti go back to the French,
Yeah.
the U.S. sending troops in a bunch of times, the failed earthquake response. But the
Yep.
assassination in 2021 of the president has led to this the security situation devolving, and hopefully this Kenyan security force goes in. But you're right, the U.S. has
We'll
pledged
see.
a bunch of money
Yeah.
for that peacekeeping mission, and
Yeah.
if we don't step up, it's not at all clear who will.
Absolutely.
Okay, now the hard questions. You ready? So, who's the best Beyonce? Destiny's Child Beyonce, Lemonade Beyonce, Cowboy Carter Beyonce.
I don't care.
How long is left? It's like
Uh,
basically
that'll-
over, right?
5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Still the most base person in government. Still the only person that I would actually willingly vote for. And not be like, I guess I'm gonna go throw this away and do something today.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how
Oh,
are
you're
you?
choosing
I'm good, how are
choosing the
you?
worst two people
I am
to
doing well.
do the initial
Yeah.
Busy day,
context
but
on this
doing
one.
well.
Yeah, I can tell. So
Yes.
what?
There's only
So-
2 videos.
There's tons. I've added like 50.
What are you talking about? What are
I've
they
literally-
titled under?
Bro, refresh it.
I'm curious, how
I'm just gonna
long
play it
has
until I
this been
find
going
something.
on?
So we know that there has been this kind of extortion scheme from
Mhm.
Hillary, at least for the last year and a half. But it's been going on for basically since the divorce was filed in late 2021. And we didn't really know the full extent of what was going on. We knew that the divorce was going to go public. It was then leaked, not by us, but by somebody else.
Let's go.
Oh, you know what?
Yesterday, a video from Jared Monroe, former employee of Steven Crowder's show and company, Louder.
What?
If the reason it wasn't showing up is you have to reset it with the sort sometimes. So now it repopulated. I refreshed the whole list.
Can you create a marker? It's not letting me.
With Crowder, went public saying he was
I'm not
being
on the right
legally
screen.
abused
We couldn't create a marker. Please try again.
Weird.
because of a non-disparagement and non-disclosure agreement and needed your help. So far, he's raised $72,000 with some very serious accusations against Steven Crowder. Now, the latest news, Louder with Crowder has filed a lawsuit accusing Jared Monroe and Hillary Crowder of an extortion scheme. And I got to say, it does not look good for Jared and Hillary Crowder. Notably, just right off the bat, Steven Crowder's ex-wife claimed that she is in need of work and not doing so well financially. But according to court documents, Steven Crowder's been ordered to pay her $25,000 per month for the last 2 years. So something doesn't seem to add up. Now, I don't know what Hillary Crowder, Steven's ex-wife, how she would respond to those reports. But I do think this is a very interesting story right now, considering, well, Steven Crowder's trending. And I've dealt with some legal issues in the past. And, this is big news in independent media. I'm not one to typically dive into these drama
Sure, bro.
stories.
Sure.
And typically I avoid them because I believe it's infinitely more important to talk about things.
Bro,
like
bro literally is like, I've dealt with legal problems in the past. I'll be an expert on this.
Dunning-Kruger?
I can't deny it. I have a personal bias in this that two things. First, my personal bias is I've dealt with legal issues in the past, and I really want to understand how this stuff happens because I've had crazy stuff happen to me here at Timcast. I don't know who's right or who's wrong, Steven Crowder or Jared or Hillary Crowder. None of that matters. But I feel passionate about subjects like this, and I feel like I have insights which can help inform many people as to what may be going on, though far be it for me to know the truth, right? You've got warring parties in this one. But I do think it's also fair to mention.
This is awesome. An extortion scheme. Awesome.
This is
so excited.
Potentially shaping the landscape of independent media, where we go from here. And Louder
Sure
Crowder,
it
of
is,
course, is one
bro.
of the biggest
Sure it
shows
is.
on the internet, and lends a lot to the stories like this to the credibility of individuals who are challenging the establishment. And so, for those reasons, and primarily my personal
Challenging
interest in
the
the story, I
establishment.
give you this segment. Now, the other day we
One
saw this
thing to
fundraiser,
become it.
GoFundMe, Monroe Family Legal Fund, free Jared Monroe, currently $72,857 raised, and
you know, I got to be honest, it really bums me out to see this. Not that Jared shouldn't be allowed to raise money, but that there are many people donating lots of money saying, I did not know Crowder was this bad. You don't know Crowder is bad. You don't know that Jared is bad. It's a legal dispute where everyone's got their perspective on it. And it may be that there are two individuals who are actually both good people who are at an impasse and both view themselves as morally right.
Steven's
This
not
is
a good
typical.
person. Second of all,
The issue is not that Jared
are you just saying it like sarcastically here? Or are you believing the narrative Tim Pool is giving you on it being an extortion scheme?
No, that was sarcasm.
Okay, I was just checking, you know, because that would be a wild thing for you to say.
It's money. Is that many people are throwing Crowder under the bus without actually knowing what's happening, and a lot of people are. I feel like a lot of people.
Now, Tim, why, oh why, sweet boy, would people be doing that? What could possibly have caused people to want to see Steven Crowder go down? What could possibly have done that? I couldn't imagine.
People are jumping the gun and making assumptions about who they think is right on this one. But let's read the news from SCNR.com.
This
exclusive.
Self-referential.
Louder with Crowder files lawsuit
Nice.
accusing Jared Monroe and Hillary Crowder of extortion scheme. I just
notice how the no disclosure that's his news outlet.
don't want Steven Crowder anywhere near those kids. Jared Mettello, also known as Jared Monroe, said in a text message to Hillary Crowder. Was it a text message or an email? Louder with Crowder LWC, has filed a lawsuit against former employee Jared Mettello, also known as Jared Monroe or not gay Jared, accusing him of engaging in an extortion scheme with Steven Crowder's ex-wife, Hillary, and her family. Wait till you see some of the stuff that was published. Like, apparently someone, I don't know if they threw a potato through his window or something. Okay. So Mettello's raised, well, as of the writing of this article, 66, but it's actually up to 72. Despite the seemingly sudden conflict between him and Crowder, Mettello parted ways way back in August of 2018. At the time, he signed an agreement with the company that included a non-disparagement clause. Louder with Crowder's lawsuit, which only names Mettello, claims that this scheme began in 2022 when Steven's ex-wife, Hillary Crowder, plotted to extort him for, quote, more money than Texas law would allow in their pending divorce proceedings.
Oops, my mic
According
was
to
open
court
this whole
filings
time.
obtained by SCNR,
Huh?
I said, oops, the mic was open this whole time with my speaker next to it.
Steven has been ordered to pay Hillary $25,000 a month in support for the last 2 years. However, in a recent social media post seeking employment, she claims she can no longer afford to be a stay-at-home mother. Oh, this is interesting. Hillary Crowder posted, looking for work that is remote with flexibility. I am open to anything, particularly work that allow me to be present at home with the twins. Thank you in advance to anyone that's willing to help.
You know, I'm pretty curious about this, right? I wonder why Tim is using a source which on Twitter has 1,000 followers and no posts. How interesting. Where did you get this source? Where did you get this source from, Tim? Could it possibly be you and your news outlet and your self-referencing to make more content on top of your own news outlet? You're a cunt. You are the human equivalent of those science AI channels. Scum.
Is that what he's
Trash.
doing?
That's
funny.
literally what he's doing. This is his brand. It's his news outlet. He rebranded it from Timcast News because that's a fucking awful name. But yes, that's his.
What
Help me in this pursuit by sharing this post. I look forward to bringing my diligence, hard work ethic, creativity, and ability to think outside the box. Hillary Crowder.
This here.
What's it called?
SCNR. It's Scanner, right? Cassandra McDonald. Do you know who that is?
The news is called CNR.
SCNR.
Oh, okay.
So, Cassandra Fairbanks. Do you know who that is?
No.
No, she's a journalist that used to work for, I think, Gateway Pundit. Tim poached her for his news to be the editor-in-chief of his news. She got married, changed her last name. This is his outlet. Literally non-disclosing that he's using his own sources as a story here. This is not journalism.
Of extortion scheme. I just don't want Steven Crowder anywhere near those kids. Jared Mettello, also known as Jared Monroe, said in a text message to Hillary Crowder. Was it a text message or an email? Louder with Crowder LWC, has filed a lawsuit against former employee Jared Mettello, also known as Jared Monroe or not gay Jared, accusing. If she's getting $25,000 a month, I mean, she can certainly afford to stay home. I don't know where she's living. Louder with Crowder's lawyers allege that in August 2022, Hillary messaged relatives and a lawyer saying it was time this divorce went.
Do you really think that Steven Crowder is going to give her $25,000 a month? The guy wouldn't even buy her a second car. He was that abusive. Do you think he's going to when he can still control her by not giving her money? Of course he's not going to fucking do it. He's going to drag that shit out. You muted.
All she did is ask if there's part-time work available that she can do remotely.
Yeah.
She didn't say
Like,
she needed money or something.
Yeah, there's nothing about that. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is further to my point.
Steven's employee.
Who is?
His ex-wife. She was his employee as well.
Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. That's awesome. That's epic.
Public and boasted that she held Stephen's reputation in her hands. The legal team claimed Hillary and her family were optimistic that making things public would create social media pressure and optics that would cause Louder with Crowder to force Crowder to settle in the divorce proceedings. Defendants then implemented their full-throated effort to engage in the negative media campaign to damage Louder with Crowder. Those are quotes from the suit, not from SUNR. In an email sent to family members on September 11, 2022, Hillary's father, Tom Corzon, had detailed the type of team he wants to build to help his daughter in the divorce, specifically to destabilize his former son-in-law and father of his grandchildren. They understand right-wing media. They are familiar with who Stephen is and who Stephen is and that world and the things that would destabilize him. So here's appears to be, I believe this is an email or no, this looks like it's a text, perhaps a text. It says, I believe this is probably obtained through discovery.
Oh my god.
Okay.
In legal proceedings.
Let's go ahead and move on.
My additional.
Same story.
Yeah, I want something else. Oh shit. Anyway, Tim referencing himself, still calling himself a journalist. Cool. That would be like us using our article on child soldiers in Ethiopia every time we talk about Ethiopia.
Instead of just saying, "Hey, we have an article on this."
Yeah, yeah. And then setting it up as a separate news source and not disclosing that it's ours.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's so intellectually dishonest as well, and on top of being completely against journalistic ethics completely.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just insane.
There have been multiple attempts, I think it's by the FTC, to get rid of non-compete clauses and NDAs. The Federal Trade Commission has, proposed a rule to ban non-compete clauses in particular. I don't know what the status of that is at the moment. There is also, I think, an FTC move to ban at least or make your NDA an unenforceable
I don't remember
non-compete.
when Crowder did
These
that.
are both actions that the
He just went on there and Jewish question.
I do. Yes. Yeah. That may have been when no, that was before, I think. I think I had stopped watching Steven Crowder like years before that. I think maybe 2015 was the last time. But yeah, sporadically, like the change your mind things I'd watch just because it's fucking dumb. And I like seeing college kids destroy him and then him cope. It's kind of funny.
government can take.
But that's that happened.
And it's interesting to see right-wingers come to understand that there are certain things that are unjust, that they are manipulations by what they would call powerful people, but it's really, it's capitalists and bosses who have too much power in our society and in relationship to workers. And this guy, I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
This guy named Jared, who did they call him? What did they call him? Not Gay Jared?
Yeah, they called him Not Gay Jared every time he was mentioned on the show.
He worked on Steven Crowder's show. And he
Jack
left
has a Steven Crowder
a couple
shirt.
of years ago, and there was a lot of controversy around it. I mean, but
I have two.
Oh my god! See, this is why nobody has to be embarrassed that they used to be a Trotskyist.
I also have no shame. I give no fucks.
nobody really knew because he didn't really say that much about it. And apparently, Steven Crowder, it appears, because he doesn't name him, but he says my former employer, has been basically assaulting this guy with all sorts of like lawsuit threats, injunctions, whatnot, because there's something, I guess, that Crowder's very, very afraid is going to come out about what is going on at his workplace. And it's interesting to
So
remember.
many videos on this list. Got to be deleting them as we go.
It was recent. No, he's done it before, but that I did hear about this one. Yeah,
What happened?
it was with the Daily Wire thing
What happened? I'm
where
I
Steven
didn't-
Crowder didn't want to get bought out by the Daily Wire.
Oh
and
yeah,
lost
yeah,
his
yeah,
shit.
yeah.
Remember Crowder when
had
he
developments
it
as
was an
well.
assault on freedom when he.
Huh?
That had a little bit of developments as well, but it wasn't that funny, so I didn't really.
Yeah.
He had to sign an NDA.
He said
Here
Big Tech
is-
is in bed with Big Con, and it's because of these onerous contracts.
Yep. Well, I guess I know where he got the idea for those owners' contracts. Here is conservative political commentator Jared Monroe, who posted this on Twitter the other day. It's a 15-minute clip, but we're just going to play the first 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Enough is enough.
RM Brown
This
also
can't
has
go
a
on
video
any
on it.
longer, and as the famous saying goes, sunlight is the best disinfectant. So, there we go. I'm currently being legally abused and intimidated into silence by a former employer. This has been going on for a while now, and I simply cannot live in darkness for another day. But I am asking for your help to fight back. First, some context.
Who's this homo?
In late October of 2023, to my surprise, I was served these papers. A cease and desist from my former employer. It threatened severe legal action in the form of a lawsuit demanded I cease communications with my friends. The scare tactics of cease and desist are generally to intimidate, isolate, and eventually devastate. Like most cease and desist, it also demanded that I swiftly provide them written certificates.
Go to the RM Brown coverage of this. I put like 20 on there because you said find more. I didn't know the list hadn't repopulated though. That's why I was like, you got more on that? Jesus Christ, you know.
It's fine.
But after this,
I just want
RM
variety.
Brown one,
That's all.
RM Brown, he'll do a compilation of all the clips and stuff. You know who else did a video on this?
Who?
Too Lazy to Try.
Oh, really?
It wasn't good.
No, there's no matches. That's good. No, I need
What,
to
you looking
reload
for
everything.
RM Brown?
Certificate of my compliance.
Don't worry.
I did not. In the same delivery, I was also served these papers. A Rule 202 petition from my former employer. You can look that up on the internet. I know I had to. These documents were filed with the county court of my former place of employment, demanding that I be subject to an oral deposition under oath for an unlimited amount of time, where they were free to interrogate me on pretty much any private matter that they chose. Also, in this petition for discovery, they demanded that I turn over documents of all communications with more than a dozen of my friends and unlimited amounts of unnamed persons in any form and over an unlimited period of time. I did not. Now, I do not for a few reasons. Number one, I have seen how this employer handles legal issues, and I knew that once I opened the door to legal abuse, it would never, ever be shut. This is how they operate. In fact, I'm not the only one who's a current victim. My former employer is exploiting the legal system to abuse others right now, all in the darkness, fully knowing that the fear and risks it takes to speak up. This kind of harassment at the hands of the powerful isn't just designed to financially ruin somebody. It's designed to cripple their soul. And I wasn't about to put...
Well, maybe you shouldn't have gotten in bed with fucking fascists and conservative grifters, you fuck.
Yeah, don't forget this guy is still a fascist.
Yeah.
I'm being abused.
My family embarked upon a journey down that road. Number two, I was not about to allow the privacy of my personal life.
All right, we don't need to. I mean, people should
Fuck Steven Crowder, but oh my god, the consequences of my own actions.
You are going to have your own real relationships I have with them.
Basically, he goes on to talk about like all of these things that Crowder's people are doing to harass this guy. And in the end, he basically says, I'm done. He's doing a fundraiser and he's going to try and fight back. And it also sounds like he has a lot of information that once he gets a judge to say that the NDA is not reasonable, he's going to release this stuff.
Yeah, and Crowder's suing for that information, it seems like, too. I mean, all the he goes later in the video saying all the communications with friends and stuff like that, they're suing to get that. And apparently the judgment was made that he has to give that stuff up. And instead of doing that, he's doing this. And, I think he's probably still got abhorrent political values, but it's horrible to see a worker in this industry get treated like this and get victimized by an NDA system. And he's got, like you said, like he's got new kids, and Crowder's doing this now.
Honestly, like, I don't know how look, I remember the day that Rush Limbaugh, it was announced that he got busted for pulling out. They caught him pulling out,
Pulling out of a
$9,900 from his bank in cash to buy Oxy. And I remember exactly where I was. I think it was in 2003. And I was out in LA at the time working. And I remember thinking like, wow, I wonder how his audience is going to react to the fact that he's been calling, drug addicts, like, morally degenerate for years. And they didn't seem to care at the end of the day. They didn't really seem to care.
Yeah,
and I wonder if Crowder, what was it, a year ago?
Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder is so irrelevant. Everyone knew who Rush was. Plus, also, the most conservatives listen to AM radio. My dad still listens to like AM radio. That's why he listens to fucking, what is his name? What's that meathead idiot's name?
The one with the crazy hair?
No, Dan Bongino.
Ah, that guy. Yeah. Is he on public radio? Is he?
Yeah, I mean, he does a
AM?
podcast, is what I'm saying.
Right.
That's the type of stuff my dad listens to, is only
Yeah.
talky stuff. And it's all racist.
Had this big fight with Daily Wire 6 months ago, basically saying how disgusting it was for them to include a non-compete or an NDA. Like, he wouldn't sign an NDA. And of course he was full of it, right? He just didn't get as much money as he wanted. But to have made that huge thing and then to have this revelation out there, here is Gerald Morgan, who is the CEO of Mug Club and also his sidekick, talking about this whole thing with Jared on Rumble. I guess this was yesterday.
Are you honking at me?
Claiming that it's a big conspiracy involving Crowder's ex-wife.
If everything you've seen in the public eye has been part of a well-orchestrated plan. What is that plan?
Pause it for
To
one second.
assimilate-
Are they working out together? Like, is Jared, like, it looks like the Gerald's like, you could just put Crowder's head on that same body.
Same build. Yeah, it's getting jacked.
Yeah.
Last year and a half, everything you've seen in the public eye has been part of a well-orchestrated plan.
Pause it for one second. Did you
What is
see
that
from
coming out as well, or is he
year and a
coming out
half?
in favor of Crowder?
Does that include you?
No, he's literally, think about this. Crowder had his own bitch because he's so afraid and cowardly go on there and defend him.
Hilarious.
I
and
love
the Ethan
Sam
thing? Is
just
that part of the
be like, are they working out together? Like, it's such a funny thing to say.
diction?
No, Sam Cedar. Go ahead.
Plan to assimilate damaging PR assets and wage a negative publicity campaign against Stephen.
From your Ring camera?
I'll show you the quotes. I'll show you the text messages. I'll show you everything.
Why is
all of the stuff that we did not talk about because we were giving
cult
people the
documentation
opportunity to
video.
do the right thing. Taking the hits, taking the hit pieces, dealing with all of it to give people the opportunity to do the right thing. They chose not to. I wonder.
And just want you to know, truth is the ultimate shield.
Yeah.
Except for Steven's afraid to say any of this. He's back in the
He's crying.
right now.
Yeah. But, and also, yeah, we didn't respond to all that really damaging stuff, not because, but because we were letting you have a chance to do the right
Because
thing. Not
we
because we
handed
totally
it
could
to
have
our
responded.
lawyers and we were having them try and sue people who had no health care and were about to expect a baby.
Taking the hit pieces, dealing with all of it to give people the opportunity to do the right thing. They chose not to. I wonder why Jared decided to release his video
What
yesterday.
is with the framing, bro?
Just for some backstory, there'd been no communication between our
Heads
attorneys
getting cut off.
for a
They
couple
got
of
to
weeks.
get the
So
they
there's-
got to get the sponsors in there. That's why. But they could just zoom out.
So if we start, okay, well, how do we get a Rumble stick? Are they going to send us one if we go over there and start doing Rumble too?
Maybe. I want a rumble stick.
I just
No
think
impetus
I
for
just
it.
think
The-
it's like I just think like get to the point where it's like have something where we can like set up and stream on every platform available, right?
Yep.
And Rumble especially interests me because we're already getting so much in-hinge shit that comes in from Twitch, right? And like I encourage that in-hinge shit to come in. And I think rage baiting, like how Hasan does, is what draws more of those people in, and then
Yeah.
we get money. You know, it's like how like I started blocking out blue checks, by the way. I'm done with it, bro. I know you're just
Oh, that's
doing this,
hilarious.
like they've gotten so much more annoying because they're doing it for the fucking money now, right? So like I've been saying this, like the people who said block all blue checks, right? And there's the campaign to block all blue checks, they were right. They were correct the whole time. I should have been listening from the start and blocking all the blue checks. I'm done with all of them. Anytime I see a
No,
dumb
that's
blue
fair.
check post, they're getting blocked.
Compelling him to give a deposition had already expired on March 15th.
Okay,
So
buddy.
when he released his video
Nope, I can't get
yesterday,
up. Sorry.
he asked you to contribute money for a lawsuit that did not exist, unless he's had a lawsuit that he would like to file, which he indicated maybe that was the case. We had not sued Jared. We simply asked Jared to knock it off. I'll get into the timeline of that.
Under legal threat.
But Tuesday, March 26th was the day that he chose to release his video. I wonder if it had anything to do with Wednesday, March 27th being the 5th day of mediation between Stephen and Hillary.
Wait, pause.
Why release it?
Wait, why? What happens on the 5th day of mediation? Is that the day that God makes what? Makes the house payments?
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered.
What about the 4th day?
all there.
How many days of mediation are they going to do? Just 5? Like, why does he emphasize 5th day?
Just the dumb numerology mind.
Is there some numerology thing that I don't know about?
Like, it seems biblical. Like, it does seem like there's
5.
something.
How many points are there on a?
Okay, I'm going to Iron Brown.
Oh, shit. God damn it. Son of a bitch.
Oh my God.
God damn it. Shit. Hey, man.
Oh, it's the YouTube algorithm. What's going on?
Yeah, man. Hey, you're permadeemed now.
Permadeem, what is that?
You're permanently demonetized.
Oh,
shit on my life. Yeah, it's over, man. Wrap it up.
Well, guys, it's Friday. Unless you're watching this on not a Friday. And in that case, you're probably questioning time itself. And I can't, that's something you're going to have to look to the Lex Fridman podcast for insight into. Okay. And where can you find that? That's on YouTube. Okay. Lex Fridman. What else we got here? Ooh. Okay. It says here, new segment alert. Okay. Today's new segment is a message to the haters. And now a message to the haters. Hey, you want this?
Huh? Why are you hating?
Boom. Boom. Good morning.
Oh, yeah. What's
I've
up,
been
man?
scheduled to host the show today for about a week. And the topics that we were going to discuss were what you would expect in any Louder with Crowder show. Talking about some news, make some jokes, maybe poorly.
Better
Go like this.
But unfortunately, that's no longer the case today.
Oh, Christ.
Well before any video that was released, we were going to do this show this way.
Okay, speed it up.
I'll get
man.
to why Steven's not here in just a minute, but it was planned from a week ago, not from yesterday.
Okay, we get it.
I just want to say
Calm
at the top
down.
that none of this had to happen.
Okay, yeah. So this story is trending all over the place. This story is sniffing. It's this guy, Steve Crowder. If you don't know who that is, he's an irritating guy. He's from Canada, I think, but he didn't he didn't catch the Canadian comedy gene. Come on. But this guy, man, he's in like endless public legal disputes and problems.
Monroe alleges that Crowder has subjected him to years of legal abuse following his departure from the company. And as a result, he's now soliciting donations in order to pay his legal bills and prevent the financial ruin of his family.
You can call me
But
whatever
Crowder
the
has
fuck
alleged
you
that-
want. At this point, I don't give a shit. I'm fucking better than you.
Daddy can do no wrong.
Okay, sorry. Oh, man.
Monroe alleged that he was bullied into signing an aggressive separation agreement after a drawn-out legal fight in which Crowder's lawyers argued he should be blocked from working in media anywhere in the world
Wow.
for 2 years,
Whoa.
have his personal Twitter account seized, and turn over all his personal production equipment that he paid for himself.
That's sick.
Oh, man. Drama alert.
Drama
You
alert
are
on this one.
garbage,
So this is
okay?
a former
You're garbage.
employee of this guy, Steven Crowder. The former employee's name is
Every single person on this planet is gay.
Jared. And this guy,
Every single person on this planet is gay.
Jared, is saying like, oh, this
Damn,
guy was
bro,
a
that's
pervert.
gotta be,
and he also
the
locked
gayest
me into
shit
this
I've
NDA,
ever heard ever.
non-disclosure agreement where I can't do anything. I have a family. I can't do anything. I can't do this.
He has such punchy sound bites. It's great.
Oh, he's the best.
Yeah, and people are pointing out that the same guy, what's the guy's name? Steven Crowder. What was it, like a couple years ago? He was going on and on about predatory contracts. When it came to him getting like a bunch of millions of dollars, he went on something about predatory contracts. Oh, man, they're trying to give me $50 million. This is sick.
No
And then he
offense, but it
basically,
sounds like
tricks
that's
this guy,
some
locks this guy
fucking
into this crazy
commie
contract. Kinda makes him seem
gobbledygook.
like a bit of a princess, he's like, when it comes to him. But when it comes to his employees, it seems like it's boom, boom, boom. I mean, even without the crazy contracts, could you imagine working for that pendejo to Steve Crowder? Could you imagine that? The guy's jumping around the office smoking or whatever,
We're going to do movie reviews. They're going to be up on the Patreon probably because we can't upload them to YouTube. they get instantly taken down.
And you're like, oh man, that's amazing, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, whatever. This guy's in a
I mean, we haven't done any movie reviews.
Oh, you've uploaded the whole thing, and it just get instantly
No.
struck
That was
down.
just a watch thing. I was checking it to see if it got flagged.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. I was expecting it to get flagged.
Yeah, but we are currently in the works on doing a Ghost in the Shell standalone complex thing as well. So,
Well, it's like we're gonna talk about why the live action movie is woke washed.
yeah, and why everybody that criticized it is wrong.
no
I blame
public legal
Obama.
dispute.
10 years after the fact, real on time, real topical.
Yeah, I blame Obama.
With his wife, public legal dispute with his former employee. Ah, thank God that's it. Thank God that's the only people after his ass. Boom.
But to be fair, Crowder has a lot of enemies, including former Daily Wire host Candace Owens, who tweeted
Christ.
in response to Monroe's video,
Here we go.
wait till they find out what he's been doing to his wife. I never edited my opinion on Steven Crowder because I knew that everything would eventually be revealed.
Oh,
this
come
really
on.
is going to be a year of revelations.
Whoa.
All right, I guess hold on to your butts for that.
Hey,
Owens
hey, come on. Don't bring Jurassic Park into this, Anna.
Here come the receipts. I hate being in this position, guys.
Oh,
It gives
yeah, I get it, man. Why did Steve make you do this? I imagine behind the scenes, he's like, I got to do this, Steve. I got to go out there and defend this crap. She's your ex-wife. You deal with it. Goddamn you, Steve, you son of a bitch. You.
February 20th. Per Jared's text messages, any scenario where Hillary and I team up is the end of him, meaning Steven.
Whoa.
It is his worst nightmare. Watch the real fear enter his eye when Tim asks the question. Boom. All been going on behind the scenes.
Calm down with the gravitas,
Can you believe the actions?
And no,
that looked very cut off. Where's the rest of that? Is there more context to that, or did you cut it off intentionally to misrepresent something? I wonder. Sus.
The people that are out in public saying they're trying to do the right thing.
Huh?
And yet.
Yeah, so this is some messy ass little back and forth drama, legal crap, all this. It's kind of sad. But, they upload this video here where it's like, oh man, we're providing all the receipts here. We're exonerating ourselves here. This guy, Steven Crowder, says that his ex-wife and some employee are attacking him, and then they're saying, well, he was attacking us. We're just fighting back. I feel bad that kids are caught in the middle of this. Steven Crowder has kids, But then I thought about it. I was like, well, it's probably just bad being Steven Crowder's kids in general.
Sure.
What does your dad do? Well, he dresses up in drag and he goes into a Papa John's to prove some kind of point, I don't know. He's from Canada. Oh, so he's funny. Yeah, that's complicated too.
And so this company is suing Hillary for
Canadians?
extortion against us. We filed a lawsuit against Hillary, her family, and media reps for tortious interference.
Doesn't matter.
Oh my God.
And their extortion conspiracy scheme.
Wow. Extortion conspiracy theme. Oh my God. This is some real double indemnity film noir shit going on here, man.
Which I will lay out in detail.
Okay, calm down.
I take no pleasure in that.
Okay, stop.
I wish everybody would go and just do the right thing and we could all get on with our lives. And you can tune into this show and see updates about news, comedy.
Oh, well, I don't know about that.
You know where else you can do that? Our show. We do news Monday, Wednesday, Eastern, I think. John's time, American time. And then today, the fun stream on Friday. We also have the Patreon. We have our Substack, which we're going to get writing on. We're going to do a bunch of stuff.
It starts at 5 o'clock. Wow, you laughed at that? What a loser. I was just letting out the chinchilla, though.
Uh-huh.
I was washing my hands because, of course, my face is fucked now because I gave him like kisses next to my face.
You can get access to our Patreon for just $1. And you also get your name at the bottom, stuff like that. We don't really have like the typical Patreon rewards because we're kind of just fundraising at the moment to register the nonprofit.
Yeah, well, and then after that, like, it goes in, into nonprofit stuff, and it has to change over anyway. I'm not sure how. I think you can still do Patreon with it, but like if you do PayPal, and people hit like, do you see like what's the fucking Urban Rescue Ranch? His PayPal is down because people kept pressing pay instead of donate.
Oh, that's funny.
So like because he's registered as an NGO, they like took it down because they think it's like he's a scam.
Oh my God. For fuck's sake.
Anyway, here's Junk to tell you more.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
Thanks,
Give me my
Junk.
soundbite back.
I removed it for.
Give me my soundbite back.
I removed it. I had to take it away from you.
Give me it back.
I had to take it
Put it
away
back.
from you.
Put it
I
back.
don't think there's room for it.
Yeah, remove one of these fucking Nixon ones. We don't need both.
Uh-huh.
The comedy part. That's a
This
stretch.
one's
I don't
great.
like
The
it.
president
But
does it.
unfortunately-
That means that it is not illegal by definition. Exactly.
Can't do that today.
Oh, God damn it.
I hope we can get back to doing that very soon. In fact, we will tomorrow. Let's
Get
talk
rid of
about
this
some things that you know
rule.
and maybe some things that you don't.
No, the
The
rules.
chair will advise that the rules do care.
Don't know.
Okay.
So,
Get a
one of
drink.
the things you know, the ring footage, right? Everybody remembers that?
Get a drink first.
Oh, yeah.
please.
Oh, my machine just froze.
Oh, God. Come on.
Going out at all or no?
We're still going out.
all right.
It's just stuck
Okay.
on your camera.
Stuck on me. That's, you know what? That's fine.
Yeah.
It
That's
never
where we
ends.
need to be right now.
Yeah.
Just going to talk you guys through this. Here's what you know. Ring footage that was sent out that
Poggers!
portrayed Steven in a very negative light, having an
Okay.
argument with his wife. Steven admitted he's not a perfect guy.
Doing his
There are
best.
definitely faults.
Hey, I said
Arguments
he's doing.
happen.
Hey,
Uh-huh.
I said he's doing his best. Okay, go ahead.
People always say stuff that they wish they could either take back or was taken out of context in arguments.
Okay.
How do you take out of context that there was only one car for a pregnant wife and a guy that works full time? How do you explain that, my friend? Is that textbook spousal abuse, or was it just a spur of the moment out of context?
Watch it.
Mm.
Watch it.
Here's what you don't know.
Whoa. Okay.
Hillary deleted all of the other footage from that house on the Ring cameras and the Lake residence when a court expressly barred her from doing so.
Okay.
Wow. How many hours? Over 2,000 hours.
Okay.
Also, 8,000 hours never even handed over.
Oh my God, this is some real messy ass back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Boom, boom.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to like get too into people's messy personal lives. Blah 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 blah.
Who saves house security footage?
Yeah, well,
Psycho.
I think this should be a lesson to all of you.
Don't put security cameras in your fucking house.
Yes.
Also, don't put anything or any of these smart fucking devices in your house either. It's such a dumb fucking idea.
Yeah,
Don't
so
connect this shit to your Wi-Fi.
I think it might have been like DW, the German, the German people that claim shit if you play it.
Yeah.
They were at like a tech convention or something, right? And obviously, like all prototype tech, it's better to develop in China, right? Because you don't need to patent anything. You can just like do a quick development. And they're talking to this lady, and it was something like AI toilet, basically. That like it was for something to do with like cycles or pregnancy or something. Oh, it was a device that could monitor your fertility, is what it was, right?
Yeah.
But it was
No.
basically your toilet, right?
Mm-hmm.
That did it. So it's like, yeah, and it was currently available. Like it was a prototype people could buy. So it's like, imagine you are literally buying a toilet that's analyzing how many eggs you have for the Communist Party. Like it can't get weirder than that one, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Not cool.
Have you heard Slavoj Žižek
But I mean, from a legal.
toilets?
No. I don't think so.
Kind of whatever. His audience seems to think that this is kind of a slam dunk kind of thing. Here's a comment. All that footage deleted by his wife should be a major red flag. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the legal details of this, but it's also like, there could just be personal stuff in there. I don't think this is really the slam dunk that these people think it is.
Yeah, like
Wait, hold on. What the hell is this headline? What the hell is this
Weird
headline? Scared of a potato. Steven Crowder's divorce now revolves around threatening message inscribed on a yam. What? Right-wing commentator Steven Pendejo's divorce dominated internet discussion since last year, but it is a threatening message he says he received inscribed on a yam that is currently taking the cake. What? So this guy, Steven Crowder, got a threatening message scribbled onto the side of a sweet potato, and it repeats the same words Crowder was caught saying on camera footage. Watch it. Watch it. In addition to directions on how to heat it up in the microwave. Okay, this is some real Coen Brothers crap they got going on.
I love this group. This is 4 Patriots. I've been using so much of their stuff.
Boil some water, let it simmer, and you got yourself a hot and comforting meal. It's like a good recipe for peace of mind.
Just made up a massive lasagna, and we're gonna feed the family here.
Okay, so this guy Steve's show is on Rumble, and I kind of love Rumble because all the ads are for, and I really don't know how else to describe this, but slop buckets. All the ads are for buckets of, these are Patriot survival, foods? Patriot survival bucket foods.
And then we got to work. We put our aprons
it's
on
in a
the
lab.
test kitchen to try out new recipes. Expanded the variety of foods.
Shut up. Okay, so I'm a little more taking this a little more seriously because I didn't know you guys tested this macaroni and rice.
But I want to be clear. You cannot open this on screen, right? Because it has banned language in it. But this is a hilarious Zizek clip.
And ramen noodles in a scientific laboratory. Okay, so instead of talking about messy divorce drama and slop buckets all day, I wanted to actually look at it.
It's a King of the Black People.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
A Steve Crowder video. It is
What'd you
really
think
interesting.
of
I
it?
want to look at some of his actual content. So let's check that garbage out right now.
So have you been following this? You know, last night the
No, I have
voting
not.
whistleblower.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, no, that's I have a black friend. I can say it.
Ask me a question. And the answer is no, I have not.
Here's what I want to get into today.
Go ahead.
First off, I want to clarify as to why you have these kinds of quality control problems with companies like Boeing, you know, giant aerospace companies or military companies, and why they never improve. And that can only exist under the umbrella of suppressive government, to be clear.
Right,
If a
of
government
course.
picks winners, there have been
Oh my
little to
God.
no serious innovations
Right.
in aviation. So Barnett,
Hey,
so
calm
think
down.
of these
Doofus.
quality control problems. And you say, how does that happen? That's the important overarching point. It only happens under the all
Did he
watchful eye of
also
government.
have a
What's the solution?
doofus?
No, I did it.
Oh, okay. He might have it
Or
as
government
well.
oversight.
Maybe. What's this?
It's me, Tony Lasagna, from the neighborhood. We used to play stickball together behind the Olive Garden.
If government oversight made you safer, this wouldn't be happening.
Oh,
Let's
exactly.
be clear. It's really important to keep this in mind when you look at industries that you revile. Okay, do these industries?
I want mine back.
Oh, it's in there somewhere. What do you think of the
Suffer
Tony
from
Lasagna,
overregulation?
though?
You played it before. It's good. It's Olive Garden. I just didn't realize that's the one it was.
Regulation, taxation, government meddling, or less. When you look at companies who seem to, for example, have a monopoly or a
Hands off.
duopoly or
Yeah.
tripopoly. Let's look at, for example, cell phone carriers.
Too much regulation.
Let's look at social media.
Yeah, so this is the kind of content that these bad guys, you know, are getting in the way of Steven Crowder. So he does this segment about Boeing whistleblowers. He's like, ooh, you know, there's these reports that have come out that are like these planes aren't safe. There's problems. And Steven Crowder's solution is less regulation. Well, what does he say again?
Yeah, less
that can only
regulation
exist
is
under the
problem.
umbrella of suppressive government, to be clear.
Right. Yeah, so this guy says suppressive government. That's a problem. This is a story about suppressive government. I guess just read any reporting about this. Literally just Google whatever, Boeing regulation, just and then read anything.
Hey, we
about
have a
this.
report. Did you do the
And you will
screening
find
on
it.
that?
Not yet. I was good. Yeah. Not yet. I'll do it after
We
this.
got a report that should have been out a week ago that we're just going to release after this.
Yeah.
Is the exact
Instead of
opposite.
waiting.
It's so
I'll listen to it while I'm getting ready for the gym after the stream.
stupid that it's kind of brilliant. No, it's just stupid. So then he goes on and he's like, if we could just get rid of this basically non-existent regulation of these plane companies, then there would be all this innovation, which I don't know. It's not even a story about innovation. It's a story about safety inspection. People are worried about
Story
safety
about
on
cost
planes. Do you know
cutting.
what we need? Less oversight of safety on planes. That's great, Steven. And thank God this content is still getting out. You know? Okay, whatever. Everybody's giving this guy a hard time. They're giving this guy
He's-
this.
boom. he is
So I guess
done.
let's give him a more
He's
generous
over it.
interpretation of this. You know, this brilliant libertarian economic thinking. We get rid of, the government helping out these companies, helping make them monopolies, all this. We also get rid of the regulation, because of that regulation of airplanes.
It's weird.
Get the government out of there, We have an explosion of innovation. Everybody's making a plane now. I'm making a plane. Here's a recording of my plane company. My plane company is called
Hello, Tushy.
Because there's basically no regulation. RM Airlines, the pilots keep catching on fire. When you flush the toilet, the plane explodes. But people have the choice now, to be like, I'm not going to fly that one. I have the choice, and I'm not going to fly RM Airlines anymore because when you hit the thing for the flight attendant to come over, wing falls off.
Yeah, the coolest part about this whole story is the Boeing is one of 2 airline companies. That's the coolest part.
Mm-hmm.
It goes like this.
Take a doo-doo pop.
Yeah, that's really great. It's like a cost-cutting, profits and all that. That doesn't even factor into this at all.
Never.
It's kind of like a baby's view of the world or something. Yeah, that seems kind of like the view of a
Adult baby.
Well, anyway, guys.
Friday, dude.
It's Friday, dude.
And you know what that means?
It's weird.
It's time to do this. It's time to get
Weird.
But it's also time to
praise God.
So please praise God this week.
Okay, is that all? I think that's it for him. All right, next topic.
Monkey video. Did you find a good monkey? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Monkey videos, bro. This is way better than the fight that Hasan covered, huh?
Yes.
โอ้ยรถยังต้องจอดให้อ่ะ
Monkey swarm.
โอ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Hey, monkey swarm.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Hit him. Let him go. Monkey swarms. The reason that there's so many monkeys out is
they're organized gangs.
Yeah, it's hilarious because it came because of COVID. Because no tourists were feeding the monkeys, they ganged up and were going around mobbing people for food. That's hilarious.
The kid's laughing at it. That monkey could have scalped her.
Yeah. Imagine just going to work and you're like, fucking monkeys.
Yeah,
It's just like another thing.
That's like something I'm so glad I don't have to deal with ever. It's a fucking monkey. Are you done? I didn't think so. Oh no.
In my last video, we covered 2 big myths about socialism, but we have more.
See?
So here's myth 3. Socialism brings good things
Bro,
if it's
I
democratic.
told you you didn't cover 5
Examples of
myths.
failed
I
socialism that
told
critics
you he
use
didn't
are not
cover
socialist
5 myths in
democracies,
that
but
video.
authoritarian states.
That's fucking
Hang on.
hilarious.
Hang on.
Oh,
Things are
pause,
moving
you
too
fucking
fast.
useless fucking video player. Fuck me. Sorry, go on.
What
you,
was
YouTube.
reason 3 though?
Socialism brings good things if it's democratic.
Oh my god.
Who says this?
Nobody. It's conservatives.
No, so what he's doing is how Bernie Sanders is like democratic socialism, so they try to keep telling him he's a socialist, and he's like, no, it's democratic socialism. It's completely different. It's actually a liberal ideology. Oh, bro.
The examples of failed socialism that critics use are not socialist democracies, but authoritarian states.
Democratic socialists denounce all that. The key word for them, democratic. They believe that both the government and the economy should be run by the people by way of the ballot box.
It's so funny that they can't figure out that if authoritarian socialism exists, that democratic socialism must exist as well.
It's Ayn Rand TV. Of course they can't.
¡Esta es la hora del pueblo bolivariano!
But Venezuela's socialist was elected.
Aquí no hay dictadura. Yo he sido electo aquí 3 veces.
They can start off democratically elected, and then once they centralize control over the economy, it becomes impossible to democratically unelect them.
Economist Ben Powell.
Now, Maduro rules while ordering state employees to vote for him or they lose their job.
Maduro blatantly buying votes.
They put food aid stations next to polling places and you get rewarded with rations if you vote correctly. Now democracy there is a sham.
It always becomes authoritarian? Always?
Everywhere you try socialism, that's what you get.
No.
It's hard to exercise political freedom if you don't have economic freedoms. If you're dependent upon the state for your livelihood, you lose your ability to use your voice to oppose them because you can be punished.
But unfortunately, people don't realize that when they're promoting democratic socialism.
Democratic socialism is your kid's public school.
It's the researchers and scientists paid with our taxes.
It's our interstate highway system.
We're not purely capitalist. There are some industries that are government owned, operated, and controlled, socialized, if you will. It's no accident that when you look at these and think about things that have
whenever they have to bring up Venezuela, right?
Yeah.
It's always, that's the thing. And all I can think about is that one video where it's like, but I just told you they're eating rats. I just want them to have like free healthcare, sweetie, or honey is what she says. I just want like free healthcare, honey.
Yeah.
Our public education, our congested streets, these socialized industries don't work well.
But what about
Norway? It's as socialist as they come.
Instead of Cuba or China, think Sweden.
myth 4? Socialism does work well in Scandinavia. But Scandinavian countries are not socialist.
Sweden isn't socialist.
They're democratic socialist.
The private company go to restaurants, hotels, they're privately owned. Markets organize the vast majority of Swedish economic activity.
Are they about to argue that democratic socialism is actually good now?
Socialism is when no markets.
But Sweden
did have a period in the 1970s and 1980s when we had something that resembled socialism, a big government that taxed and spent heavily. There were waiting lines to get health care. People couldn't get the pension that they depended on for the future. At that point, the Swedish population just said, enough, we can't do this.
So Sweden cut taxes and cut government spending. They privatized trains, sold state-owned businesses.
Wow, crazy. It's almost like a balance between the two is the correct option. You fucking doofus.
Talk about democratic socialism. I'm looking at countries like Denmark.
When American politicians wrongly
these
called
people are so terrified of Bernie.
It's so funny. He's such a harmless man. Look at him.
Bro,
Scandinavia
have you seen the
socialist.
closed chair?
Denmark.
The what?
The closed chair.
No.
Okay, hang on.
Hanging.
Bernie closed chair. Google searching. So it was him like watching some election or something, right? And at his own home, right? And people are saying that he's literally got a closed chair. You know, like
you mean like mine?
Yeah.
My clothes couch? Yeah. Good for him. I like that. It's a man ready to change on a whim. I like this guy.
I just at least put it in a laundry basket. I just keep the dirty one upstairs and the clean one downstairs, basically. So when I have to do a show,
Prime Minister came
Yes. Yeah. That makes sense.
into America to refute them.
Denmark is far from a socialist planned economy. Denmark is a market economy
In fact, Denmark today is more free market than America.
with much freedom to pursue your dreams and live your life.
Finally, myth 5.
Calm
Socialism
down.
is completely different from fascism. When a congressman said,
"Oh
The potential is out there
Jesus Christ.
for another Hitler, socialist like Hitler, to come along.
Another congressman said he was wrong.
It's the Nazis that's terrible, not the
Rick,
socialists. They were Nazis
nothing-
who killed Jews, and I would get offended when you compare socialists to Nazis.
They were fascists. It's true that fascism and socialism aren't exactly the same, but they do have a lot in common.
They both replace market decision-making with command and control. While socialism abolishes private property.
Let's see how close they get. Let's see how close they get and how wrong their conclusion is.
Replaces it with state ownership. Fascism leaves private ownership in nominal terms at least, but replaces decision-making with state control and orders. As an average person living your life, whether under socialism or fascism, you lose your autonomy.
Man, you know what that really sounds like? China.
I fucking hate John Stossel so much, bro.
Exactly what was just explained as fascist sounds exactly like China.
Bro,
You
how
get
do they make a point and then
free-
the next thing talk about how something is like, oh, but they literally says it's democratic socialism like they have in Norway. And then it's like, Norway isn't socialist at all. Okay, so the Norway system's fine then. Those Nordic models are fine then?
I guess so, because Denmark doesn't count.
That's what I'm getting from this, idiots.
But it's also like I don't know.
The
Fucking
Nazis
morons.
were socialists. Shut
Morons.
the fuck up, bro.
Morons.
Economy, your control over your own future. Only under capitalism do you have the freedom to say no.
Wrong.
Entrepreneurs offer you their
No,
services.
you don't.
They offer you employment. You can say no and choose a
Oh
better
my
path
god,
for
these
yourself.
people,
You don't get that.
these libertarians that want to, they're such con artists, right? The ability to say no. It's not coercive at all.
No, never.
That same type of choice.
Yeah,
When someone else.
So
is
you're
banning the
telling me I have
economy.
more than 2 options for those airlines I can fly on, or what?
Of course. There's always 2 options, obviously.
Oh, that's all though.
Well, and another economist wrote a book about socialist countries.
We went to Socialism 2018, the biggest gathering of young socialists. And they pointed out lots of problems in the United States, problems with migration, with war, with policing.
Wow,
Problems
and they were how
identifying
old?
were the product of bad government that the U.S. is giving them.
Crazy.
not
It's almost
capitalism.
like there's a
Socialism
reason why
appeals,
they
'cause
like
it
make you a certain age before you can even be president.
Yeah.
You need a certain amount of time on this earth before you can govern people on that position. Sometimes too much time. You let them cook too long.
Promises fairness and equality.
Resources should be allocated to those who need them.
They hear the preaching of socialism.
It had a
about
fascist
equality.
government, then it didn't, and then it had another fascist government, and then it didn't, and then it had another fascist government. And that's the history of Russia from World War II.
They don't look on what it actually delivers. The history of humanity is of poverty, starvation, early death. This was true throughout our history until very recently. In the last 20 years, we've seen more humans escape extreme poverty than any other time in human history. And that's because of markets.
Good thing those socialist democratic countries believe in markets. Idiot. Dumb video. Like literally a video that contradicts itself twice.
Let's see. People
Doesn't
very
all-
excited over the Saudis and their fake walls.
See, he says, please stop soying over Lion City. Who's soying over this?
I don't know. This is why I've clicked it, because I'm curious.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nobody cares about this. It's fake.
Have you seen?
Yeah.
In the Saudi Arabian line city they're trying to build in the desert, it's so dumb. Yeah, I saw this. It's the ultimate like gigacope. I really wish that my brain was made of liquid so that I could look at 3D renders of completely unfeasible, ridiculously impossible, unviable, inefficient, stupid, disgusting architectural projects, and I could be like, oh dude, that's so cool.
Is taking place. Imagine a traditional city and consolidating its footprint, designing to protect and enhance nature. The line's communities are organized.
Protect
in
and
three
enhance
dimensions.
nature.
Like you could
putting a huge wall to be dividing like migrate herds and stuff.
Literally be like, here's how we'll fix problems. What if we took all of our cities and we compressed them into a giant cube in the Pacific Ocean? If you did a 3D render of that and you put like inspiring music with a montage over it, like people would believe it, you know?
Bro, it's Saudi Arabia. I mean, just honestly, like at the end of the day, I don't think what they're doing is like, because we know what it's going to end up being, right? I don't think it's that ambitious. I mean, if you look at the fucking like clock tower at Mecca and stuff, or like how much they've built there, just like this is what they like. Look, and also Vosh, think about this: if we park Saudi wealth in a line city in Saudi Arabia, they'll stop parking it in our property to raise our rent prices. So we should encourage the line city to happen.
Fault is this? This is the Saudi government.
5-minute walk neighborhoods. Travel end to end in 20 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes
Designed
cities,
by
not even
world-leading
15.
architects. The line is 500 meters tall, 200 meters wide, 170 kilometers long, and housed within an elegant mirror glass facade. The line is designed as a series of unique communities, providing equitable views and immediate access to the surrounding nature. At the heart of the globe's key trade routes, a place for commerce and communities to thrive.
He'll stop giving Elmo
The
money.
Line,
Yeah,
the
good.
city that delivers new
It's also
wonders
called
for the world.
Neom. Thank you.
Yeah,
There
okay.
you go,
So like,
Neom.
guys, please
Nobody calls
don't
it the
make
line,
me
it's
have to
awful name.
explain why this is bad. Don't worry, it'll never be built. Stuff like this is
They're building it,
just
bro.
like
they're gonna try
PR
No, it's
marketing
being
for
built.
incredibly gullible people. To like, this is the kind of stuff.
There's no way it's going to be usable or functional.
Bro, they literally kill Bedouins who are in the way all the time.
stuff that's like commissioned by dictators to make people around the world soy at how their authoritarian theocracy is actually more advanced than our country because they can put together a 3D render. Like the Saudi government has done this multiple times. It's the same shit Dubai did, you know? Like, yeah, dude, absolutely. Because then you have dipshits over here like white boys in Silicon Valley being like, bro, America's lagging behind. Even Saudi Arabia is building the
See, they're digging this bitch out.
Well, that'll be interesting.
Construction progress.
This is Neom, the line, Trojena, Sindala, and Oxagon. So what's the latest on
Oh, bro,
21?
hang on,
By structure, much of it,
okay,
if
it's gonna
any,
show up. I
has
thought it was right at the cut, but I saw some Mohammed bin Salman propaganda. That's what
already
I'm
been built.
talking
Here is the
about.
update on the line construction progress.
Look. I know it can't work. I'm well aware it can't work, but they're still building it, and we're going to encourage it so they don't raise our rent prices. The Bedouins can get out of the way or die. You know, they have a choice. Did you just launch into that box, buddy? Oh my God, Zapata, calm down. Bishi, oh my God, Zapata. Hang on.
The line was first announced in 2021 by Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman. This mega project is by far the country's, and can easily be said, in the world, most ambitious and exciting mega project. Imagine a self-sustaining linear city stretching over 170 kilometers, extending from the picturesque Red Sea to the vibrant city of Tabuk in the east. The heart of this grand urban experiment is two 500-meter tall buildings that run parallel to each other. The concept is simple yet groundbreaking. Everything you need within walking distance, a city devoid of cars, roads, and emissions.
Sounds shit.
I asked for an update, bitch.
So what does the line look like today, and what has been achieved? The latest information suggests substantial progress has been made on the line over the past year. That the construction of vital infrastructure is estimated to be approximately 20% complete. This includes critical roads, office spaces, and logistics hubs, all essential for future work on the site. These developments are readily visible on satellite images that span the entire length of the project. A comparison with images from the previous year reveals remarkable transformations at these sites. One standout example is Neom Community 1, which now resembles a fully functional city in its own right. It boasts hundreds of housing units, a school, a mosque, a post office, convenience stores, and even a branch of the ever-present Starbucks. Meanwhile, excavation work for the line's main structure has made substantial progress over the past year. A glance at Google Maps reveals that one can now almost entirely trace the foundations from end to end. Excavation work on the coastal section known as the Hidden Marina is also well underway. Once completed, this section will become the world's largest marina, capable of hosting vessels twice the size of even the world's largest, for now, cruise ship, the wonder of the seas, and soon even...
Why twice the size of the largest cruise ship? Why? Do we need bigger ships?
Bigger ship, icon of the seas. Currently, work on the Hidden Marina stands as the world's most extensive excavation project, with nearly 1 million...
More disease. Cruise ships are festering disease.
In cubic meters of earth being excavated
It's literally
weekly
Mega
to
City
pave the
1.
way for construction. In addition to the excavation that has been ongoing since last year, piling work has also commenced for the main structure. Over the past year, more than 4,500 individual piles were installed in a section of the line known as Module 43. At its peak, more than 60 piles for the structure's foundation were being installed daily, and this figure is anticipated to rise further as construction ramps up in the coming months. The line's dedicated underground rail system, known as the Spine, has also undergone significant modifications. As of June 2023, the overall scope of the entire system has been substantially reduced. The underground tunneling distance has been cut by over 30 kilometers, and the total number of stations has been reduced from 48 to a mere 9. With all this impressive progress, questions naturally arise regarding how Saudi Arabia is financing this monumental endeavor.
So yes, they have built some of it.
Interesting.
Like,
It's obviously not going to end up like this.
I like this, by the way. Recreation, retail. In this.
What?
It's obviously not going to be like this, right?
Mm.
But like, I think the real idea is to make like, it's really vault tech type stuff in like Fallout. It's like modules. It's just going to be module. It's going to be an infinite module, right? So you build one module, and then you just build the same module next to it.
Might be quick then.
It's like just Jenga random block. Like, look at this for a second. You realize these blocks don't correspond to anything, right? Like, at all. Like, what is this? So that's a stair up. What is this? Just a what? How do you hear what? What? Literally living pens for human cattle. It doesn't like. Even though it is really dystopian, please take heart in the knowledge that this cannot be built. It literally can't be built. No,
not the way it's going to be on the
they can make
graphic,
3D renders on it if they want.
It's like a concept card or a
Gosh,
production
this is
card.
for investment. This is for idiots to throw millions of dollars at. Like, come on. Has anyone considered that this is retarded? Look, watch your mouth. He will kill you. Don't mess with him. He's a scary guy.
And budget it, nobody would sign off on it. Nobody ever. You know why? Because nobody could. There is no institution on earth wealthy enough to do this. The United States government could not fund this project because it is not feasible. The US military could. Nobody could because it's not possible.
Well,
it's like building a 2-mile high skyscraper. It's not a matter of money. It can't be built. We don't have the technology to build a 2-mile high skyscraper. You can have all the money in the world. You still can't build a 2-mile high skyscraper. Yeah, it's more of a physics issue. You can use carbon nanotubes. This isn't that complicated to build. It wouldn't be possible for human habitation. Well, no, that's what I mean. You could build a 0.5 kilometer tall line in the desert if you wanted to, but you couldn't make this. You couldn't make this do the thing that they want. It would just be a money sink. You know what I mean?
Yes, it's a fucking fake video for investors.
Like it's not feasible from a design perspective. Like even if they could build this, which I mean, you can. Yeah, like, it's not impossible to build a high wall.
Has this dude never seen a fucking investment video before? Come on.
I guess not.
Oh boy.
This episode and others like it are made possible by the video viewers. If you're one of them, welcome to the channel. My name is JT, and I make videos about politics and culture from a socialist perspective. I made one of these last year, and I figured it'd be fun to revisit the topic. A lot of structural issues remain unchanged, so if some of this sounds familiar, don't be surprised. So let's get straight to the heart of the matter. Many of the problems in your life are either caused or worsened by capitalism. The good news is we have the means to solve these problems. When we socialists say a better world is possible, it's because it's true. Capitalism has only really been around for a few hundred years.
I just found
it's a little bit silly to assume that we just magically found the perfect system, and this is how
I will play it after this. I almost said Charlie Kirk. This JT video.
Humans are supposed to live. It's not utopian to think that maybe something better can come after, and it's not being bitter or envious to criticize the status quo. Things are bad. We know why, and we know how to fix them. Every system eventually comes to an end.
I don't
Just
know
as
about
humanity
that.
progressed from feudalism to capitalism,
You know who you should never listen to? People who think they have an idea to fix the problem
I think
by
it's like
themselves.
the idea. Oh, hang on, the chinchilla needs me. Are you done? If I get up, are you gonna run away? Keep talking.
Like these people, anybody who is like, this is an issue, I know how to fix it. I don't need to talk to anybody. Just listen to me, should be kept as far from any sort of influence or power as humanly possible.
Well, it's just
It's
like
just
so,
that
like,
simple.
It's like how people always bring up like, oh, Australian gun control, right? And it's like whether or not it works is a different story. But the example of this is just stupid because America's not Australia.
Yes, exactly. And this is what I always say: is you can't compare countries.
I mean, you can, but you need to do it within like a realistic framework, you know?
Yeah.
Like you can look at like, oh, America's comparable in like a homicides ratio to like El Salvador, or at least it was before he locked up all the poors and anyone with tattoos. You know, like, but like really you can't, America is too unique on that. It would be like trying to compare grenade attacks in the fucking Scandinavian countries.
Yes.
Where else are there grenade attacks?
Germany?
I think there might have been one in Germany.
Maybe.
And they're always like weirdos who do it too. I don't know.
Yeah.
So too will capitalism give way to socialism. It's the logical next step in human development. If you strip away all the extra stuff,
No,
the
it's
core
not.
purpose of our species,
It's not, though.
the only thing that really matters.
That's the other thing. Is like having the answers. Okay, look, bro. Idealism is bad. Learn from the French Revolution. Right? Like their ideals transformed basically the entire nation of Europe at the time. It created a national identity for these countries.
Is leaving a better life for our children. We can no longer do that under capitalism.
I'm gonna change
So
my shirt.
let's take a look at some of the problems capitalism creates and why it's time to move on.
Okay, buddy.
The example I used in last year's video was the massive transfer of wealth during the COVID pandemic. Now that the dust has mostly settled, we have better data on just how extreme it really was. According to a report by Oxfam, the richest 1% of people accumulated nearly 2/3 of all new wealth generated in the last 2 years. I'll say that again. Of the $42 trillion of wealth created since 2020, the richest 1% of people, 1%, siphoned off 26 trillion of it. Put another way, for every $1 of wealth earned by someone in the bottom 90%, the upper crust amassed $1.7 million. During the first 2 years of the pandemic specifically, the 10 richest people on Earth accumulated over $1.5 trillion of wealth, which coincidentally is roughly the amount of wealth lost by everyone else. These 10 people, already so rich they'd make the pharaohs blush,
that if
raked in
one
money
thing disappears, it has to show up somewhere else? Did you know this is also a basic
Remember
law
we
of
literally
physics
watched John
and
Stossel's
nature?
video, and I used this exact point on COVID on how the wealth, like I literally use this point in arguments.
Yeah.
All the time. Everyone, but the thing is like, if it's an intro, fine point, right?
Sure.
You're introducing, fine. But like, God, I was over there, I was thinking about something that he was talking about. Gotta go back for a second so I can remember.
$1 million. During the first 2 years of the pandemic specifically.
What I wanted to say is we need to stop conflating having the rich pay their fair share in taxes with socialism. Stop.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with socialism, left, right, none of that. Stock buybacks are killing people. Okay? That's one thing. Get rid of them. Get rid of the fucking lobby money in fucking politics. Make them get shitty wages like the rest of us. Like, come on. Also, like, eliminate the lower class. Like, we can just acknowledge the middle class is fake. Get rid of the whole lower class. Everyone will just sit there in the middle class, and the rich people who can climb out of that will still be able to have their idealism.
Coincidentally, is roughly the amount of wealth lost by everyone else. These 10 people, already so rich they'd make the pharaohs blush, raked in money at a rate of $1.3 billion every single day for 2 years. Together, these oligarchs hold more wealth than the world.
That's all that motherfucker does. Elon Musk, he's addicted to Twitter. That's all he does is fucking ketamine and tweet.
World's poorest 4 billion people. That is staggering inequality. In a time when 99% of humanity was struggling to make ends meet, when companies were sacrificing their workers on the altar of profit.
It's good enough to just compare them to the fucking lower class and middle class here.
Like when millions lost their jobs and had to survive on 2 tiny emergency checks over the span of 2 years, the ultra-rich were safe, isolated, and profiting massively off the suffering of their fellow human beings. One staggering statistic that really puts this wealth disparity into perspective is that if these 10 multi-billion
anyone in power was profiting.
Yep.
Lost 99.99% of their wealth right now, they'd still be richer than
Pol Pot. I mean, reverse Hitler, reverse Pol Pot. Those sound good on paper to me. Like Pol Pot sucked. Like there's no reason to have like that's literally like Bidenomics. That's like the principal thing in it is like unionize everything, bring the lower class up to the middle class, and build America. Like, you know, make it have a big fat tummy of a middle class. And he's not. And he goes, "I'm not anti-corporation. I'm from Delaware." That's his whole thing.
Of the population. It's hard to even conceptualize that kind of inequality. But
No, it's
this is
not.
what capitalism produces. It's
We
not
know.
that capitalism is evil, it's that it is beholden to its own inherent logic, the logic of the profit motive. If the profit motive says 1 million people need to die to save the economy, then the only possible outcome under a capitalist system is that 1 million people will die.
So far,
And what
this is
if
a
under a
fine second
communist
thought
system?
video. It's just.
And what if under a socialist system they're like 1 million people need to
Yeah,
die?
so
Do you know
he's
how they
he's
do
not
it?
explaining. That's my issue now. I would say so far this is fine, right? Like compared to like especially his recent videos, right? This is fine. The issue is that it's why you should be a socialist, not why capitalism bad.
Yes. Yeah. You know, this
People
is just
already accept that capitalism is bad.
yeah. Argue for socialism, not against capitalism. It's not
Yes.
that hard. It really isn't that hard.
You're literally you don't need to fucking sell people on hating capitalism.
Mm-hmm. People already hate it. Most people.
That's the thing is he can't sell people on socialism because his idea and idealism of socialism is fucking awful.
Mm-hmm.
But so far this video is fine.
I said last year that this is not a system that works, but I want to amend that statement. Capitalism does work. It does the thing it's supposed to do, which is accumulate capital. But because of how capitalism works, we're left with a society in which the extreme wealth of the few is a direct result of the suffering of the many. And that tiny handful of multi-billionaires will only get smaller over time. An economic system constructed to produce winners and losers will always end in monopoly. Look at Google, look at Amazon, look at Disney.
That's why
Every
you have
facet.
to regulate them with antitrust laws.
Yep.
It's actually gotten better.
If
You know,
a government
capitalism
has
used
to
be
exist,
worse.
if a government has to exist, their job should be to regulate corporations. And that alone.
Literally, the whole thing with Klaus Schwab is like reforming capitalism because he understands that capitalism is bad, but he understands that the system behind it, like the foundations of capitalism, are great.
Yeah. The idea.
Like, it's just a fact. The ability for the just you know the accumulation of of wealth is the profit motive issue, though.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it
So, like,
becomes profit of everything.
if you can and Klaus Schwab, like the way he talks, he really is like almost like a social capital thing, you know, where like exploitation and suffering will still exist, you know, but like they'll be
feel better about it.
Yes, you'll have basically all your needs taken care of to be a good worker.
Yeah, they'll feel better about it, but all the people
At
in
the end of the day
in,
is really
the
what they
global
would
south-
say slaves had back in the day. They had housing and food. They had all their needs taken care of. So why give them a wage, right? That's what people will say to defend slavery.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what it's going to turn into if Klaus Schwab gets what he wants. It won't be wages; it'll just be government taking care of you, and then you get nothing. That's their entire plan.
I'm fine as long as they're taxing the rich.
It's inadequate. It's an inadequate position.
That's my step one. I'm a step one guy. Okay, here's where it starts: tax the rich.
Well, step one leading to complete and total government control is not a good step one.
Taxing the rich doesn't lead to government control.
If it's
It leads
Klaus
to
Schwab's ideas leading the charge,
I
yeah, it
didn't
does.
say that. I didn't say that.
That's what
I just said tax the rich.
I'm saying we shouldn't be short-sighted when applying these policies because
Why change
everybody is
anything
always
except
being short-sighted.
all you're changing is a tax bracket, bro. That's it. Nothing
doesn't matter.
changes. It's one tax bracket.
It's enforcing the tax bracket, really.
Yeah, and Trump enforces it on the lower class while the fucking rich get off. What is this ideal world where we don't have fucking tax brackets and enforcement on them? Where is this going to happen from? Like, come on.
In America, against the rich.
Yeah, that's true. That's why we need to eat them.
Of our society is being consolidated under ever-growing
Increasing unionization, it's just these changes are gonna be made.
corporations, and that's not going to stop. It can't. And a system that creates godlike wealth for a handful while actively preventing the vast majority from living a decent life needs to be done away with. More and more people are waking up to this fact as things continue to get
Yeah,
worse.
good question.
What is a decent life? Can we put it? It's like a decent life. It's like how they do the food stamps. This is the median like calorie cost.
Oh yeah, no, it's literally China being like, we raised 800 million people out of poverty. They went from earning 80 cents a day to
No,
$1.50
that wasn't
a
what I was
day.
saying, but sure.
It's basically the same.
No, I was talking about food
Worse.
stamps and how they say that they give you the median, like what the fucking food regulators say is the cost of the median calorie.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Is that they're saying that they've passed their standard of poverty, so now they're not in poverty anymore, even though they're still in poverty. It's that thing. Like they're on food stamps, they're getting typically what they need, but realistically, it's not what they should be eating because everything that is good for you is expensive.
Well, that's the thing is they take that into account.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, no, they give you like more than enough. You just like it's like
Okay.
you. Yeah, I have like only like $7 left this month. It's like you just it's not like you can like you still have to know how to eat, you know, and like chicken and rice, like that's what's up. That's gonna be like mainly what my go-to is.
Mm-hmm.
But like just don't buy like you can't just be buying expensive shit and like living it up. But like I buy vegetables and shit all the time. They're cheap. Nah,
But okay, come on. Capitalism is an improvement over feudalism, right? We can't just throw away the best thing we have. You're right. It was an improvement. We went from a system where there was no chance of upward mobility to one where some lucky few could rise out of poverty. That's great. But the thing we have to realize is that something which could have been seen as progressive 400 years ago might not be so.
What?
I said we didn't go from feudalism to capitalism, ding dong.
Great today. Things change, and in capitalism's case, not for the better. Again, due to the inherent logic of the profit motive, the ruling class must always take measures to reduce costs and.
The dude who led the Haitian Revolution, right, was born a slave, and then ended up owning slaves. But still, when it came to the revolution, he heard the plight of the slave because it was mainly like racialized and stuff, and he like was used his status and wealth to lead that revolution and finance it. Right? He was a slave owner, born a slave. Are we going to say that capitalism wasn't existing then? When does capitalism come? When slavery starts? When markets start? Like, where is capitalism? Was Katie capitalist back then when they were just, you know, a slave economy? Is slave economies capitalism or is it a slave economy?
Maximize profits. And over time, you start to run out of fat to trim.
Feudalism.
Today, 50% of all new wealth created goes directly to the top 1% of the population. CEOs of large corporations make over $350.
Commie bastards. Well, actually, they're not communists anymore. They're a federation of independent, liberated states. Don't make me hurt you, Mikey.
Times what their workers do, while employee wages are lower than they were 50 years ago when you account for inflation. But I could almost forgive that if half of all Americans didn't live paycheck to paycheck, or if a $50 trillion transfer of wealth hadn't gone from the bottom 90% of society to the top 1% since 1975. But they do, and it has. And it's not just wages.
I wonder how much of the money he makes he puts back into the community. None of it, like Hasan?
Well, so anyway, I still hate this video. It's just why capitalism bad. I know why capitalism bad. I can make, you know, we like, honestly, I make this point in about 2 seconds. How many minutes are we in and we're still on the same, wealth go up.
Yeah.
Okay, next point, bro. Next point.
We still have.
I mean, it literally is supposed to be socialism for babies, and this would be fine if he wasn't like such a monster behind the scenes, right? And like how much has come out about him. This would be a fine.
What do you mean?
For, like baby socialism.
What do you mean?
This guy talking about how fucking like tired justifying babies being killed in fucking October 7th and stuff.
Oh,
Dude's
really?
That's psychopath.
That's epic.
They got platformed.
It's everything else too.
From Nebula because of fucking these with.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
For the company, and how much you get paid.
It doesn't matter. That's the thing.
I understand that last
Fuck
section may
off.
have been.
These fucking things always fuck up. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. The point is that wealth goes up. We don't need fucking 6 minutes of fucking points on how wealth goes up. True or not? Like, just get on with it, bro. People get it. It's
A little frustrating if
2024.
this is the first time you're
Bernie Sanders has already ran for president twice. People understand.
hearing these talking points. I can hear you saying, well, it sucks, but how else would a business function?
I think
It's just
Hakeem says settlers aren't civilians. I think he just said, I don't care or something. But they all agree. They all agree. They're all scumbags. They're all pieces of shit. Tanky bullshit.
common sense that it has to be this way or the economy wouldn't work.
Common
And that
sense.
right there is the point. It's not that the economy wouldn't work. It's that a capitalist economy wouldn't work. So what about socialism? Whereas capitalists and temporarily embarrassed millionaires...
A capitalist economy worked perfectly well in the Soviet Union.
Totally
Crazy.
out of our common sense.
Crazy how that works. Except it wasn't
is
private
with-
enterprise, it was the state have it with capital motives. Crazy.
Commies used to kill jihadis. It was more the other way around. They tried. But like...
to believe that free markets inherently
I don't know. Thank you.
lead to the greatest societal good, the socialists have a different perspective. In a nutshell, proponents of capitalism believe that along with a free market, a healthy society is divided into two classes.
Okay, first
One
of
that
all,
owns
it's
and
not-
controls the
it's
productive
nothing to do
enterprises
with
and
the
seeks
market,
profit, and
right?
one
I don't give a fuck about how the market works. Like it's self-opportunity and upward mobility that are ultimately going to determine like life satisfaction.
that does not own this form of property.
It's also removing the commodity of goods and this advertisements and this fake need for goods. Without consumerism, I feel like your life will be happier without consumerism, right? Because if it's like everything is I want the next best thing, you're never going to be satisfied.
I don't know. Like the thing is that I don't know, it just like I don't know. I think my life's better as a Buddhist who doesn't care about consumeristic things.
Well,
And I only care about fucking human beings and what's going on in the planet. But, you know, I'm a weirdo. But yeah, I generally don't care what other people are doing. If they want to be fucking consumers, movers, shakers, producers, I don't care.
Go for it. Yeah. Just don't fuck people over. Just don't be a cunt. It's very simple.
That's my big thing is ending slavery and genocide everywhere.
Yeah.
Or needs to sell its labor for a wage. In their opinion, markets, even when they're imperfect, are better at making decisions than democracy is.
No.
Socialists disagree.
Nobody
We
believes
understand
this.
that markets
Nobody
follow the money.
believes
Yeah, literally nobody.
It's literally just fucking John Stossel shit. This is like him arguing against John Stossel.
Not the
John
collective good.
Haqqani,
And
Buddhist
side
love.
note,
First of all, I don't defend Haqqani. Haqqani's a piece of shit. I defend Al-Qaeda, but only in a regard that they're misunderstood and their motives. And like, it's like when you take, they'll be like the Masters of Evil series, and they'll have a series on Bin Laden. I don't think it's appropriate to put Bin Laden up on a pedestal with Hitler. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Saddam can be up there, Pol Pot can be up there, but like Bin Laden killed what, 3,000 people in one attack? Oh my God. How many fucking people did Hitler kill per attack? Like, let's be real about it. And then also just the fact that like with Syria, right? Like we support the Syrian rebels. We know exactly what they are and what they're about and what their end policies are. But it's the self-determination of them to pursue that. Like it's not the Islamist standard that I'm really against if people want to do that. Like and the fact that like not giving them arms and what happened and what they had to endure because they didn't have the arms and because they had the support of foreign countries, I don't think it was the right move. And like all these people, all these Islamists and extremists got created by these hardline governments to begin with. It's the governments that have always been the problem here. So like from a revolutionary perspective, I can defend someone like Barbecue too, but still acknowledge like this man is a fucking serial rapist, right? But like to act like they are something that they're not when it comes to their ideological standards. where they're like the worst people on the planet, when it's just like they're actually, you can get inside bin Laden's head. I can't get inside Saddam's head. Can't get inside Hitler's head or Stalin's. They're enigmas to me.
Yeah.
I can get inside G's head even.
Yeah, he's simple. He's dumb.
Too simple.
Also, fucking consumer way. Like, go for it. You know, it's there.
Too simple.
Go for it. If you
Sometimes naive.
if you want to spend your money on shit, fucking go for it. I'm just saying that you'd probably be happier not, chasing the next best thing. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like it's, and I did that for ages. Right, just like the last 10 years, I just like had to have the newest thing, the best thing, and now I'm like, no, you don't need it. And
Yeah,
I'm
I like want
pretty
to
happy.
destroy fast fashion and stuff like that
Yeah.
mostly.
Yeah, yeah, and I
The Haqqani stuff is James. I make fun of James for being like all about Haqqani. Haqqani's legitimately dangerous.
yeah,
Like the Haqqani network guys, like they'll fucking strap you to a fucking car and like send you in. Like
Socialists understand this too. They just think the average person is gullible enough to believe their propaganda. At its core, the whole capitalist system is built on a small group of unelected people having more power than everybody else and using it to enrich themselves. The socialist conception of society does away with all that. But before we
can you take over for a minute? Just to the end of this video, pretty much. I'll be back before the end of it. It's
yeah,
at,
bro, you gotta give me like a minute
Sorry.
to grab something.
Yeah,
first.
that's fine. I'll
Don't
keep
worry, I
playing.
got it. I got it.
talk about what socialists do want, we should briefly touch on what we
take it
don't
over at
want.
11 minutes.
Because we've all been subjected to a century of Red Scare propaganda
Look,
at this
pause it. I got it.
Okay. Oh, you're playing something else.
Bro, you can't see his little subtitles because the format is too big. There we go. Sorry, Mr. Seal. Can you say that again? You want egg. I think he just wants eggs.
Why is there a horn blowing in my ears?
YouTube, you ignorant slut. Oh, come on, YouTube. A whole different one over here now. Did they save him? Look, he said he was going to be right back. Now it's animal time. Well, he's gone. Nobody tell him all the animals we looked at together. He forgot how to eat
Michael,
again.
honey, have you forgotten how to eat? There you go. No, you're getting there though.
Sheep? That's a llama. Or an alpaca.
All right, well, good luck.
Yeah. All right, on you. Do it one time without your hand there. Now do your pig call.
Michael, over here. No, this way. Closer. Michael. Hey, there you are.
Before we feel too bad for him,
I would just like to remind you that there are a few perks to being Michael, and not just his complete departure from reality. If he got a brain-eating amoeba, he'd live. Michael would survive, not the brain-eating amoeba. It would starve to death. If there was a zombie apocalypse, he'd survive. I said apocalypse, not alpacalypse. One of the other benefits that's actually quite relevant this time of year is that Michael can hide his own Easter eggs. The Easter Bunny, not needed here. The Easter Bunny's not needed here for Michael. I still need you.
Hello, I'm Bill Gates, chairman of Microsoft. In this video, you're going to see the future, Windows. Microsoft first came up with the Windows concept back in 1983.
Shove this
And
nerd in
today,
a locker.
the leading software users have switched into the Windows environment. It's really incredible how quickly our powerful applications like
No, it's the same Hedgehog video with the Gibbon.
Word and Excel and PowerPoint have been adopted. It's not just
That's nice
Microsoft
that they got
applications.
adopted.
Even companies like WordPerfect and Lotus have now come out with Windows applications. And every week we see new innovative work. It's really attracting all the innovation in the industry. We predicted this a long time ago, and now it's the future. Let's take a look.
The fact we make fun of Mark Zuckerberg today for being weird, guys, like seriously. Oh, what a big scary fat guy, huh? That was so funny when he did that.
Have to stand alone, and we are not entitled to call upon our government to help us in the fight against this kind of filth.
What government censor is going to decide for you?
It's not. Tom, I've heard you say repeatedly on this show that we are our government, that we're allowed to call on our government.
Well, you have to have a man who is the censor, or a woman. They have to decide this often can hear and this often cannot hear.
Tom, it would work the way the implementation of any law works. You pass a law, it has words in it, and then the elected representatives of the people try their best to apply it. It's the way you do it with everything else. Will they apply it perfectly? No. But we're entitled to use the force of our civil government to help protect our families. How could you oppose that? Does the government have any purpose, Frank?
Yeah, it has a number of purposes.
What is it?
I'm not going to give you a civics lesson here, but I'll tell you one thing. We must not see eye to eye on the idea of a government that must forbid things in order to protect
What is the
families.
government's role? You've told me several times what it shouldn't do.
How about national defense?
Yeah, I consider this national defense, pal. Our families are under attack from people like you with these lyrics.
John, you don't have to buy them.
Mr. Zappa, could I make a statement about national defense?
Yeah.
The biggest threat to America today is not communism. It's moving America toward a fascist theocracy. And everything that's happened during the Reagan administration is steering us right down that pipe.
Oh, Mr. Zappa, do you really think? I mean,
future predictions
in this country with the permissiveness that we are moving toward a fascist theocracy, anything goes.
We are, but
do you think things like this would have ever been permitted?
Smile again.
When we were 20, when we were kids, you're about my age, maybe
I'm
a little
45.
younger. Well, I'm 55. Do you think when I was a kid that they would permit songs like that to be sold? I mean, permissiveness is the game. I mean, you're not really serious if you're saying we're going toward a fascist theocracy.
That's right, we are.
Wait a minute. And what?
Right.
Give me one example. Wait. One example of a fascist theocracy.
When you have a government that prefers a certain moral code derived from a certain religion, and that moral code turns into legislation to suit one certain religious point of view, and if that code happens to be very, very right-wing, almost toward Attila the Hun.
Well, then you are an anarchist. Every form of civil government is based on some kind of morality, Frank.
Morality in terms of behavior, not in terms of theology.
Well, of course. But look, I mean, I couldn't believe in your hearing. Okay, wait a minute, gentlemen. We have to take a break now, and we'll be back with John Lofton and Frank Zappa.
If you're anything like me, you like to be surrounded by a snack or two while watching the big game. You know, when buying snacks for the game, you might.
Joe, we got to talk about something, Joe. As soon as YouTube works again.
Surrounded by a snack or two while watching the.
2 different ice cream containers, Joe. 2 different ice creams, Joe. Also, I know you're classier than Breyers and Turkey Hill. Come on. And they just brought this out here. That ice cream's gonna melt.
The big game. You know, when buying snacks for the game, you might have noticed one thing. Sports drinks bottles are smaller. The bag of chips has fewer chips, but they're still charging it just as much. And as an ice cream lover, what makes me the most angry is that ice cream cartons have actually shrunk in size, but not in price. I've had enough of what they call shrinkflation. It's a ripoff. Some companies are trying to pull a fast one by shrinking the products little by little and hoping you won't notice. Give me a break. The American public is tired of being played for suckers. I'm calling on companies to put a stop to this. Let's make sure businesses do the right thing now.
Calling on companies? Calling on companies. Yeah, they're the ones doing it. That'll work. Yeah, companies notoriously good at regulating themselves.
The basic message, it's very modest one. I'm not sure that I know a lot. No, I'm sure that I don't know a lot of architecture. Is nonetheless what interests me in architecture. It's how architecture is for me the exemplary case of how ideology is at work precisely where you don't think you will find it. Even in buildings, or not only buildings in the larger sense, houses, but even house appliances and so on, where you think we have just pure functional objects.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Objects, not only to use them, but to
You're
think
gonna love this, though.
them. First, I want to repeat, I'm sorry some of you already know it.
Get on with it.
Big royal example to make this point. Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. It always interested me, the paradox of, I already mentioned them, obviously I have some anal fixation.
Oh my God, get on with it.
Going to it, toilets. Did you notice if you traveled around the world, how different they are? I simplify to the utmost, but this doesn't invalidate the analysis. I think if you go, I don't know how it's here, I just will mention 3 big civilizations, nations. In France, the whole of the toilet bowl is in the back, so that when you produce excrement, they quickly disappear in the hole. The German toilets, the old type, now they are disappearing, but you still find them, it's the opposite. The hole is in front, so that when you produce excrement, they're displayed in the bag, they don't disappear in water. This is the German ritual, you know, you should every morning sniff, inspect your sheets for traces of illness. It's high hermeneutic. I think the original meaning of hermeneutic for Germany is maybe this. Then in Anglo-Saxon world, United States, you get, you know, the toilet bowl which is full of water so that sheet floats in it before it disappears. And then I asked many of my friends, architects, interior designers, Why these differences? They gave me 2 books on the structure of toilets. Nowhere did I get an explanation. And then a wild speculation came to my mind. Do you know that from the late 18th century, we have in Europe the idea of European Trinity. It's a racist idea. You are not in it. Italy is not in it. But the idea is that the 3 crucial European nations are France, Germany, England. Each of them standing for a certain level of social life and for a certain politics. France is politics, is the privileged domain and politically left revolution. England, middle of the road, liberal, moderate and economy. Germany, metaphysics and poetry and conservative. And my God, it did strike me, isn't this the key? In France, revolutionary approach. Hole for the sheet in the back, it should quickly be liquidated, like a kind of a guillotine. Anglo-Saxon, pragmatic, let it float, let's be rational. German, metaphysics and poetry. You observe it, you think, and so on. Okay, this may be madness, but you see what's my point? It's that something like this had to be at work to account even for such a common thing like the structure of toilet. I want 3 toilets.
Doofus.
The danger of Saddam, and he used his famous parallel. He basically developed a whole theory of knowledge, claiming that there are, you remember, knowns, things we know that we know. Then, like we know that Saddam is the boss of Iraq. Then he went on, there are known unknowns. There are things we know that we don't know. Like, for example, I don't know. I know there are some cars in front of this building, but I don't know how many there are. But I know that I don't know this, no? Then he went on, there are unknown unknowns, in the sense of things that we even don't know that we don't know them. Like his idea was, the unknown was how many and where Saddam has his weapons of mass destruction. Like, we don't know, but we know that we don't know. But then his paranoia was, what if there are unknown unknowns, some secret weapons that we don't even know what they are? Get it? They're more radical.
What do you think goes through the minds of people who talk this utter garbage? I'm just genuinely curious. Like, do you just think they're the most? They just think that they're the most self-important person
That was
ever.
his idea. My joke here is that
syndrome.
if you have a little bit of a sense for structural analysis thinking, you see immediately that something is missing here. A 4th term. Known knowns. We know what we know. Known unknowns. We know what we don't know. Or then unknown unknowns, the totally other. Like, we don't even know what we don't know. Something is missing, the most interesting category. Not the unknown, not the known unknowns, but the unknown knowns. Not things we know that we don't know, but things we don't know that we know. That's the unconscious, that's ideology. All those silent prejudices which determine how we act, how we react, and we, in a way, they are so much the texture into which we are embedded that we literally don't even know that we know them. And I think
what's better, this or JT?
Was why you were in such a trouble in Iraq. Not so much that there was some mystery that you didn't know. The US Army and administration basically didn't know what they already know. All the unconscious political, military prejudices, as it were, which determined their activity, which is why, I don't know if some of you know it or not. To give you another example, I'm sorry of repeating myself. I hope you're a new public here.
What are you
the analysis
shut up Jack about?
Because of which, and again, it was mocked endlessly in Google. It brought me some negative fame, but I still think it works perfectly. Of this unknown knowns is the structure of toilets in our Western civilization. It's ideology at its purest. I will say, am I crazy? Where is ideology? Did you?
StreamYard advertising while I already have their fucking name in the upper right hand corner.
My relationship towards tulips is inherently lynchian. I think they are disgusting. Just imagine, aren't these some kind of, how do you call it, vagina dentata, dental vagina threatening to swallow you? I think that flowers
Jesus
are something
fucking Christ.
inherently disgusting. I mean, are people aware what a horrible thing these flowers are? I mean, basically, it's an open invitation to all the insects and bees come and screw me. You know, I mean, I think that flowers should be forbidden to children.
Oh, no, fuck him. He is a fucking weirdo.
Če primerjamo francoska, nemška in angloameriška stranišča, imamo semiotični trikotnik, ki je natančno korelativen Levi-Straussovemu, tako rekoč ekskrementalni protipol hrani. Se pravi, imamo, kot vsi vemo, nemška stranišča so tako zgrajena, vsaj tradicionalna, da je ravna plošča, potem je pa čisto...
He seems to talk a lot better when it's not in English, huh?
Yeah. But yeah, no, I have an inherent disgust of people with that kind of like elitist, hoity-toity wanker air about them.
In a society where to be transgressive is
a visceral dislike of it. That's why I don't like fucking tankies either, because they have the same thing.
Yeah, but
point, so it's probably worthwhile to clear up some.
That's how you are.
What do you mean?
That's how you act.
Sure, if you say so.
Mm-hmm. Back me up.
First, we're not trying to make everyone work in the coal mines and wear all gray and have exactly the same number of state-mandated Funko Pops.
Why not?
When socialists use words like equality, we're talking about making sure that everyone is afforded the same baseline standard of living. That's it. We're not trying to enforce uniformity across the board. Everyone has the same basic guarantee when it comes to quality of life. You can go out and improve that. It's not a cap on...
Define that. What is the base? Is it $1.50 a day? What's the base? I'd like to know.
Quality of life. It's just a way of saying you are a human.
No, this is a great point. It's not a cap. You know, self-determination is still there.
Mm.
It's just like, and this is like Hasan when he talks about socialism, like the way he talks about it good is when he says, I just think we should expand social safety nets, which is good. Yes, we should expand social safety nets.
Yeah, but my point is what is the floor? That's
it doesn't matter, because no matter what the government gives you, it's not going to be enough.
Sure. Okay.
But still, at every point, you still offer that expansion, right? Like, we need to expand our healthcare system in America. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
We need to do something about the college system. That's just a fact. And the federal government and Congress and stuff, like the big budget thing that Biden was passing in the beginning, these were things that were addressed in there that they had to pull out, right? Because the government is made to just be dysfunctional and you can't get everything that you want and you'll always suffer, right?
Mm-hmm.
But these things that are the most prevalent and most important issues are still like on the table. Like the government is aware they're the most important issues.
Yeah.
They're aware that they can fix them. But then there's too many interests in not fixing them.
Yeah, exactly. Also, it's not him being an elitist.
He hates commies.
It's the vibe of that sort of elitist vibe
he hates
that
commies.
they give off.
He's a commie.
Most people who like talk in philosophy and shit, and that's all they do. Those people, it's that kind of vibe.
Being, and that means you deserve a modicum of dignity and security, no strings attached. Individuality, personal expression, the drive to do or become more, none of that will change. That's the best part of being human, and socialists are all about it. In fact, pursuing goals, taking up hobbies, creating art, that's all far more possible under socialism, where you've got a guaranteed baseline standard of living, than it is under capitalism, where your options are work or starve. Okay, we've said that a couple times now. Guaranteed standard of living. What specifically does that mean? Universally free, or at the very least universally accessible, housing, education, food, water, and healthcare for all. The right to a life of dignity and basic security, because those things are well within our power to provide. There's too much food going to waste,
also
too many
fine
empty houses, too much stuff being...
Even though it is ridiculous,
Mm.
the not automatically having these things. You actually have to go through a process to get them switched on for you. I'm fine with that happening.
Yeah, yeah.
But there still needs to be more accessibility for that.
Yep.
Because
And it needs to be
technically, it's not a
simpler.
handout if you actually have to do a bunch of paperwork and effort to
True.
get it. You're actually doing effort. You're doing labor to get something
Mm.
in return at the end of the day.
It also needs to be simplified so anybody can do it without, even uneducated people can do it without help, without having
Yeah,
to
it
go to
depends on
someone.
what state you're in and how the government apparatus is.
destroyed to artificially inflate its cost, and too many people making a profit by hoarding our basic needs. Socialists are tired of people being pushed into grueling, dangerous, or demeaning jobs by being threatened with eviction and starvation. Why are we so intent on holding ourselves back by keeping the majority of the species poor and unable to pursue their passions? A society that invests in itself by allowing its people the ability to...
framing, where it's like the grueling job, or it's like, I don't think that there's very many coal miners are like, I gotta mine this coal or I'm evicted. Like, I don't think that's the first thing they're thinking of.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure coal miners are down there because they're getting $100 an hour.
You know,
Not because they need to mine coal.
If anything, it's really, this is why we support like raising the fast food wages, which I don't give a shit about. I think we should raise all wages, but like the fast food workers, I've managed fast food. It's a fucking garbage job. It is definitely the worst job I've ever worked.
Yeah, fast food shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shit job. There needs to be more options for beginning jobs too.
Now, maybe people like that, because like I've worked kitchen jobs where it's like, I need this for rent. Right? But having bills and priorities, like socialism is not when no bills.
But like power and shit should be free anyway. Especially if it's renewable, especially if it's like nuclear and shit.
Yeah.
Like theoretically in a world where
Maybe one
where
day when
profit
we
isn't a
advance
motive.
hydrogen fuel cells.
Yeah.
I gotta pee.
Because like theoretically, if power is that cheap, it should be nearly free at that point. And especially doing nuclear, the amount of fucking energy you produce is insane. Have a couple of them, energy should be dirt
Well, it's like
fucking cheap.
Venezuela, like basically it is free for like oil.
Yeah, like fuel is cheap, yeah. Basically free, yeah.
to flourish has a far better chance at longevity and public support than one that withholds necessities for the sake of greater profit. Another thing socialists propose is democratic control over the means of production. We use that word a lot. What does it mean? Think large companies, factories, farms, literally the means by which capital is produced. We advocate for an economy run democratically and not in the search of profit. This can take many forms, whether that's a cybernetically planned economy, a network of autonomous communes, or some other method. What works in the US may be different from what works in other parts of the world. What we can say for certain is that they would all
unbelievable
work better than what we have now. Workplaces would be run either without a boss or with one elected by the workers, and the products of this economy would be geared towards satisfying the needs and wants of society without having to be profitable to do so. If you're having a hard time imagining what a democratic workplace would look like, just think about your current job. I'll take retail as a common example. So I used to work at Best Buy as a camera expert. My job, on paper, was to help customers pick out the camera that would best suit their needs. In reality, management just wanted me to upsell people on more expensive gear. To make a long story short, the camera department is kind of detached from Best Buy proper. We technically reported to the respective brands, and we didn't have a brand manager there most of the time. When left to our own devices, the camera department had the lowest rate of product returns in the store by far, because we decided amongst ourselves how best to meet the customer's needs. When corporate started pressing us for higher profits and the GM started forcing us to upsell, the return rate skyrocketed, actual profit shrank, and the department got all kinds of negative reviews. In this scenario, and countless others across the labor landscape, the workers know best how to do their job, and meddling from an unelected manager only makes things worse. Democracy in the workplace increases efficiency and morale and reduces waste. It's a no-brainer. One final thing I'd like to talk about is democracy.
But it reduces profit. Fucking idiot. Like, obviously a democratic workplace is going to work better, but they don't give a shit. They're not going to do it. You need to fix the problem of capitalism before trying to implement any of this. trying to shoehorn it in will result in the same tired, played out result as every other place that it's been attempted. Failure, collapse, and starvation,
See,
pain.
so like the democratic workplace, I think is fine and all, but I think there needs to be multiple avenues. Like you should work towards unions, right?
Yeah.
You should work towards different things. But like in theory, what he's saying though, like a collective, right? If you actually, this is supposed to be how capitalism works with shareholders, right?
Mm.
Shareholders are supposed to have an interest in making the company work, but they don't. It's the
No.
shareholders are literally democratic in the workplace. It is exactly what he's talking about, right?
Yeah, except
But
all they want is money.
if you are actually like on the ground a business owner where you can't just have stocks and do buybacks and things like that, like you're invested in the capital that's generated in the business and you're running it collectively, obviously everyone's going to work in their most best interest.
Yeah, exactly. But the workers don't have an interest in the sales. They're just there for their paycheck. So why would they give a fuck? They would
Well, that's
rather
the whole
just sell
theory is that you
people-
get the workers to have an interest.
Yeah.
But then
It's
if the
not-
workers have an interest, are we saying they're not going to then rip people off?
Mm.
Like you're
So-
saying that they're going to be better?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I feel like they will want more money, therefore would upsell more. So
At the national level, the ability to have a say in how your country is run. In the United States, we supposedly elect people who enact policies that reflect the will of the people.
No.
It's pretty clear that this is not actually the case.
That's not
Studies
how it
have shown that what the average person wants has next to zero influence on policy, while what lobbying groups want does.
That's not true.
Because both
I said that's also not true.
at like the federal level it is though. But
No,
there's multiple levels.
Like we were just talking about this, things like the child tax credit and stuff. What lobbyist is going for that?
Yeah, but that's
So
like an out of the
it
norm
is to a
thing.
degree. It is to a degree, right? Like lobbyists definitely have more power than the common citizen, right? But the power you get is that fucking vote. That's it. Like, guess what else? Guess you also get votes in a union. You still are represented by somebody at the top of the union.
Yeah.
And
You
that's my
generally have
issue.
to
It's
pay your
just
way
like
in,
with
though.
lawyers, right? Lawyers are supposed to actually represent you. I would like politicians to be more like that, but they're just not.
The one thing that I don't like about unions is the fees and the fact that the bosses get paid. Like, fuck you.
major political parties are in the pocket of capitalist industry, particularly fossil fuels and the military-industrial complex, we end up with representation for those with wealth and power. This is something that socialists noticed over 100 years ago. For example, in his book The State and Revolution, Lenin said, "In capitalist society, democracy is always hemmed in by the narrow limits set by capitalist exploitation, and consequently always remains, in effect, a democracy for the minority, only for the propertied classes, only for the rich. Freedom."
Oh, like Lenin became that minority when he decided to talk down to basically every person in Russia because he thought he was better than them. That Lenin, great source, great fucking source.
In capitalist society always remains about the same as it was in the ancient Greek republics. Freedom for the slave owners. The average American doesn't want to send billions of tax dollars to fund genocides or proxy wars. We don't want to subsidize industries that are making the planet less habitable for our children.
Huh?
He said freedoms in the great republics. Also, unions are like the whole fees thing. Like that's such a fucking Walmart corporate propaganda line, bro.
What do you mean?
That I don't like unions because of this and that. Like literally, like fucking.
No.
Walmart
Unions are fine, but
you
like,
literally
you
cited
shouldn't
what
have to
Walmart
pay to
puts in
be
their
in one.
anti-union propaganda, bro.
No, but I'm saying that you shouldn't have to pay to be represented by the union if you want to be, is my entire point. You shouldn't be excluded from union representation in some kind of workplace dispute with your boss
Mhm.
because you don't pay the $30 fee a
normally-
week or whatever the fuck it is.
Normally, unions are like for like established work. Like you've
No,
been-
I know.
It's like trade stuff.
Yeah. That's generally the one I'm talking about. And then the bosses get corrupted and become just politicians' pets, and that's basically how unions have turned into in Australia.
I mean, Look at yeah, but you have unions that are fucking like supplemented and paid for by the government. You have
That
like
is true.
fake fucking unions.
Yeah, that is very true.
Like that
That is
whole
very,
like
very
when I
true.
heard about that fucking system with unions in Australia, I was like,
Mhm.
no way.
It literally paid off. They're
But, like,
literal
you look at,
garbage.
like news unions and
Mm.
screen actors, screenwriters guilds, like they rock.
They're very effective.
Yeah.
Like,
When we
was
were-
it the SAG that shut down Hollywood?
But that
Yeah.
happens on like with dock workers. Like all dock
Mm.
workers should be
Yes.
unionized.
Mm-hmm.
It should be the most grueling jobs and the most labor intensive type
Yes,
stuff that also
for
should
sure.
be protected by unions.
Yeah.
We want labor protections, a better work-life balance, a healthcare system that won't bankrupt us. I'm not saying that everything will be perfect in a socialist society. I'm saying these things are impossible in a capitalist one. When we face a
not
problem
sure.
today,
I
something
don't-
important like climate change, for example, our
Taxing the rich is not impossible.
solutions not only need to be filtered by what will either be most profitable or at best hurt profits the least, but also the
Again,
actual
I
solutions
guess
we
this
do
is
adopt
for
are made
babies,
by
so we're not going to get into supply chain dynamics and shit.
Okay, we're moving on.
You know, I mean that one. I think that was probably his best video I've seen.
Have we done Hasan yet?
Yes.
Haven't for a
There's so
while.
much good stuff on there, bro.
No.
So much.
Where's that Hasan drama that you were talking about?
Oh, it's in there somewhere.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
Newest up top.
Ooh, all caps. All caps, baby. All caps title. He mad. Ho's mad.
Hasan's luck took a turn for the worse as soon as he
Yeah,
decided to
yeah.
call me names. So I'm going to
Who
take
is
credit
this
for that.
person?
Yeah, I'm going to take credit.
I do not know who this man is. What is he saying? I've called him name. Who is this guy? What is my boy saying, dog? What
This is like
who
so.
is this
like,
person?
Evil maxing? What is evil maxing? What the
I
f-
was
is
like
evil
reading
maxing?
about it, and I was laughing so hard because like this is like classic like so funny because Hasan is so much in the right here and like dunking on them.
It's in that tweet on screen. Wait, what? Hasan Piker viewership dropping off a cliff, down 40% in the month. I used to like him when he was a standard Bernie guy, but then he decided to go full tanky. He laughed about China invading Taiwan. Defended October 7th.
Yeah, that's basically my argument. Not so much that, like, it's not so much like if people are doing extra work, obviously they need to be compensated for such work, but it should not be transactional, and that is my core issue. I just
Australia does have a shit
hadn't put it in that
system,
word.
so
Yeah, it's awful.
America does too. But like that's Bidenomics to fix it.
Massacre. He's been evil maxing.
From Drew Pavlow. I'm not super familiar with who this individual is, but this tweet is going is being passed around. Hasan Piker. For those that aren't familiar, he is
Drew
the
said Hasan is evil maxing. Isn't this doesn't this have everything already, bro?
Yeah.
most prominent.
Oh my god, I didn't even realize it was Drew.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Drew got featured on Tim Paul. Oh my god. That's so funny.
Leftist streamer on Twitch.
What do you mean was? Who is then? Like my man said was. Okay, who is then? What's going on here?
He is how does he describe? Is he a socialist? Is that how he describes himself?
I mean, he's a himbo socialist, yeah.
Himbo socialist. Is that what he says?
No, he doesn't say that. That's me mocking him.
Oh, okay.
But
Wait, I do say that. What is
He's
this
the-
guy?
he's-
Who is this guy? Why is this divorced dad saying I don't say that? He's mocking me. I do say that. I actually do say that all the time. Okay, these guys are like, I assume they're like secret admirers, right? Is that what's going on? Bro is a fan. Okay.
he's allegedly a socialist. He says that he is culturally not American. He rejects essentially everything that there is about America.
What? That's not true. I love America. What the f- are they saying? I'm literally an Ameriboo.
He just
How is he saying the
loves
exact
China
opposite
more.
things? I just gotta say something here. It's like funny because he has to be a fan because he's basically saying all of the right things, but then in reverse. If he wasn't a fan, he wouldn't know these things, right? Like, one, I'm an Ameriboo. I say I'm an American all the time, and I love American culture. Literally, why I sound and look and know all the things about American culture. And I also do say I'm a himbo socialist.
According to this tweet, his viewership is down 40% in 1 month, from averaging 49,000 viewers to 27,438.
Wait, what is happening? I don't know what these numbers are. I don't really understand what these numbers are actually from, but like I don't have 27,000 live viewers right now. I'm pretty sure this is sub count. Oh, wait, they're so dumb. Oh no, these guys are talking about my sub count, which has stayed consistent the entire time. Currently I have 47,000 subs because like I didn't go live for 2 days. So usually it doesn't recycle. That's it.
Is that, wow, undefined from 30,000 to 9,000. That's more than 40%. I think what's happening is younger people are realizing that this leftist.
Yeah, bro, what are they talking about? Like my sub count has been the same, like pretty much nonstop for the past like 3 years almost. It's had like massive peaks in between, but usually it's like, that's so weird. They're trying to pocket watch, but they're not even doing it correct. You can see the graph here. You are literally exactly the same for the last 6 months. Yeah, my viewership has gone up and down. If I was like 10K average, usually did go down to like 20K average now. And that part is true. That happened post October 7 for sure. But it's like pretty funny that they're talking about like my sub count, and my sub count has not gone down. It's just like, it's around 50K nonstop. Dude, they did such bad math here while they were covering this that I have to investigate how they this up so bad. This is hilarious. This is one of those things that's like pretty easy to do math on. You know what I mean? You just look at the numbers and you go, okay, here's where he's had a drop off. Here's where he hasn't. And they did such a bad job with this information that like I had a hard time trying to investigate what their investigation was done on. Obviously, like my drop off has been severe. As you guys know, I'm dead. I'm dying. I don't think that I have not been in the top 5 for overall subs on the platform in general, which is of course a major drop off, as you guys know. Pretty dead. I don't think they understand that I have like an older audience that always is like filtering in and out with disposable income, and therefore don't have all the time to watch, but they still support and they come in and they watch and they resubscribe, that kind of thing. I think that's just what it is. Check this. They are so stupid. Be aware that the data for current month will always be incomplete until the next month begins. Yeah, I think that's what happened. They like accidentally, or maybe not on accident, but they basically put like an incomplete month in their numbers and said like, oh, he's fallen off of a cliff or something. But it's like super easy to check. I'm so confused. There's never been a moment in my life where I feel like my haters don't clip me out of context consistently.
Is just that. It's a grift. Here's a guy who
I do love Tim Pool saying I'm a grifter when he grifts as a guy with hair. Like that's his like overarching position every day when you see him. He's literally grifting as a dude who actually has a full set of hair when everybody knows that he's not. As Asmongold said, if Hasan is such a bad guy, why do you have to make stuff up about him? I know, it's so weird. I mean, listen, if Tim Pool is calling you a grifter, then you must be, because he is the king at grifting.
To get to the gist of it, because I know it may be a bit esoteric to people who don't pay attention to the sphere of politics, but this guy's massively or he was massively influential among young people. And now he's seeming to fall off. At the same time, we're seeing numerous polls that Gen Z is shifting right. Gen Z no longer.
What is happening? Bro, this is news to me, dude. He's like, no, dude, he's dead. He's dying. He's in the ditch. Let me tell you guys, I promise he's falling off pretty hard, okay? Nobody's watching him. Absolutely nobody.
Longer support same-sex marriage at the same levels as millennials. It's now lower than that of boomers. And they're I think 65% said they thought Trump would do more to fix this country if elected. These are shocking poll results we're seeing. At the same time, one of the most prominent streamers to a young leftist audience is dropping in viewership. It all starts to correlate. I think young people.
I mean, he's not wrong about one aspect of this.
Yeah, that too. Like they're learning. They're getting.
Remember, I did that. I even showed that statistical analysis where she literally was describing groypers, where she was saying like basically the ones that are right wing are extreme right wing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then there's like modern left. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But they're learning. They're getting there. Find their feet.
I don't think Gen Z is like more right wing than before. I just think that Gen Z is more invested in TikTok, and I don't have like a massive TikTok presence. I mean, I'm still one of the largest leftist commentators out there, obviously. But overall, I think like there are just less people super invested in the everyday minutia of politics, especially amongst Gen Z. I've talked about this quite a bit. I think that a big chunk of it comes from the fact that they saw during the COVID lockdowns, like they saw that political action doesn't amount to anything for them. No tangible results whatsoever. The criminal justice system, like execute a black man, George Floyd, they took to the streets, and then after months and months of protest, basically nothing came of that. And I think that had a really damaging impact in the way that they understand the world, in the way that they analyze politics and political action.
This is actually a really good analysis.
Right, Hasan in Australia has been great.
This is interesting.
No misses, right?
Should send him a message and tell him to come down to Melbourne and come on the show.
He also did a video with Friendly Jordies.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Which
general, which is understandable.
Jordies like American politics stuff. Yeah. Basically what we do every day.
Mm-hmm.
you are going to shut people out from engaging in politics. You show them that their demonstrations don't matter, that their words don't matter, that their feelings don't matter at all, their actions don't matter at all. And then beyond that, it's just, we got back to business as usual politics, which was, again, Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. Nobody likes a rerun, nobody likes a really rerun episode. And that's what American politics feels like to a lot of people right now. So they're just not invested. That's why there's a noticeable decline in every mainstream media outlet. There's a noticeable decline in almost every single social media news content creator in general. It is what it is. But I think those are the major reasons. Numbers are down industry-wide. Tim Pool's numbers are pretty much down industry-wide as well. And also, if we're talking about decline, Tim Pool's homie, Steven Crowder, there has been major noticeable declines in every part of the
It's because people are waking up to these fucking psychos. People are leaving them because they're realizing they're nutcases.
Political world, even on the right wing.
And because they're in a downward spiral, the only people that they can get on their show is also nutcases. And that drives people away. It's just it's an endless spiral of down.
Like even Joe Rogan sucks now. Before he would at least have some good episodes. You see when Bobby Lee was on, maybe you saw Too Lazy to Try, which is what I watch instead.
No.
But basically, he kept going on and on about like COVID stuff, and Bobby Lee goes, "Are we going to promote this movie or what? Like, what are we doing here?"
That's hilarious.
And he was trying so hard, like, "Joe, I agree with you. Okay, I agree with you." And Joe just wanted to hear himself talk.
Yeah.
And like Too Lazy to Try pulls up his Reddit all the time and is like how disappointed how Joe Rogan's Reddit is, how they're hoping that this is going to be a funny episode, and then it's just another like conspiracy episode.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
There is a swing in the pendulum towards the right because Joe Biden is obviously the president. And when Joe Biden is the president, you, of course, are going to have like more right-wing sentiment and the culture wars and whatnot. But that doesn't mean that like Gen Z is actually like aggressively becoming right-wing or anything like that. But I do think that there's a lot of staying power. Bro, quit talking about this. No one cares. I think this is good content. It's the best way to address this because it's obviously someone who is diametrically opposed to my worldview, and they're doing an embarrassing job at like covering it, and I'm having a good time covering it, especially because you have like 5 divorced dads sitting together, including a dude that is known for dressing up as Trump's wall, talking about how my numbers have diminished and I'm dying and irrelevant. I'm sorry, but this excites me a little bit. This is awesome.
Yes, you're being screwed over by powerful uniparty and corporate elites. No, communism and socialism are not the answer. But I can give you an example of why Hasan perfectly exemplifies the grift that is the left. When I made a video agreeing with him about something, he had criticized Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast was curing cataract blindness.
I remember that.
And Hasan said, why are we praising this? It's a simple procedure, and yet we're relying on an entertainment TV show to help people with their vision. And
he's mad that I didn't get excited that he agreed with me. He didn't even criticize me. He agreed with me on it.
I completely agree. It's an absurdity that as a culture, we've turned healthcare into a TV show to make it function. He ends up responding by insulting me because I was critical of funding the war in Ukraine. So here's a guy who simultaneously says the military-industrial complex is bad. We shouldn't fund wars. And we should be funding Ukraine and supporting Ukraine. We can't leave them hanging. Because
what? Dude, my politics are an enigma to everyone. Like, wait, what is it? Am I pushing Z and I love Vladimir Putin and I want him to wipe out Ukraine? Or am I like saying like we have to give all of our money to Ukraine? Please keep giving more of the money to Ukraine. What is happening? It's all of it at the same time, depending on who the audience is and what.
It still makes me laugh that people can hold contradicting opinions on multiple different conflicts around the world when they're basically all the same. When the conflicts are basically
the Uyghur genocide is
very similar. No, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about like China and Taiwan. Right.
No, this is what
Ukraine,
Twitter
Russia.
For like the last few days. It's been annoying.
Yeah, that's probably my fault.
No, it's fucking Comrade Starr's fault.
I
told her like, why can't you just be nice? Like, why? What's the point of this? Like, you're detracting from Palestine. She didn't respond, and I haven't seen her, so I'm like, that might have gotten me a block.
Maybe
just it being like, just be nice to people. Like, what the fuck is your problem? Like, seriously, seriously, think about it. If she believes that the genocide is fake, right? And other people believe that genocide is real, why does that matter? China's doing fine. The U.S. is there, still trading with them. They're still making a fucking killing. Nobody's breaking off business with them. What's actually happening here? It's like anti-China rhetoric. Oh, boo fucking who? Like, do you really care that much specifically about the genocide thing, which is such an unknown? Like, among China hawks, even. And we're talking about the average person, right? They just think that they'll know, like, Taiwan, defend Taiwan. What's an Uyghur? You know? Is that like when a tiger and a lion fuck?
But like you know what I mean though about like the conflict thing, that they're all kind of similar.
Mhm.
It's all like kind of imperialist conquest. It's all
Yep.
kind of
Yep.
genocidal,
good.
but somehow they can side with Russia, Palestine, and China and not feel conflicted somehow. Or some
Iran,
people side
right.
with Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan and
Oh,
somehow
the
not feel
Israel,
conflicted.
so Ukraine and Israel specifically makes sense to me just because the dynamics. Like that's the whole thing with the Ukrainian nationalism. It's like strangely pro-Jew,
Mm.
right? And like so, um, a lot of people who support Ukraine see it like Russia is funding Palestine.
Interesting.
And it's like it's more of like it's not because they have the facts or anything like that. It's
Mm.
just a kind of more of a blind bias. But
Yeah.
the Ukraine one makes sense. Plus, they're pushing to be more like Eurocentric as well.
Mhm.
And Eurocentrism, I guess, is supporting Zionism. Like
Yeah.
like the idea of what Eurocentrism is. Like if you would say neoliberals, the stereotype of a neoliberal would be pro-Israel, right?
Yes. Yeah. Typically. Also to this, I don't know, with ISK attacking Russia, who knows?
That's the thing is like so like the Uyghur terrorists, they were in Syria. They're not even in like
Mm.
those Central Asian groups. Like their headquarters were in Syria. Like so like I
Yeah.
talked to people through interpreters there and stuff. And they say the same thing that they all do, you know, like
Mhm.
they're, you know, all about liberation and fucking wanting the Uyghurs to be free and ruled by an Islamic rule. It's all
Yeah,
the same
yeah.
gobbledygook no matter who you go
Mhm.
to.
But yeah, with ISK, maybe they might become
They
a
attack China a
bigger
lot,
threat,
actually.
maybe?
ISK. They just killed like a bunch
Mm.
of people in a bombing. They killed like 6 Chinese contractors.
In Afghanistan?
No, like they kill them in Pakistan, Afghanistan, like that. The Chinese,
Interesting.
they
Yeah.
hit Chinese all the time.
Mm.
There was a big attack where they attacked a hotel, and it was just like 2
Mhm.
guys with pistols,
Mm.
and they killed a lot of people in Afghanistan right after the fall. And like it was definitely one of those things that might have had like Haqqani set up a window for them.
Mm.
Just like how a
Interesting.
lot of the bombings into Pakistan, even though
Yeah.
Haqqani's closer with the Pakistani government.
Yeah.
But then also, what was really funny is I reposted it, but China's putting a big red line, like a banner, like they're rolling out the streamers, right, on their
Mm.
border with Myanmar. And
Yes,
so
yes,
the
yes,
guy was
yes.
saying it's like that's so they stop bombing the wrong side of the border. That's so
That's
funny.
that is very funny.
They want to hear on the right wing circles. They're like, Hasan wants to fund Ukraine so much. In liberal circles, I literally want Ukraine to be wiped out. Like, I think people watch both of these videos and go, yeah, it's both
Right,
actually.
additionally,
He's
I
both
just
at the
saw
same
this.
time. I hate
Additionally,
him.
with
So
China, right? They control so much of the media. I don't know how ISIS would be able to fight them. ISIS are all like they they literally
Information
told
warfare.
me 50% of jihad is online, right? So if
Mm.
China controls so much of the internet and there's an ISIS attack, who knows? Maybe there's been dozens of ISIS attacks in China.
True. That's actually a very interesting point that I didn't even think about. That's actually a very good point.
Like ISIS would be the ones who would say that they've done it. Like ISIS is
Mm.
normally quick to claim things, so that's why I say that
Yeah.
it's probably not likely. But like if ISIS attacked China, it wouldn't have an effect on the Chinese people.
Mm.
They wouldn't know about it. They would never
No.
hear it.
No. But the other thing with because there are mass casualty events all the fucking time in China.
Yeah.
All the time. Usually there's stabbings. There was a shooting potentially about a month ago.
Oh yeah.
But there's like stabbings all the fucking time. Usually kindergartners. Usually children. Because they'll go into a kindergarten, lock themselves in, and just stab the fuck out of these kids. And it's because they're so, or this is the theory, is that they're so repressed that this is the only way that they can get back at society. Like that's
Well,
the
I think it's
theory.
also this is something that's also made it out. It's made it out enough to be part of the culture,
Mm.
right? And ISIS would have to get to that point. They would have to overcome that.
Yeah. They would need to have a big impact. It would have to be a massive movement.
But yeah,
But
most,
with their
most
persecution
of
of Muslims,
well, and that's the thing is like what's funny is these Muslim countries
Mm.
support it. because they like the money and they just sell China oil, right? So they all vote that it didn't happen. But like the Syrian Idlibis and stuff, they really do not like people. Like they're the ones who will be the most anti-Jackson Hinkle. Like they're great. They'll show tweets and evidence about how he denies Uyghur genocide when he tries to be pro Hamas.
That's so funny. That's awesome. Stand those guys.
Did you see the?
It's good. Not
attack that they just did.
Mm-mm.
HTS. It was pretty funny because of how the fake press rolled with it. It was funny.
Okay.
It'll take me a minute to find it. But...
Okay.
Not realizing that like a lot of that hatred just comes from watching videos like this where these people are talking about my opinions and just making it up as they go along.
He's saying whatever he thinks individually will attract the most viewership. That will work for a young person who is very naive and only for so long until they eventually realize, how can you both simultaneously say funding war is bad, funding Ukraine is good? That's contradictory.
It's a difficult... Oh, dude, this guy. I can't wait. This guy's going to have some good-ass takes, bro. I'm so excited. God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I'm such a nerd, but like, oh my God, I really need to know what this guy is going to say, dude. They're like, hey guys, this Hasan guy is irrelevant. Also, here's a 5-person panel discussing for 20 minutes why he's actually irrelevant. He's fallen off, which is why we made this YouTube video about how much he's fallen off.
To straddle the fence all the time. I mean, the Krasensteins do it to great effect, but you can only go with the wind so many times before you lose.
Okay, this guy has no idea who I am. Like, okay, he has no idea. He's just like, I don't know, this guys, I'm just going off what you just told me. Yeah, I can't wait to see what the wall guy has to say. The guy wearing the Trump's MAGA wall suit. What is he going to say about what the children want to hear? Bro, you look like you are not allowed to be around children by a court mandate. What the do you mean? He literally looks like he is not allowed to be within a mile of a school, okay? And he's over here being like, this is what the kids want to hear. Let me tell you.
So I certainly hope that's not true and he's not actually threatening self-harm. I hope he's okay. But man, there's a couple things to address here. I think that...
Bro, oh no, dude, they clip chip my Discord, dude. Oh, dude, I was pissing. I had to run back in here. Bro, he said he threatened self-harm. I really hope he's not actually going to kill himself. Here's what's really funny about this. This was a conversation that I was having with my community in my Discord about how annoying they are about politics, about how they never want to have fun and how they get like genuinely upset when I'm not sitting like I am now and talking about politics. That part of the conversation, of course, was not mentioned in the Discord that were clipped out of context, where I was talking about how like my community has become this normie.
Written about it. I'm trying to find the video itself, but I found like I've looked at like Syrians that I liked the post of that have written about it. There's a video, and that's what I'm looking for.
Repellent. Like normies come in and they're like, "Oh yeah, I like this Hasan guy. Like, what's happening here?" And then
stupid. The amount of times I watch him fall over on his back is hilarious.
Oh, the lizard.
Yeah, actual idiot. He'll like climb up the glass and get too far where he comes off balance, and all you'll see him is go from on the glass, and he just does this and like falls backwards and rolls over. It's fucking hilarious.
Okay.
And they yell at every army where they're like, "You like this Hasan guy? Well, he's not doing politics right now, so you." And they have this approach where they think like anything and everything that is not like
English, which is great, right? So it's like Assadists don't even know who's slapping them around tonight in Aleppo. They're just making threats on social media again. This says like 33 Iranian militia members were killed. The city of Aleppo. Yeah, so they report it as the city of
33 IRGC.
Well, they report it as that it was the result of an Israeli strike. Right? That's what's funny about it.
That is funny.
And then see, he's post more stuff where it shows them on the ground and stuff going through rubble and stuff. But then there's the this is an example. Like this is another guy who writes in English. Do you know who this guy is in his thumbnail?
Hold on. No.
It's Kataib, he's like the Arab guy who started the caucus front. He's like
okay.
One caucus guy. So like this is the guy who was really good friends with bin Laden, who was telling him come to fucking Chechnya.
Russia is the real enemy.
Yeah. So he's just like Russia Today, which is state funded, is worse than mainstream media when it comes to disinformation.
Yeah.
But these guys have real extreme views on a lot of stuff that will come out. But this one is so funny. He just copy and pasted different headlines about the HTS attack, right? So it's like IOF, Israeli Occupation Forces, launches, violent attacks. U.S.-aligned terrorist organizations in Idlib exploited the Zionist attack and coordinated launch of several batches of drones. This is all 100% HTS. They didn't coordinate with shit. Right, so this is all them. Just in this last one, it's like local sources, including a military source that spoke with them, said the attack coincided with drones launched towards Aleppo from Idlib by HTS, formerly Nasra Front. Like, just say formerly Al Qaeda. Like, come on, pussy. Like, it's literally how do you fall for that? They're literally giving it away that this is clearly an HTS attack. Doofuses.
Like immediate political revolution is basically counter-revolutionary, reactionary, bourgeois decadence. Your community f***ed up the vibe so much. Exactly. Which is something that a lot of people I think would agree with. There is this idea that we are like very annoying, no fun having ass losers from the outside world, for good reason in many respects. And it's like something that I want to change again in my community, because that's not what we're about. That's never what I've been about, right? Like in this community. And that's basically what I was talking about. But then they literally like clipped my responses to other people and made it seem like I was just simply saying, I'm going to kill myself. My numbers are so bad. That's not what I was talking about at all. It was a broader conversation that I was having about like how annoyed I am with try-hard content that isn't like immediately political. I'm doing all this stuff and I know it's like good content in general, but a lot of people in the community are not receptive to it unless I'm just like constantly complaining about politics. And that's annoying. It's ironic because all of these people, if they saw that and didn't realize that I was saying it, would probably agree with that assessment. Can you show it on screen? Because it's not clear in the Discord if you search that you were actually responding to anyone. Yeah, because I'm a boomer and I'm not like directly replying. That's the problem. I'm replying to people without like directly replying to them in the Discord because I don't, use Discord like that. With the exception of I'm going to myself, which was a direct reply to someone else, but they even clipped that out of context too. Like I was literally replying to a person. The real issue is that you broke rule 2 of the Discord server and threatened to self-harm. Please refrain from doing so in the future. Yeah. I did not think that like my Discord venting, especially like talking to chatters about like community cleanup, which is something I engage in on a regular basis and I have. So what's really funny about this, like I was trying to explain before, people were like butting in and saying like it's actually my fault
he is
for
trying a little bit
not accounting for like having extremely online psychopathic cyber stuff.
It's because he's upside down at the moment. The blood's rushing to his head. He's not feeling correct.
He literally touched grass.
Yeah, he actually went into real life ocean water. So he's cured from the brain rot.
Look at animals. He went and saw animals like in Australia. That's in there. He went to an Australian like petting zoo interact thing.
Oh, I'll have a look. It might be the one in New South Wales that I went to. It's actually really good.
Stalkers who will just like try to power farm as much impression as they possibly can by just lying about my situation. Yeah, I was doing what I always do, which is community cleanup, right? Like I think as a content creator, it is my responsibility to ensure that like I set the vibe straight. If I feel like we are going down a weird path, like I'm going to address it. I'm going to try to keep it $1.50 with everybody and be like, hey guys, you guys are being kind of weird about like only doing politics. It's like boring, blah, blah, blah. When you only want to cover politics, like it gets really annoying and like normies don't like that. They want to watch like normal, cool IRL, whatever. That was what the conversation was about. And I was like replying to some chatters that were saying some dumb, like I'm going to go as always. And then I tuned out. I went live after that rant.
Huh?
I sent you a funny video and I said, play this after second thought.
Oh, you did. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah. So play that real quick. It's a quick little funny video.
And then we'll go to the animal one.
But like I said, there is some more funny stuff in here where he figures out who the guy in the band is.
Ah, okay. In that video.
Yeah. Isn't this hilarious?
Yeah, I saw this on Instagram. Fucking excellent. I heard it was friendly fire.
Mm-hmm. Look at how smoothly it falls, too.
Yeah, kaboom. It's pretty awesome.
Like that was a pretty slow descent. Like that's a pretty like well-designed plane if it's able to like,
fall like that.
Yeah, fall where it has the most resistance. It's quite beautiful, I think, the way it's crashing.
Yeah, it's great.
It's this is how you do maneuvers in Ace Combat right here. There's some Top Gun maneuver shit.
One engine's on fire. I love that it's still exploded on impact with water. That's, I think, the most interesting part.
Oh, Chad! That one looks really big. Oh, fucking hell, mate! Oh my god! Oh my god!
This is the place that I went to.
Oh my god! Oh, that's so chill! Oh, the kangaroos, yes!
Grass. It has nothing to do with Australia. He's literally touching grass. That's what's the benefit is. Like, you should go outside for at least an hour a day, Hasan.
What the fuck is that thing, bro?
Hello. This is the last time we're at the reptile park.
Oh my god, why are you the kangaroo, dude? That is the most sensual photo I've ever seen with a kangaroo. Wait, they let you do that with kangaroos? It's an awesome place. Bro, I am going to pet every fucking...
There's this is the place that they milk spider and snake venom from. This is the place that produces all of the anti-venom for the snakes and spiders in the country.
Just keep me out of your weird
Animal,
hobbies.
it's not even a joke. Dude, they're gonna see my vibes. I'm gonna vibe out the kangaroo. He's gonna see my vibes and be like, let's be best friends.
What about
The
like
kangaroo
spider
is
enclosures?
gonna beat the shit out of you.
There's snakes and spiders?
Yeah.
Spiders are not fucking pets, dude. What do you mean? We're going to a zoo. Why do they have spiders in the zoo? The zoo that we're going to is where they send the funnel web spiders
All
alive,
zoos have
and they go
spiders.
and like they milk the venom. How do they milk the venom? Do they just suck on it? Like how does that? they get like those tiny hands to jerk off the fucking spider.
We're here. It's the big dinosaur.
Australian Reptile Park, we're here. Ladies and gents, we're out here in Australian Reptile Park, and we're gonna go see fucking.
You know what? Not an awful accent. It's not an awful one. I've heard worse. Much, much worse.
Dingoes, kangaroos, reptiles, and
it's
many of the
losing it.
wildlife that's out here in the fucking outback.
That's great. I'm so glad Connor didn't do the voice the whole time we're out here.
Oh, dude, I am so much more annoying than Connor. I did the Japanese accent when I was out there as well.
When you're speaking to the really kind of like Oka kind of guys in there, you should really do the
ham it
voice
up.
to them.
A proper Shayla. Nice. Oh my god, look at this, dude. Look at all this fucking nature.
He's not a proper Sheila. That's from Crocodile
I
Hunter.
am gonna be unbearable. Whoa.
That's the thing, is he's more doing a Crocodile
Just
Hunter
like-
impression.
Yeah.
And right.
I thought there was an animal for a second.
Whoa, is that a dingo?
Right. Yeah, my name's Imogen, so I'll be doing your behind the scenes talk. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Yep.
We're going to head straight up to our venom room and watch a milking, so that's super cool. So started off with the best first.
We're gonna watch a milking.
Yeah, so
The only thing was reception was 0.
Wait, is that a frog?
Wait, in the milking room.
Oh, really?
No, these are alligators.
yeah, so we've got roughly.
Sometimes I
like
wish I
44
became a
American
biologist and went through with it.
Hmm?
I said sometimes I wish I went into biology and went through with it.
Yeah, working with animals would be pretty cool.
That's my minor, is animal knowledge.
Oh, really?
No, like my minor expertise in life, animal knowledge.
Oh, right. It's just like your biggest hobby.
Yeah,
Learning about random
yeah.
shit about animals.
Yeah, animals are my hobby. News is my job.
Oh, wait, American alligators?
Yeah.
Why not Australian alligators?
Because Australia doesn't have any alligators. So
There
you
you
have
go.
American
She
alligators
got
and
wrecked.
Chinese
He got wrecked,
alligators.
sorry.
We've got saltwater crocs and freshwater crocs here.
So when they live in Australia, they become Australian alligators. No.
Kind of. If you want to get technical with it, they are Australian now.
American logic.
Wow, she hates him.
Yeah, she
I was just
fucking.
like, okay, whatever, douchebag.
She definitely has to deal with people, Americans like him, all the time. This is routine. She's tired of it.
How long have they lived here?
Some of them. So we got our first batch of alligators in 1968, and our oldest one that we have in there is 80 years old. His name's Mr. Googly. So he's been here for quite a while now. But then we've got other ones that have been.
Yo, what is that? That's a bird. I'm gonna be unbearable. I'm letting you know.
He-
Oh, Elvis, Australia's
Jesus
crankiest
Christ. I would be very annoyed
Australia's
if I was,
crankiest croc.
he would literally easily be able to, if Nick came to the edge there, would be able to jump out and grab Nick, and Nick wouldn't even see him. So it's a little bit scary.
Wait, well, so why is he cranky?
Nick's like got his stick ready to risk it all.
That's crocodile. Wait, so if he comes up, like Nick just smacks him with the stick?
Well, Nick would see him come up to the surface. That's why he's got that distance between him and the edge. But it's more so these guys can renovate and do work in the yard, and Nick can kind of watch where he is.
Dude, what the? Can he jump at us from here?
No, he can't get.
What a fucking metal job is just standing guard. You're a crocodile guard.
You're a croc bonker.
You've got the stick to bonk the crocodile if he tries anything.
over this.
It's like on a dating app. What's your job? Croc bonker.
I bonk the croc.
Fence, they definitely can jump quite high, but he can't get over this.
Big L for Elvis. What makes Elvis particularly cranky?
Well, he's a wild.
Oh, he's coming up.
Oh! Yo!
And
You guys feed him every day?
No, so
I fucking don't like it at all.
You what? You hate Hasan?
Unfucking bearable.
Bro, he's outside, so he's so overwhelmed.
I
That's the
know.
thing.
This is why I'm putting up with it. I'm happy he's outside. He's touching grass. He's experiencing wildlife. It's good. It's healthy.
He needs to go on a camping
in the
trip
wild.
with no electronics.
Yeah, these guys need to take him out to the bush. Send him on a walkabout for a week.
They'll probably eat maybe like 5 times a year.
Eat some
But
witchetty
we
grubs.
feed him every weekend and over the school holidays. So we, instead of feeding like a really large food item, he gets fed smaller meals. In the wild, they'll eat like 200 kilos max a year. So even though he's such a large animal, they don't need to eat heaps. So he gets fed like small pieces of chicken. But yeah.
Oh,
go ahead.
I saw
a water dragon.
Oh, right. Dude, what the fuck? They're just chilling, bro. Dude, he's
I'm gonna see if it'll handle higher quality so they can actually see that.
Yeah, I was like, what are we supposed to be looking at here?
just chilling. Dude, what? Right.
There's a water dragon.
Dude,
Yeah.
what the fuck? They're just chilling,
you go.
bro. Dude, he's just chilling. Oh, chat.
You might struggle with reception in the milking room.
We're going into the Chinese dick milking room right now. Yeah, this is the Jordan Peterson room. If it F's in there, maybe I'll pull out. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see if we can watch the dick milking live. Apparently, Connor was unable to do so.
Yeah,
It was a big snake, and it's
it was
like
so
fucking
angry.
like the most poisonous snake as well.
So,
Venomous, please.
have you done a look check or rubby? Chad, I walked outside for you guys because unfortunately there's no service in there. They're filming it on my phone camera.
Look at this guy.
Yeah.
He looks so good. He looks naked.
That's a green iguana.
Green.
I want one.
Called green iguana. So
I
these
want an
guys are
iguana.
retards.
I want a
They're
house
The
iguana.
biggest skink we'll get like in your yard. They're really nice. They're like really. They just kind of eat snails and they're really chill. And there's a kid, you can pick them up.
Okay, I'm fucking bored. God damn it. Come on, hurry it up. It was crazy. He just like fucking busted out a tiger snake and it just immediately latched onto a shot glass with a styrofoam on top of it. When they send the funnel web spiders here, they milk them to also make anti-venom
here's
because seemingly lots of venomous snakes and spiders in Australia. Fun fact, from what I understand, apparently in New Zealand, no venomous snakes at all. I guess New Zealand on top for that one. Yeah, New Zealand,
We're in New
number
Zealand
one.
W.
Australia, number 2, maybe. Hi, can I ask you a question? Is it true that New Zealand has no venomous animals, like no venomous snakes or no venomous spiders in comparison to
Platypus is
Australia?
venomous.
I'm actually not sure. I couldn't
They're
tell you
not in New
for
Zealand.
certain.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure. I'm so sorry.
Not New
It's all
Zealand.
good.
They're
Sorry, I'm gonna
Tasmania?
sleep.
I saw your fatigue, so I was like, this is the most.
Huh?
Where are the platypus?
Australia.
Tasmania? Regular Australia, you got those fuckers going around? Did you hear
Yeah,
that they
not New-
recorded
not
the sound
New
of the
Zealand.
echidna? Did we look at that?
Say it again.
The sound of the echidna, did we look at that?
Yes. I think so.
And they're like, now we, no basic communication because the animal's that old.
Yes. Yeah. But he's talking about New Zealand, not Australia, not Tasmania.
I thought the pangolin was New Zealand.
I don't think so. I think that's China.
I said platypus. No, the pangolin is from Africa. They just eat
Oh,
it
is
in
it?
China. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Knowledgeable person to ask this question. Have a good one. What the?
So this one is a shingleback
Ooh,
lizard.
it's a stumpy tail.
Or they're called two-headed lizards. So
Yeah, shinglebacks are
obviously
cool.
you can kind of see their tail is to replicate their head. Now in the wild, what they're going to do is if they are being attacked, they're going to flip themselves around, kind of show their tail instead. And then they've got really strong bite forces. Again, they're not venomous or anything like that, but they have really, really strong jaw
They suck to
muscles.
get bitten by.
I love these lizards a lot because what they actually do is they mate for life. So they'll find, their girlfriend or boyfriend, and they'll stay with them no matter what. So if her boyfriend got hit by a car, she's going to sit with him until she starves herself and dies. They're like proper loyal lizards.
Oh my god, their butt looks like their head.
Yeah.
Oh my god. He wasn't listening at
She
all.
literally just said that.
You can have a little pat of it if you
They
like.
look like the most like a dinosaur out of any lizard I've seen. Those scales.
Feels like a pine cone.
It does look like a pine
Can you
cone.
hold this for a second? Or no, go pet it if you want.
Now they give birth to live young, so they don't lay eggs.
Like here?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, that's sick.
Oh my god, it's looking right at me.
Oh, blue tongue lizard.
And there's just a water dragon chilling with him. He's such a dickhead. He's not in captivity. He's
he's
just flexing on them.
He's like, I can leave at any time.
What if he brings them presents from the outside world, though? I like the amount.
Those are American ones.
That's a big boy. Look at
He
these
keeps
heads.
pogging.
Oh, fucking hell, mate. Oh, these are gators. It's not a croco. These are gators. Gators are the chill ones, right? They still look just
Poggers!
as mischievous and just as dangerous as the croc.
They know there's food. That's why they're coming over here. Look.
Do we get to feed them ourselves?
Yeah, I think
Oh, here we go. He's gonna
You
pog us at the koala.
Super fluffy and cute.
Oh, I gotta. Are there any particular animals that like shiny objects
Time for chlamydia.
and stuff that I need to take off my jewelry?
No,
Okay. No, there's in the Alvea Sanctuary. There's like some animals that like the emu likes it. The emu will pick at your fucking jewelry. Yeah. Oh my god, this is insane. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're still right in front of me.
So there's one koala that actually loves to bite. That's the one.
This guy.
His name's Phoenix. Yeah, straight away he's like, I will take your finger off.
Aww.
Yeah, it's all cute until he.
I like that even when he's going for the bite, it's still slow.
Yeah.
Oh.
So this one is Pete. So he is one of our favorites at
Can
the
we pet
moment.
him?
Yeah.
I wonder if she's going to explain that they can rip your fucking face off.
Of course. So he's only 1 year old.
They literally
but
have
he's
no
my
brain.
youngest
They're
child.
like jellyfish brained.
They're smooth brained. They're dumb. They also sound like devils.
Yeah.
At the moment, and then Angus is hiding, having a little sleep. With koalas, they'll live anywhere from like 12 to 14 years, but unfortunately, there's only about 40,000 of them left in the wild, and that's just due to deforestation, bushfires. They are on their way to extinction, unfortunately. So in the next 25 years, you probably won't ever see a koala in the wild again.
Why don't people have them as pets? Because it feels like this is a very chill pet.
It is. They poo 200 times a day. That's usually a good indicator that you don't want one as a pet.
Seems like a challenge for that many American psychos would take on.
Yeah, see, I would absolutely take it on. But because they're an endangered animal, so people that work at like sanctuaries and stuff, like as keepers here, we can take them home and hand raise
Hey,
them if
Mr.
they're
Endangered
joeys.
Animal, what are you up to?
Obviously, the receptionists aren't going to take a koala
What are you
home
doing?
and hand raise. They're only like a qualified zookeeper, but we have to take mammals home all the time. Like,
Look, they eat a lot of leaves. They got to shit that all out. All they do is shit, sleep, and fuck. That's it. That's their entire
go,
life. Yeah, yeah. That's
They
about
sound like Jack,
Fuzzy devil.
the internal like scream that metal singers do, where they breathe in and
Yes,
scream at the same
yes.
time, like the reverse singing that Jack Black
Mhm.
does. That's what they sound like.
Yeah.
wombats, kangaroos, koalas, we're always hand raising joeys. So we kind of get to take them home for a bit.
That's a good perk for the job.
Yeah.
The crocodile danger, not great, but
No.
this kind of makes up for it.
I work with reptiles, so I get the crocodile side of it, but I do get to come in here and cuddle them every now and then.
Okay,
so I
this seems like the better job than your thing.
Well-
you're milking venomous, dangerous spiders.
I know.
And other people just get to hang out with them, but don't they have like syphilis or something?
So they do carry a lot of diseases. They have retrovirus, chlamydia, they get leukemia. Like there's a lot of things they do get, which are very common. But
Fuck a lot.
because well, that's why we keep the females and males separate. So when it does
You're
come
getting
to breeding, we'll
stoned.
pair who we
Stoned
want
as
to go
fuck.
together. But at the moment,
a lot,
he's just a little baby.
It looks like he's just falling asleep.
You know what's really
Yeah.
funny about that
So
is they
tired.
are like old people.
Well, they sleep for anywhere from 18 to 22 hours a day. So they're sleeping all the time. As soon as they're awake, they're eating. Now, these eucalyptus leaves, they're a super toxic leaf, really low in nutrition, which is why they sleep for so long. If humans ate these, we'd like end up dying from them because they're that toxic. But the koalas have a special enzyme in their stomach that they can break down the leaves, but they're almost like a bit high all the time. Yeah. And they're just so tired. So the more you work with koalas, the more you realize they don't really have a lot going on up here. But they're really cute.
Just a little baby. He's just a little baby.
They are fucking adorable.
Hey, Alex, this guy's completely asleep.
He is so fucking passed out.
His face is smashed.
He looks
He's
strong.
like flinching. He's dreaming.
What do you think he's dreaming about?
Yeah, everyone.
Eucalyptus. I better wake up and there's going to be leaves around me. They're probably one of the only animals that's like you can justify them being in a zoo. Because it's like, they don't move.
For those of you watching at home, there is like just like a layer of piss smell when you first walk in. You get used to it. There's a lot of shit. There's a lot of poo.
And they do that while they sleep as well.
They
so it's just,
shit themselves while they're sleeping?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So I'll be calling them and I'm like, oh, he's going to sleep. And then, yeah, it just happens.
What's their poo like?
Little
there.
You asked that, bro.
That's a pretty, that's a not great.
Give it a whiff. So how bad is the bite? Like if that little one bites, like does it break your finger?
No, like I always have bites on my hands. Like there's not much going on.
Is that like from a koala?
That's from a koala.
Oh, it is.
That's from a koala. I had a chunk of my eyeball taken out from a koala.
Oh my god.
It's there, but under my eye there's a little scar. So we had a koala that was a bit younger, and it was my own fault. I got my head too close when I was changing the leaf, and its claw went under my eyelid and took a little chunk out. And I went to hospital. I'm like, all the cool animals I work with, like really the koala, like I couldn't be like, oh, the crocodile bit me. Like,
they also look like animatronics. Like the way they move is so particular that it does feel like an animatronic. Like it's not real.
He's looking at those leaves.
He's a
Yeah,
big
he's a
boy.
big
Oh
boy.
my god, does he bite?
He can bite. All koalas can bite. He chooses to be nice. Yeah, he's a big boy.
It's a big
just
koala.
under 10 kilos.
Look at the nostrils on this one. God damn.
So
that's
his
big
fur's
boy.
a little bit more like coarse and wiry than the Joey's. He's very smelly. So the reason the males stink, so females stay smelling lovely, the males get really smelly.
Do the claws hurt when he's wiping onto you?
Yeah, no, it's not fun. I'm not
Yeah,
enjoying
I was going to
myself.
say the one on your neck doesn't look nice.
No, I always go home all scratched up. It's not great.
Babies are way softer.
Well, thank you for doing this for us.
You see why they can tear your fucking face off? Like people will see them in the wild and go up to them and they'll literally run at them and climb up them and tear them to shreds. They're not kind animals.
Fucking drop bears. That's what I was about to say.
All right. But the reason they smell the males is because when they get older, they need to mark their territory. So they all have their own unique smell
nice.
Oh, does he-
smell his chest. Touch his chest.
Does he have a spot that he likes? Like being
Where do
pet
I?
at?
Over here?
Touch his dirty patch there on his
This
chest.
thing.
Yep. Now smell your fingers.
That's weird.
You're like, it smells like
Oh, it does. It
Yeah.
smells weird.
Smell my
It
fingers.
doesn't- It
Yeah.
smells
It
like.
smells like chemical. Like,
Yeah, it's really bad.
I don't know what
that's
that
what
is.
mine
It
stuff
smells
smells
like-
I never smelled anything like
it
it.
smells
I
like
thought it-
sweaty balls plus
Yeah,
with cheese or
but like
something.
his hands feel
Oh.
like.
Claws are sharp. What is
Oh.
that in your eye?
He's
Oh.
loving that.
Does he like that
I
massage?
feel like
or
he
is-
likes this, like around his neck. He's like,
It's such a weird smell.
We'll go feed our cassowary now.
Yes.
what is that?
The bird.
Hasan doesn't know.
Dearest bird in the world.
Oh my god! Wait, do you guys have a shoebill here, or what is it?
Yeah, shoebill.
Cassowary. Oh,
No, I was gonna say, do you have shoebills?
no,
here?
we don't.
They're
Really?
in the Congo.
Insane, right? Like they
Yeah.
kill
No,
everyone.
they're in the
I don't think
Congo.
they're Australian.
They're
Yeah.
so endangered. They don't. You're
Yeah.
not going to find a shoebill really anywhere except the Congo. But
Yeah.
there is like reservations with them in the Congo. I'm sure there's
Yeah.
other places where they've gotten out before.
They are very cool birds. They're
Mhm.
very cool.
Do you know about how they raise their young?
No.
They can lay 2 to 3 eggs, but they'll only raise 1 chick.
Really?
Yeah, so the chicks literally kill each other.
Oh.
And the parent
Awesome.
will only feed the largest chick that hatches. So it just sits there while the little baby starves to death and suffers and gets clubbed to death by its siblings. It's brutal.
Fucking hell. So what, they want to try and save these ones and try and hand raise them? Is that the idea?
With the shoe bills?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like try and take the babies and raise
Yeah,
them.
yeah,
and-
because you can get multiple babies and raise multiple babies.
Yeah,
from
because
the
that
store.
wouldn't be an awful idea to try and repopulate.
I don't know how endangered they are though. They're just only in the rainforest.
Yeah. They're so
Oh,
cool
Jack.
though. Like, leave
I've
them
seen it.
alone, you fucks. leave them all alone. Stop fucking
They're also really stupid because they're really old bird.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're not endangered. They're just vulnerable,
Okay.
which means they're still protected though because they're under this threatened status.
Mm-hmm.
But like they're really stupid, and like the fish that they actually eat are like really small, and they like wait all day, staring at the river, waiting for one of these fish to come. Like they're such a shitty evolved animal. I don't know how they're still going.
Something works.
One bird that's going to kill.
I saw one fight
He's in with 2 females or 1 female. We're trying to spice things up for them and get some of them breeding. But when we're behind here, just make sure you don't stand up against the fence towards him because he'll kick you through the fence, and it'll send you to hospital.
I got like a really sharp one thing.
It will kill you.
Oh, that's the thing. That's the thing that we watched on the video, right?
Yeah.
It's a raptor.
Most dangerous bird in the world.
So with Cooper, cassowaries are frugivores, so they only eat fruit. When you feed him, he's got no interest in biting you. He just wants the fruit. So when you feed him, you can just grab it in your fingers like this and bring him over, and he'll come and grab it off you.
He's so gentle. What the fuck?
Yeah,
however you
it's
feed it to
no,
him,
no,
he
they're
just wants to get-
territorial.
Right.
So if you enter the cage, then they'll come kick the shit out
They'll
of you.
fuck
and
you
kill
up. Yeah. Okay.
They'll work together to flank you like raptors too.
Oh my god.
And it's
That's
especially bad if they
horrifying.
have eggs.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Get the fruit off you. He might get your finger with it. Doesn't hurt.
Oh, it doesn't hurt?
No.
I
And you just
fed-
reach your hand all the way in. So, Cooper.
More grapes?
There he is.
Oh,
So
that's
gentle.
so chill.
Can I do one?
Yo, he is chill as hell.
So what makes them so dangerous is actually their feet. So if you look, he's got some pretty insane.
Yeah, yo, get the
Eats
talons
the
and
grape
shit,
whole,
dude.
king.
Wait, don't get too close though. You said he kicks through the thing.
Yeah, he'll kick through this bit here.
Cool. They just look like.
Wait, but he's got a
They
whole.
look like dinosaurs.
He's got a whole trough of apples. He doesn't want those.
Yeah, he's super fussy. Even though he'll eat everything by the end of the day, but he'll pick out all his favorite bits. And I'm usually out here every day doing encounters, so he knows that I'm going to come out and feed him his favorite fruits, which is tomatoes.
Has he ever kicked you?
No, he's actually never. The only thing that he has done is ran really close to the fence and made like this chuffing noise. But he's never kicked anyone through the fence, thankfully. We do heaps of enrichment for all of our animals, which is basically we just want to stimulate them. So this is just like a bit of a perfume.
He's
smell
like, the
or
food is
spray it.
over. Bro, why are you putting your hand out with nothing in it? He's just begging to get fucking eaten.
But with cassowaries, they're a solitary animal, so you won't see them in groups. The only time is when it's breeding season. You'll see the male and female together, but the female will lay her egg and then she'll get straight out of there. She doesn't hang around, so the males have to sit there and incubate the eggs, and then he'll look after
Rhea
the
do
chick
that too.
for about 7
Shit,
months,
mother.
and then the chick has to leave.
Well,
because
the
he's
other
trying to
Rhea
do
do that.
Fucked
Rhea
up.
raise
Yeah.
the males raise the eggs as well, and they're related to them. So
Yeah.
Head fin thing.
So
Like, what's the
it-
use of that?
It's called a cask, so it's made of keratin, and it's like honeycomb inside. So there's no purpose for it at all. They don't use it for anything.
That's hilarious.
It's just there.
No, it's just swagged out.
Yeah.
No, it looks like
They look like
a-
dinosaurs.
like a Nation of Islam hat, like almost like a kufi.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean? Like
They also look so intelligent compared to the koalas. Like It's
Yeah, he's a
watching
lot
us,
more sweet
looking in our eyes, and being like, "Can I eat this?" Koala's just high.
He's not from Australia. He's from Papua New Guinea.
Ah.
But we have cassowaries, northern cassowaries up
Queensland.
in the Daintree rainforest.
Mm.
They are a keystone species for their ecosystem. So because they eat fruit,
Interesting.
they have a special thing
What'd
in their
she
gut
say?
that actually fertilizes the seed.
The cassowaries are a keystone creature in the northern rainforests of
Oh,
Queensland.
like the raccoons because they fertilize
Yeah.
the soil.
Yeah,
They
how
produce
interesting.
seeds. They spread the seeds of the fruit.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Seed. So when he takes a shit,
That's bad that
it's
they're
a fertilizer
vulnerable.
Yeah.
seed, so it's going to grow into a plant. So they're keeping all the rainforests alive, which is super important. So being critically endangered. If they go extinct, the rainforest, it's going to affect all the animals.
Did she
so
say
it's
they've
super
been
important that
critically
it doesn't get
endangered?
to that.
They are critically endangered.
That's not Wikipedia says, lady.
I trust the expert.
Oh, no,
on
no. I think I
Wikipedia.
looked at the shoe bill, not the cassowary.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the extinction is because of what? Like they eat them, or
Yes.
or because they think they're like angry and they hate the vibes that the bird is putting
What are you
out.
talking about in the rainforest? It'd be like car deaths.
Well, that's because they've built so many roads through the Daintree rainforest. It's like deers with headlights with kangaroos. Like when it's nighttime
Northern
and they're seeing
cassowary,
lights,
least
they run out in front
concern.
of the car.
Interesting.
Not endangered at all. Southern cassowary. Regular endangered.
Interesting. What about the Papua New Guinea one?
That was the northern one. It's fine.
Okay.
And then this one is a dwarf cassowary, least concern. So she's liar. She's a
Really
liar.
silly. Don't know why they do it. And then they get hit by cars. And yeah, deforestation as well.
You know, maybe he is just as stupid
Yeah,
as a
he's not
koala.
as smart as you think.
It was so
but-
sad. We were in the Daintree and there was a sign that said 14 cassowaries have been killed in this area.
Yeah.
Literally behind the sign was a mum with two chicks trying to cross. They kept running out and then running back.
Yeah, it's really, really bad. And it's literally in the last 50 years, there's been like the most amount recorded of endangered animals ever in the entire time that,
That is
humans
true.
have been around.
Yeah, but
and
that's
it's
also
just
because of surveying.
deforestation.
Yeah, because we're recording it more.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like cases of
I'm sure
sexual
it's
assault
worse
going
than
up.
that,
And like that sort of stuff where people are like everything's going up. It's like no, reporting's just going up.
Yeah, I'm sure this specifically
Mm.
is especially true though.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Does anyone else want to feed him some more? Otherwise, I'll chuck it in.
Oh, dude, what
I'll feed one more. I'll feed one more.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we can get the anti-venom. It's like pretty close. It's like right here.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'd
How
love
likely
to.
are they to like attack you in the wild?
Yeah, you're gonna have to work for that one a bit. Oh yeah.
Getting a little water in the beak. Water in the beak.
They are so beautiful.
Yeah. No, I get it now. The other one that we saw on the video had like ball sacks on his face. Or was that a different species?
Is that a
Which one are you talking about?
I
Which
think
one
you're
are you
talking
talking
about a
about?
turkey. Now we'll go see the Tassie Devils.
Ooh,
and
hell
we've got
yeah.
food for the kangaroos as well.
Oh, the kangaroos, yes. Chat, are you guys enjoying this so far? It's pretty fucking good.
Pretty good. But hurry up and get to the
These
animals.
ones are found in Papua New Guinea as well. There are lumber
Big
hole
kangaroos are
tree
so
kangaroos
interesting.
that are found in
I hear they're
rainforest
delicious.
as well in Australia.
Oh, really?
But she's almost 19 years old. So they don't typically live
Jesus.
past 14. So she's really, really old. They also are a really endangered species, but she's like gone through all the breeding programs, and this is like her retirement home now. So
How long do the cassowaries live, sorry?
the cassowaries will live for kind of anywhere from 10 to 20 years. It'll range from.
Oh, is that the Tasmanian devil?
No, this is a dingo.
Oh, it's a dingo.
fucking
So do they
idiot.
eat the babies?
Tassie devils eat their babies.
No, I meant like human babies.
Oh, dingoes?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, bird.
Dingoes are actually really shy.
She doesn't even
animals.
know the
They
meme.
don't try and go up to people. Like
He's doing the dingo ate my
No,
baby
no, no,
meme,
no.
which
I
is
think
just
she
a
just blatantly ignored it because she's gotten it so much. Also, dingoes don't exist anywhere but Fraser Island. It's the only place that pure dingoes actually exist. The rest are mixed with
What are
feral
those?
dogs.
What are the ones that are they're an Asian, they're South Asian species? Oh, D holes. You
Yes.
got D holes there?
Not here, no. But yeah, the only place because dingoes are just bred with dogs, domesticated dogs. So a lot of the dingoes are actually not pure dingoes. But yeah, it keeps the species alive, I
They
guess.
put it in the dog's D hole.
very rare you'll see one approaching you. But our ones are super shy and only like 3 people that work here. No, if I had to get eaten by an animal, I'd want it to be a tiger. I've already thought it out. I've
I
planned
reckon
it.
shark. I like that.
What?
Yeah, shark would be sick.
No, it's the worst because you're.
She made a terrible choice. Getting killed by a tiger would be fucking awful.
No, they kill you so quick, bro.
It'd suck.
Yeah, you'd be dead. Just crush your neck.
Drowning.
Dead.
Yeah.
He said a shark, and now Hasan's freaking out because he's scared of sharks. Dingoes, D-holes.
Fear of the ocean.
Thank you. Smart.
Yeah,
okay.
no.
I'm 100% with you. You are. Oh my god.
Why a tiger wouldn't be better?
I say this all the
Yeah,
time.
look, you can see what's going on, and the
That's not a
tiger.
good thing.
What a cool animal to be killed by. A shark. That's so basic. So basic.
I always liken it to like I'd rather die in the rainforest knowing exactly what's killing me because like the ocean is like going into the rainforest with a plastic bag over your head.
Oh, be nice to me.
Peeking up.
She's stepped in there.
Oh, he's running.
Oh, he's coming.
Gosh, they make me nervous.
They're
Jeez.
savage.
So
They're
gross.
fucking savages.
Wait, really?
Oh, the devils?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you look at them, they're fucking covered in scars because they because of how they
This is like the scene
interact
when
with each other.
the raptor keeper
Yeah,
enters
yeah.
the cage to feed the raptors.
Oh, here he is.
She's very nervous. You can tell. You can tell by her body language how nervous she is.
Oh, they're so cute.
Yeah, we covered it.
I don't think they're cute.
We covered it.
No,
That's
they're
not what
cute.
it
What
was
do you mean?
actually about. They literally misconstrued what the whole conversation was about. We covered it already.
Yeah.
And they're like,
Look at him.
Yeah, I like
Adorable.
that they're angry.
yeah.
The only reason they're not running at me.
Oh.
Is because you're feeding them?
Yeah.
Snake skin to give them?
Yeah, it's just enrichment
Like
for
chippies.
them. So all the smells
Chippies.
that are on them.
How would they feel if you gave them some chicken salted chips? I feel like
Probably
they
give them a good smell. They wouldn't eat them.
I'm not sure about how Tasmanian devils smell, but they basically eat carcasses, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Wait, really?
But you can see they're like very invested in the snake skin at the moment.
Sorry, I just had chicken salted chips for the first time ever, and it was really a life-changing
Wait.
experience for me.
What?
Bro, we have
Yeah.
though.
They're doing like Lady in the Tramp. They're gonna meet in the
Bro,
middle.
he just had
Oh
chicken
my
biscuit
God.
for the first time.
No.
That's literally an American thing.
Salt. Chicken salt on
No.
hot chips.
But like the chicken biscuit.
That's
is
what
where the
he's
chicken
talking
salt
about.
comes
That's
from.
what he's talking about. He's not talking about that. He's talking
I
about
know.
chips.
I know, but I'm just
Chicken
saying chicken
salt on
salt.
chips.
Chicken salt, right, is a thing that exists here because we also
I know.
have that brand.
No, I know, and this is
I
why
know
I'm
he's
saying
not
that
talking
it's
about chicken
insane.
biscuit, bro. He would have said chicken biscuit.
That's why I'm saying that it's insane that he hasn't had chicken salt on hot chips. That's insane.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, it's kind of cute.
wait, are we friends?
Dude, so much unimaginable swag
Oh, toys.
in one.
I think
I'm washing my hands because my allergies are
A
still
tortoise.
bugging.
Yeah,
I think
just
these guys have it.
What you say?
I'm washing my hands because my allergies are still
Okay.
bugging me.
Okay.
Mate.
he's just boss mode, dude. Look at this.
They just live for like what,
Just
150 years.
Fucking
Older.
chomping.
I think the
big
oldest one's like
boy.
200.
How old is that, you think?
That one looks younger. I reckon 80. I reckon 80 and.
That's Joe Biden.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he could.
21?
Damn it. Good work. That's close.
Where are do we get to hang out with the kangaroos, like chilling?
Yeah, we're gonna go chill with them right now.
Oh,
Yeah, we're gonna go over.
wait, so there's Komodo dragons here.
Yeah, we've got 2 Komodo dragons here. And
You have to deal with them. You're a reptile specialist.
yeah, well, when we take them for walks every day, and they have a harness and they walk around the park for like half an hour, and they're fine. But
They have a harness.
yeah, so they step into a harness, kind of like a little leash that you'd walk your dog with.
So you trained the Komodo dragon.
So we've had them since they were 16 months old. They're 11 years old
Oh,
now.
that's
Sorry,
why.
they're 12 now. And they've been conditioned to be around us. So they know us keepers. But we'll go feed the ones that are up
Oh my God.
separate.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
so they have a venom in their saliva, but it doesn't.
No, hold your hand.
You know, you hear what she said?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's about the Komodo dragons.
They have venom in their saliva.
Yeah. But they also get increased toxicity from the food that they eat too.
But also, they only recently found this out. They thought it was bacteria for the longest time.
Yes, yeah. I was very conflicted. I'm like, no, that's not right. I know a lot about Komodo dragons. I'm like, no, that's not right. It's from the
Yeah,
food
they
they eat.
recently
No, they
found out it
actually-
is venomous.
Yeah, in the saliva, which is super interesting. Which it could almost be poison. It could almost be considered poisonous because it's not technically injected. If we're splitting here hairs here.
I'm sure she's used to it. She's used to influencers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think she just doesn't like Hasan because he's annoying.
So these are KI kangaroos. So that means they're from Kangaroo Island.
Why do they call it that?
Why do they call them that?
Why do they call it Kangaroo Island?
Because there's a lot of kangaroos there. It's an island.
You think they get like one of these guys can fuck me up?
They would definitely. You wouldn't walk away like without a scratch or bruise.
But could I take them? Like, could I just like?
Left, right, good night. Probably not.
Definitely not,
We
like, red
had one called Bruce, and he was bigger than me, and he was like on steroids. Like he was huge. I was scared of him, but he was really sweet. Him
This
and the
is
other
Hasan right
kangaroo.
here. You ready? There's Hasan.
Can we just observe what Hasan does here?
And he was like on steroids. Like he was huge. I was scared of him, but he was really sweet. Him and the other kangaroo, the big male.
Wanker.
It was Bruce and how I've forgotten the other name, but they used to spoon each other. Yeah, they were really cute.
Oh, they're gay.
Yeah, one day they turned though and they stopped spooning and they
Life.
boxing.
Roblox. He gave me a little bitey bite.
You dirty bitch!
Hey, this guy likes
Like,
these
they're
tracks.
really cute.
This guy's bumping.
He's like, I've had enough.
Oh, this one's going.
Hello. In the chest.
Kind of agree. Beyond the stupid fucking questions.
It's how much
said?
worse any other
Yeah, she's
streamer
got
would
a
be
jelly-
here.
Oh, they would be awful. At least he's like semi-normal.
In her pouch, so she might be a bit more like that.
Oh, she has a Joey in her. Wait, so Joey is just a child.
Yeah, so marsupials are pouch-laying mammals, and their babies are all called joeys. Egg-laying mammals are monotriums. Their babies are called puggles.
Puggles.
So echidna baby, platypus baby, they're called puggles.
He doesn't like it. I don't think.
There's
Do they
too many people in here.
Do they kick?
They can kick, but not like backwards.
It's crazy that like rats are kind of gross and terrifying.
You can
but
throw
then
hands
this
with
is,
a
like,
kangaroo. Hang on.
ginormous rat. Most of them very.
Gotta get the baby in here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Every Australian is used to American tourists, pretty much. So it's a thing. Are you pulling something up?
Yeah, I'm getting the baby.
Very cute. The difference between like friendship size versus like danger.
You can see the like brown ones. Those are your KI kangaroos. The grey ones are your eastern greys. They've chosen to not come out because they don't like people that much.
I can change. I feel like I can change that.
It's so cute.
Wilbur, he is our little wombat that we have at the moment.
Actually,
so he's
I think I
going
found a
out
better
And
kangaroo.
echidna.
Echidnas.
It's like the Australian version of a hedgehog or pork.
What the fuck is that thing, bro? It looks like it's like a Pokemon. That's not like a real animal. I've never seen something like this.
Do the stingers shoot out, or they just?
No, they just.
Oh my god, that's
No way. That's not a real thing. That's like a. He doesn't like. He doesn't like it when you. When
Oh
you
my
pet
god,
those
they're
things.
so
So when
cute,
you're
bro.
patting him, just pat
Doesn't like. He doesn't like it when you.
He covers his little face. That's so cute.
When you pet it, I assume.
So when you're patting him, just pat him up the back of his shell. You can come around to the front where I am. I'll just pat him so that he stays still because he does like to chase people and bite them.
No way. So what if happens?
Oh, he's
looking at the
Oh, here he goes.
So do I just move
Get
over
him.
here and he can't get here?
No, he's standing up because he really likes me. And he will just sit here and not move now. Like you can come up and pat his shell and feel his legs and he probably won't move.
hard. Holy shit. How fast can you run?
There's no running. It's like a slow
Yeah,
walk.
okay.
Yeah, he's very
Oh, so
slow.
when he came after me, he wouldn't like There's no
You
sprint.
just
No,
walk away.
no, you literally would just like walk away from him.
He does look very threatening, I will admit.
They are herbivores, but yeah, their bites are just insane. So they don't
Yeah,
have teeth,
I
but
do
they're
want to see
serrated
XQC
beaks.
do this. Has he gone to Maya's sanctuary?
What?
I was asking if XQC has gone to Maya's sanctuary
Ah.
to see her animals, because that would
The
be
serrated knife,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
you see, that's multiple layers in their mouth. I've only been bitten by a Strella once, and it was an accident, and she let go as soon as she realized, but I still have no feeling in the top of my finger from it. A
Holy
bite from
shit.
him, who's like triple her size, it was like your fingers off, pretty much.
Crazy. And you're still putting your fingers near their mouth.
Yeah.
I forgot that the entire day while we were like hanging out with these animals that we're about to go snorkeling.
And look at more
He's going
animals.
snorkeling.
Yeah, he's gonna go snorkeling.
I
Gotta
hate
go.
fish. I'm like terrified. Remember when we were talking about the shark?
We're trying to get him in the water because
I'm a good swimmer. I just personally
don't believe you.
think fish are freaks. Like they're weird freaks.
To get over my fear, because I'm the same. I'm like, if animals are fine, like sharks on their own are fine, fish on their own are fine. You put them in the ocean, and I'm just like, absolutely not.
Yeah, it's like
So-
their space.
You cut out what she said
What
to
is
her
not
advice. I
What
was
do you-
really excited to hear how she got over
It's
her
like
fear.
the best part of this whole video has been
What
her
an
explaining
asshole.
the animal shit.
What an asshole. Who edited this? Is this a Hasan exclusive from Hasan's
It's
actual
the
channel?
Hasan channel. I'm not sure if it's Hasan's channel though.
What's it called?
It's not Hasanabi, it's Hasan.
Okay. Then whoever it better will give Hasan benefit of the doubt that he wasn't rude.
Mm-hmm.
He likes shoes. He's making noises at me.
Low key, like if you get hurt by a turtle, like you kind of deserved it. You know what I mean? Yeah, that is one of those animals where it's like it's a big L for you if you got genuinely.
She just said
harmed
she
by it.
lost like her
Do you
thumb.
have any
Well, she got lost feeling in her finger.
feedback on your tour guide? Fearless.
Absolutely. Even though I said I would not get in the ocean. Finish,
Smart.
but
Intelligent.
very smart.
Remember, Chow, after this, we are going to conquer my major fear. I'm legitimately
get
scared
XQC
about what is to come,
Albeit
where I
sanctuary.
will be going in the
That would be
water
so
in an
funny.
unprotected area.
Cheeto. Okay. Kangaroo content.
Oh, are these bacon seeds? Don't mind if I do. Is that hit rapper and artist a baby? Oh, forward, please. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, Grinder! Oh, are these bacon seeds? Don't mind if I do. Is that hit rapper and artist a baby? I call this one the pelvic woo. Watch this. Oh my, she's a glizzy gobbler. Oh, look at him. Stop biting on my foot. This guy doesn't have any hands or feet. Can you guys see that? Oh no. Look at her kicking him by accident. One more throw and then I'm leaving. Yeah.
Oh my god, what is going on over there?
She just swallowed that whole I'm separating Karen and Kevin from the rest of the group. No big deal, guys. I do that kind of thing all the time. Just happened to get on camera this time. Who's my little glizzy gobbler? But this is what these guys actually eat in the wild. They eat all the green stuff on the ground. They love clovers. They love tall grasses. They really love glizzy. Kevin, for some reason, is not as much of a glizzy gobbler as Karen is. Does my heart good to see
They gotta
these
be
boys
veggie hot
graze.
dogs, right?
Looks like a professional snake handler.
Have you had veggie
Sure.
hot dogs?
I imagine they're not great.
They taste basically the
And
same
now
as the
it
hot
will-
dog, but if you overcook
Mm.
them, they have a very strange texture.
Ah, cool.
So they literally taste just like a hot dog because hot dogs literally are just
Mm.
flavored. Like it's just the spices you're tasting anyway.
Yeah.
For a much more malicious reason. All right, now I got them all in here, and his little head was just poking out a
Boing,
second ago, but we missed it. Guys, she is
Boing,
running around
boing,
like this
boing,
with
boing,
his
boing,
little face
boing,
sticking out of the
boing,
pouch. I don't know if you
boing.
know. The baby. And look at this, you guys. She's
Look at that
just
guy.
zooming around.
Fucking
And his little head
yawn.
was sticking out of the pouch just a second ago. That's incredible to me. But obviously, they like their new little setup here. They have plenty of space to run around and drink. And
Aren't
they
they
still
cool
have
animals?
a couple nice little areas to get out of the rain if they want to. Don't scratch her, the baby.
It's actually pretty crazy how far they can leap in one jump at full speed. It's wild.
Oh, look at him. Baby would lose that battle. But I'm going to go ahead and let Archard work on this little space here because there's a lot of grass to eat. Does anyone know why this behavior is occurring? Look at how he just does that. Why is he scratching his head on this hay bale? Oh, it's much too cold for that little fella to be peeking out like that. That's the baby's spitting image. Whoa, what's going on there? It's amazing to me that this little guy can just sit there while she's running 60 miles an hour. Oh my goodness. This is the most precious thing I have ever seen. Oh, look at her kicking him by accident. Look at that, you guys. That is our new grandson. Look how he just hangs out there and looks around. He's just always in a hopping hammock. I think all these guys are going to like it in here for a while. There's plenty of nice grass and weeds for them to eat all the time in here. You see how she's going after the big tall ones? And the best part is, I think this little guy is getting a bit more comfortable with me coming up to him now. Oh my goodness, look at his little face. Okay, I just carried this whole thing all the way over here by myself, and the baby's trying to kill me, even though I'm trying to keep him and his wife from breaking their legs on
He's
these
getting
cinder
pretty
blocks.
big.
Oh, I dragged this all the way from the front of the property, guys. This was very heavy and very hard to drag. And all he's doing is trying to kill me.
Gee, that sure looked like a lot of work. At least we could do is give him a like, huh, guys? Who's with me?
That seems to be a good fit for now. This way they won't break their legs or get them caught under in between here.
Yeah, kangaroo is real dangerous.
Like the way like goblins get drawn in
Here's
porn.
another
They're all like
baby fighting
thick
tip
short
for you
stacks.
guys. You know, a lot of you guys say, Uncle Ben, give us some more baby fighting tips. I call this one the pelvic woo. Watch this. You don't like that one bit. But all right, everybody, this is what this little place looks like now. The baby and his family even have a window to look out into their yard. Plus, all of their food is in here, and you can see that they like using their little ramp already.
You know what
And now
I
I
just
don't have to worry
remembered?
about their cute little toes.
You know, this guy obviously is a nonprofit.
Yeah.
But I just remembered there's some like I was, you know, it made me think fundraising, right?
Who's getting caught in between the cinder blocks in this building? Because if bipedals break a foot, they're probably gonna have to die. Love you to baby. Let's see if he'll hop right out though. Yeah, you see, that's fine. And it looks pretty good. Yeah, you show him, Dream. But yet now my friend Arthur here has all of this.
What else did you send me? Bird. Someone's like, fine, I'll leave. Cool bird.
Yeah, see, this guy is like the guy I always see with shoe bills.
Was that its beak?
Yeah, that's them communicating with each other. They do the beak machine gun.
Huh. That's cool. What cool bird.
Anyway.
I think that was one more you sent, wasn't it?
Well, enough about that. Okay.
Okay.
Because it's a certain special drone pilot's birthday today.
Oh,
Technically
really?
yesterday, right? So right
Okay.
there at the bottom, the PayPal for the drone pilots right there. Not the ForceX Canada, which I'm sure he might be fine now. I have to check. It's her birthday today. She's out there in the cold every day fighting for Ukraine. So if you want to just give her a right birthday in the line there. So definitely, especially want to reach out and if anyone has something to give to the coolest soldier in the Ukraine war for their birthday, that would be super cool.
It would be.
Yeah, this is just a plane crashing. We saw it.
No, I know. We've seen this. I'm just waiting for her thing to come across.
Yeah, you can just pause it whenever it's on the
no.
bottom of the screen and type it in.
There, right there. There it is. There's the email. Okay. Do you want to pick a rap video?
Rat video.
I think I saw some discourse on this. I will say this much, and I saw some Twitter discourse, and I will reaffirm the Twitter discourse. It is odd to me that basically every time a non-binary character shows up, they look like, you know, the same kind of feminine, somewhat androgynous, but largely unthreatening. Like, I don't see very many burly. Yeah, it's like diet girl shit. Yeah, for sure. The
I was literally I didn't say it because I wanted to let the start go, but I was like, it literally, like, all the non-binary characters just seem to be chicks with boyish tomboy haircuts.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Clove. Well, that is an authentic non-binary name right there. The young immortal keeps foes guessing.
They're always femme-coded, though.
Yeah, except for Apex. Apex Legends is pretty good at it, I think.
Once
There's
resurrected,
they
Clove
just
must
had,
earn a kill.
and they faked the controversy where a new monster came out that was like formless, and
Okay.
they made it seem like they were making fun of a transgender artist. I think Vosh did a video on it. But the outrage tricked the voice actor themselves, and they made a statement on it, and then they found out it wasn't true. Basically destroyed this voice actor's career.
Awesome.
The Quarterine and all those idiots.
Yeah, very cool.
Wait, Valorant has
yeah.
real guns?
No.
Well, isn't she holding like a practical? It looks like a fucking AK converted.
It just looks like
It's got the gas.
generic assault rifle 3.
That's what I mean by real guns. Reality guns, not fucking Destiny guns that like snakes out of them.
Gameplay shit. I feel like in a lot of like artistic depictions,
I don't
the
know much about games, but I
non-binary,
refuse
like,
to learn what
20
Warhammer
femme has
40K is.
replaced
All I know
the
about it is
Manic
that
Pixie Dream Girl
Event
archetype.
Horizon takes place in the universe. Because one of the species, the way they travel through space is like they go to hell and then leave hell to swip through space, and that's the plot for Event Horizon, I guess.
Or it's like, yo, it's not a Manic Pixie Dream
And
Girl.
not
It's
to, not to shit on Force X, I'm
non-binary
just saying it's not his
individual, you
birthday today.
shitlord. And it's like, okay, well, what are we, you know? This is all
You know,
gameplay stuff.
we raise money for both of them right now, but it's
I've
only
never
one of
played
their
Valorant.
birthdays.
I think I played like one match. I just don't care for this kind of game. How do you feel about the non-binary morph in the new X-Men? They made them featureless.
That was a good, this was a good one. You know,
Okay,
it's like a
we
gray
need to be
blob.
real here, okay? Any character that can shapeshift is going to be non-binary, like almost by default.
Yeah.
No,
They can
they
literally
will be gender
shapeshift into
fluid.
anything they want. Why would they
Oh,
not
yeah,
be?
that too.
Like what meaning does biological reality have if you can change your biology? Like what like transphobic argument can you make? Oh, what about the chromosomes? What chromosomes? Those change too. Like
Oh,
it's
by the way, I saw
shape-shifting.
some of
Like,
the action
what
scenes for
argument
this
are you
new
going to make
X-Men
here?
show. I'm not
This
going to
is what
watch
they-
it at all, but like the way the action scenes are set up and animated is really good. So it looks a lot better than it did when I was a kid. That's for sure.
Well, yeah, it would.
They look like.
I feel like, doesn't Morph die on the first episode?
Yeah, that's pretty. That's pretty featureless.
Oh, he comes back
That's
though,
true.
I think, and he's evil.
Aren't you conflating gender with sex? I'm talking about like the logic of the transphobe, like what they're going to argue against, because their reduction
Who
of
cares?
sex and biology to the same concept
Don't give them
doesn't
attention.
really work if you're talking about a fantasy changeling. How does that work exactly?
Also,
like
what is this? Is
you know,
Valorant your
if
favorite
biology is completely detached from the subject because they can alter their biology, like what do you have now? Like what's left, right? You're asking too much from a conservative. I mean, you can ask them, right? That's another thing that they you know,
Why
you
would
never
we,
really
though?
get an answer to, which is you know how they say adult human female, but like that's always bullshit, right? That definition. And one of the best ways of demonstrating that is the fact that in fantasy and sci-fi, things are called women or referred to as she, her.
Oh my
even
god,
if they're
bro! Overwatch.
Overwatch.
Okay, that's the other gay game.
I haven't played Overwatch forever,
I'm
but
sure League has them too.
Not really, honestly. It's Chinese owned. What do you expect? They don't give a
that's
shit.
true. Anyway,
but Overwatch, I haven't played Overwatch for ages, but Mercy is
I
like
can't
one of my
afford
favorite
games.
characters ever. Overwatch is free. But Mercy is like one of my favorite characters ever. Her backstory is great. The character's great. I like her kit, all that shit, and like all my gamer tags are based around Mercy. It's fucking hilarious. Then now I don't even play Overwatch. Go figure.
Not human,
So
not
you're
like
gay?
adults as we would conceive of them. Think of like how,
God know
right? Or
you're
not
gay?
how, sorry, like
What's gay?
Does God know you're gay?
The porn's gay. Fucking Moira players. Don't even get me started. Fucking bane of my goddamn existence.
Okay, nobody knows what this is.
GLaDOS or
Everybody
whatever, or
knows.
any like robot or machine, anything like that. Or in fantasy, like elves. Elves are literally not human.
I don't
you
care.
know?
I'm
In
so
the
done with
Tolkien
this.
canon, they're not even a little bit like
In
humans.
Okay, what are we doing
fantasy
next?
lore, the elves.
What are we doing next? What's next?
Bro,
do
there's
you want?
totally 100 things on there. John
No, I know.
Mershimer.
What do you want?
There's Mershimer.
No,
There's
I'm gonna.
Mukhtar al-Sadr video. There's
How about
Pearl
another Scott Ritter
defending
video?
Steven Crowder.
How about another tanky platforming Scott Ritter?
Could you talk about the significance of these developments? Because you've called what Germany
this
has
one is
found to
worse
be
than all the
planning
suggestions
an
that I
attack
gave.
on the Crimea Bridge, which has happened several
So
times.
the
before.
video is now paused, but the video is
now
not
it's
paused.
it's regularly
I hear you.
attacked during this conflict.
Yeah, because I'm trying to pause the fucking video and it's not pausing. So it's saying that NATO made a fatal mistake as Russia prepares for war with France and Germany. So I'm just gonna like jump through it because I'm not gonna
It's
watch all
gonna
of
be
it,
nothing.
obviously. Yeah, I know. But this
Anyway,
guy's fucking awful.
so there's that John Mershimer video. There's the Mayor Adams debate.
Send the link.
Bro, just go to the top of the newest stuff is at the top. There's tons of stuff in there. Mexico's new president. Fuck Scott Ritter. How old is that video?
This is 2 days ago.
Oh, I see it. I see it now.
Yeah, look, it's tankies don't care.
It's not tankies who actually watch them. It's like other people globally.
For this week's guest, we are joined by one of the most influential political scientists in the world. John Mearsheimer is the.
Oh my god.
He didn't even, bro. Aaron, that's not how you pronounce his name, right? Have I been pronouncing it wrong, or did Aaron just pronounce it wrong to intro him?
He definitely got it wrong. Surely.
R. Wendell Harrison, distinguished professor of political science at the University of Chicago.
So I want to know, for people who don't know what that means, what does that mean, and what other kinds of schools are there that other political scientists are from?
Well, in the political science world, and I think this is true in the United States and the West more generally, there are sort of two bodies of theory that inform how people think about the world. One of the realists and the other group are the liberals. And I'm clearly a realist. And realists basically believe that great power politics is the dominating feature of international relations, and that the United States should not be involved in small wars all over the world. So it's no accident that almost all the realists focus on China's rise and care about China's rise, although there are differences of opinions among realists.
If they're
on how to
realistic,
deal
then
with
how are
China.
they actually?
But given the
pretending that's
realist
true?
focus on great power politics, we tend to focus laser-like on the rise of China. And with regard to wars in places like Iraq, Vietnam, Afghanistan, we think it's disastrous for the United States to fight these wars. The liberals, on the other hand, because they essentially have a crusader mentality.
No,
are
they don't.
interested not only in
Crusader
great power
mentality is
politics,
not liberal.
but they're
it's
interested
dominionist.
in running around the world and trying to turn countries into liberal democracies at the end of a rifle barrel. So what you see in the United States, at least since the end of the Cold War, when great power politics disappeared because the Soviet Union disappeared, is that the United States decided that it was going to pursue this policy of liberal hegemony, where it went around the world trying to promote democracy, oftentimes at the end of a rifle barrel.
That was their
Tried
policy
to
while the Cold
integrate
War
all
was
sorts
going.
of countries into the liberal international order, and so forth and so on. And realists were just much more skeptical about using military power to promote democracy. In fact,
Everyone
most
is
realists are
skeptical
not
of this.
interested in promoting democracy in other countries. They tend to respect the sovereignty of other states. And as you both well know, the United States does not
I
respect
think what I
the
said about
sovereignty of
Saudi
other states.
Arabia
We think
that I
we have a
stole from somebody
God-given
else,
right to
where
intervene in the
it's
politics
the
of every
difference between
country on the
something
planet.
becoming more
And that basically
socially
comes from
progressive
the
and more
real,
democratic is
from
two
the
different
liberal
things.
impulse that's sort of hardwired into the body politic. So I think in a nutshell,
What is a
that's what
liberal to you?
separates the realists from the liberals.
What
and
is
as I
a
said
realist to you?
initially, I
Somebody who
think the
likes
realists
China?
and the liberals are the two big schools of thought
No, they're
in
not.
the United States.
Let's talk about the
How do you talk
Ukraine
about big
proxy
schools of
war.
thought
As we're
in the United
recording this,
States and not bring up
we're on the
dominionism?
2-year anniversary of Russia's invasion. 1 year ago,
What?
the
He's
mood
just
was
said
very
Russia
different in the
invaded.
West. There was a sort of feeling of triumphalism. Ukraine had recently captured, retaken 2 key provinces from Russia. They were gearing up for a counteroffensive encouraged by the U.S. This year, we've just had the Munich Security Conference, the annual gathering of the NATO foreign policy elite, and the mood
How
was
is
very
promoting
different,
democracy bad?
where things are feeling bleak. Ukraine just lost
Well, like
a
also
very key
nothing about liberalism is necessarily promoting democracy, right?
No.
It's consent of the governed, which doesn't necessarily have to be a democratic system.
No. There's nothing implicit about that statement. That
Like in
has
theory, like the
democracy in it.
king should listen to his people and his advisors and things
In
like that.
theory.
Like that's always been a political theory.
Mhm.
Is that like you obviously never wanted to spawn an uprising against you, which happened, you
Mhm.
know, like Rome. Emperors had uprisings against them
Mhm.
that they had to put down. You know, like the Gauls would refuse to be conquered by Rome.
town of Avdiivka. Dire reports from the front lines. Republicans in the House are stalling a new $61 billion request by President Biden to prolong the proxy war.
Are they
What is your
realist or
assessment
liberal?
of where things are at?
Well, I think that the Ukrainians are obviously in terrible shape. I think that, as you point out, the balance of power has shifted over the past year in quite significant ways. And I believe that moving forward, the
Why is that?
balance of power between the Ukrainians on one side and Russians on
Like
the other side
liberalism?
will
Liberalism
shift
came about
further to the
before
Russian.
democracy existed. Let's be clear about that too, you know, right? So John Locke, right? Social context theory, right? You know, liberty and property, but they changed it to pursuit of
Mhm.
happiness in America, right?
Mhm.
So America is technically the most liberal country there is because it's founded on these liberal principles, right?
Mhm.
So when we talk about that on the founding principle of social contract theory, it's really just about them being sick of not having input and implementing a parliament. That like liberalism is still a monarchy system at that point. So this is why we don't put things in 2 fucking boxes. Also, realists are not
So what-
China stands.
Russia's position will improve militarily over time. And that just means that the Ukrainians, if they continue to fight this war, will lose even more territory. And all this talk in the West about, you know, rearming the Ukrainians and having them go back on the offensive and take back the territory that they lost is simply delusional. As I say, the balance of power, if anything, is going to shift against Ukraine over time. And they are, in effect, doomed. And the only question at this point in time that I think is interesting is how much territory Ukraine ends up losing. If I were in the driver's seat in Kyiv, what I would do is try and reach some sort of agreement now and accept the fact that the Russians are going to keep the 4 oblasts that they've annexed and also keep the Crimea.
Annexed.
Do everything I can to prevent them
Don't
from
honk
taking
at me,
the
sir.
next
I'll let you
4
out when Jack is back.
that are to the west of the 4 oblasts they've already taken. That would include Kharkiv and Odessa. But I think what you want to do if you're a Ukrainian at this point in time is minimize the damage and accept the fact that you're just not going to get those 4 oblasts plus Crimea back. But this is not the way they're thinking, and it's certainly not the way people in the West are thinking.
What would be a great idea? Give up and then dump all your money into insurgencies and train your military to only be special forces. And then just run an insurgency and take it all back.
I'm trying to find a really good video on a specific time period that you're going to laugh at. A specific time period in liberalism that influenced a lot of liberalism.
What the country, the United States, is doing, the Biden administration is doing, is encouraging the Ukrainians to fight on by feeding this line that they can eventually win, which, as I say, is misguided in the extreme.
This one is long, but it looks like it's going to put words on the screen that you can literally like click to. I'm sure this one's fine. Yeah, give him a little intro and then we'll go forward a little bit. I bet you nobody talks about the Ottoman Empire and liberalism, do they?
Today we will be covering the topic of the Tanzimat, which means reorganization in Ottoman Turkish. The Tanzimat was a period of top-down reform in the Ottoman Empire, which came to define the middle years of the 19th century.
Top-down.
The originator of the period of reform in the Ottoman Empire is usually considered to be Selim III, whose reign roughly corresponded to the years of the French Revolution.
Did you hear that?
Ascended to the
What did that guy just say?
a time of war with Austria,
right?
and
So
rebels.
literally, the French Revolution is when this guy was around, who's responsible for the most liberal reforms of the Ottoman Empire.
Russia, and it is perhaps no surprise that his reforms concentrated on creating a new European-style army known as the New Order. This New Order was to use modern weapons and tactics developed in Europe. Containing 10,000 active soldiers at its peak, the New Order was trained by military experts sent by the different European powers that were competing for the Sultan's support. In order to avoid disrupting the established Ottoman institutions, it was financed by an entirely new treasury called the New Revenue, with money coming from taxes imposed on previously untaxed sources and from the confiscation of land from holders who were not fulfilling their military and administrative duties towards the state. The modernization of the army encouraged wider modernization efforts in society and the economy in order to build up a military support structure. Under the guidance of European technicians, factories were erected
putting
to
out all my
manufacture.
points so correctly. Like, let's think about this. How I'm talking about how this is one of the times that people overlook for the foundation of liberalism, right? The idea first was that they needed to modernize their military. You know, World War I is coming, right? Like, they need to be ready to fight that, right? So modernizing the military led to them realizing that they needed to modernize society in order to support their own military. Do we see how this applies to the United States now?
the latest weapons and ammunition, and technical schools
Yeah,
were opened
7-Year
to
War,
train Ottoman
which is the
officers.
French and Indian War here.
Limited efforts also were made to rationalize the Ottoman administration, but largely along traditional lines. The older military corps remained intact and was hostile to the new force, and Sultan Selim was therefore compelled to limit his new army's size and use. The Sultan's personal weakness, he preferred creating art and poetry to rule in, led him to desert the reformers and his new army whenever opposition became too strong. This left him with little support in 1807 when he was attacked and overthrown by a conservative coalition which accused him of bringing foreign ideas into the empire. Whilst Selim was imprisoned in the palace, a conservative resurgence under Sultan Mustafa IV ended his reforms, and most of the reformers were killed. An effort to restore Selim led to the former Sultan's assassination, and then subsequently the death of the unfortunate Mustafa, as the reformer Mahmud II took the throne. Although Selim's reforms were largely abandoned for some time, the greatly increased knowledge of the West in the Ottoman Empire, made possible by the schools established for the military and by the increased numbers of Westerners present in Istanbul during the era of the French Revolution, began the process by which Ottoman isolation was definitively broken, setting the stage for the more significant reforms that would transform the empire during the remainder of the 19th century. As we have seen, the Ottoman Empire during Selim's reign was also drawn into a number of conflicts, most notably against a French expedition to Egypt under Napoleon Bonaparte, which drew Selim into an alliance with Great Britain and Russia. What's more, the rise of nationalism among Ottoman subject peoples, stimulated by agents of Russia, Austria, and revolutionary France, showed itself in the beginning of the Serbian Revolution and in a new war with Russia. For the time being, however, the
What's that?
constant
The French?
warfare actually stifled reform as the Ottoman sultans
The French
were
were
forced
commie
to continue
infiltrators
to
at this
rely on the
time?
Janissaries, who consisted the spine of their army. Sultan Mahmud took to the throne at a desperate time. In 1808, the Ottoman Empire had been diplomatically outmaneuvered and found itself at war with both the UK and Russia. Worse, the majority of the empire had rejected the central authority of Istanbul, with the provinces being run by warlords who ruled however they pleased. We have seen the situation in Serbia and Egypt, but Iraq, Arabia, Albania, Bulgaria, and even parts of Anatolia were also in the grip of
Genghis
local
Khan, the
warlords.
original liberal philosopher.
The Wahhabis in Arabia openly mocked the idea of the Ottomans being protectors of Sunni Islam. The Sultan quickly made peace with the foreign powers and set about reforming his country and his army, a task to which he was better suited than Selim had been. Despite military defeats in Serbia, Greece, and Egypt, Mahmud crushed the power of the Janissaries forever, massacring them wholesale in 1826 in an episode known as the Auspicious Incident. The new army Mahmud replaced the Janissaries with was heavily modelled on European lines. Even so, for propaganda reasons,
I
the
really hope
Sultan
this guy
avoided
mentions they made
direct
gay legal.
comparisons to
They made
Europe,
it legal to be gay.
instead winning support from military officers
Who
and
did?
claiming that he was
The liberal reforms at this time, one of the things they do is they make
Ah.
it okay to be gay.
Right.
restoring the military system of the Ottoman Golden Age. Although the new army was outfitted, equipped, and trained in the style of the European armies,
There's too much
and
about the
helped
military.
by a
I wanna hear about the
succession of
liberalism.
European advisors, it differed from the former army in its greater loyalty to the Sultan. It thus became an instrument of political centralization, and it provided the major motive for modernization within the empire. This began a trend in the Ottoman Empire and then Turkey,
This
where
is
the
why.
army is
Also,
seen
this
as a
is why.
force
This is what I
representing
think of when
centralized
Mershimer said
power.
that shit about the military and liberalism.
Mhm.
So if we're talking about like Ottoman liberalism, yes, it did very much come about through the gun barrel. Like it was the military taking and holding the power, and this is interesting because throughout Turkey's history, it is after this the military is the one who keeps cooing the presidents.
And rationalist reform.
You
Everywhere it
ready to come back in,
went,
you
the
just
new
playing?
army asserted the will of Istanbul and the Sultan, except for Egypt, which, as we have seen, retained its independence and indeed expanded. The continuing effort to pay and equip the army and to train its
I joke
officers
about the Taliban
stimulated
like, being
reform.
gay because it's like they're so homoerotic. It's weird.
Okay. Are we done or?
Get to the part where they make gay legal. Look for gay stuff. What does it say?
Comprehensive state education.
This looks. I mean, it's
For
it's
comprehensive
it looks like you passed
state
the military.
education.
It looks like you passed the military stuff, so I just have the chinchilla out. So I can't like get too
Was
invested
then
in a
put
video
forward
right
in
now. until he's done.
1846. This plan provided for a complete system of primary and secondary schools leading to the university level, all under the Ministry of Education. Meanwhile, a commercial code was promulgated in 1850 as a way to encourage Europeans to end the system of capitulations, where European visitors in the Ottoman Empire could not be tried under local law. The Hagia Sophia was restored, along with a plethora of smaller mosques throughout the country. Lastly, an Ottoman national anthem and an Ottoman flag were introduced.
Yeah, that's just nationalism. Anyway,
The reformed Ottoman army
social
fought
contract.
well in the Crimean War, despite being mistrusted by its British and French allies, who had plenty of problems of their own. Following
So
the
yeah, we
war,
can move
the
on. I
British
think we
and
get the point.
French then looked for
Mhm.
further
Chinchilla. Oh,
She's
God.
free to do whatever she wants to do, to be wherever she wants to be. And the difference between a publisher like the
We
Daily
still haven't
Wire
looked at
and
the
a
Eric
platform
Adams
like Locals is obviously that a platform should have a very broad.
Oh my god, YouTube. Fuck me. What?
The Eric Adams debate we still haven't looked at as well.
Oh my god. Sure.
range of speech that it allows, including speech that maybe even the creators don't believe is inside what they would consider to be the Overton window. It's a very different thing than direct subsidization of particular opinions.
20. Here we are in the free state of Florida.
And
You did it.
Not everything I say is prophetic, but that one, that felt like an easy call at the time and turned out to be like actually a really easy call. The good news is you did.
Trying is always worth it, right?
Hurry up.
All right, so let's do a bunch of stuff here. We've done this over Skype and that kind of stuff a couple of times, even just in the last few months. But it's been a while since we've sat down. I actually have notes here, which I hate having, but I want to kind of cover everything. In some ways, I want to do this as if I had never seen you before, or know some of your stuff, or interviewed you before. Because I think there's a lot of confusion about you and your positions, which is, do you find that odd, like someone who speaks as precisely and fast as you do, that people seem to be confused over your positions?
Yes. And I find it deeply confusing because, again, I'm public record on everything for at least 20 years. I started writing a syndicated column when I was 17. I'm currently 40. So the notion that you have to go far to search for my opinions is strange to me. But the online world is not a real world. And the phrase I've been finding myself using a lot lately is touch some grass. And people need to go outside and they need to touch some grass. Like turn off X, go touch some grass. Turn off Instagram, go outside, look at the sky. Like
huh?
Oh, don't start chirping and honking at me, sir. I said I want to see a picture of Ben touching grass.
Yeah, me too.
The reality is that if you want to know my positions, I've been outspoken about literally all of them. I've not been unclear about them. There are, of course, people who are going to seek to twist those positions into something that they are not.
You're a big
I understand
victim,
that's the
Ben.
nature of the game. Nothing has
We
changed
know
there.
what your
The
positions
prevalence
are.
and
We
speed with
don't
which
get
that
to
happens,
twist
that has
anything.
changed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
This is
in real
Coke.
life. You
Get the
really need to
cameras.
not have Twitter on your phone. And so I took Twitter off my phone. So what I'll do is I'll check in on specific.
Yeah.
I mean, the changes to the blue check mark definitely opened up all the
the amount of
floodgates.
time and just let it
Toxicity.
play, and I would be losing my mind the whole time.
Yeah, all the way up, all the way down.
All right, so let's do the elephant in the room for just a moment, because I saw you this week on Piers Morgan. He asked you repeatedly about Candace. You repeatedly basically said
I won't talk about
don't
that.
want
Yeah,
to talk
I'll say
about
that
it.
here too.
Yeah, and that's fine. And
I made a
Seriously?
fantastic meme.
Fuck you.
I made a fantastic meme about this. And
Yeah.
I just made Ben Shapiro, and it was the guy who has Plank from Ed, Ed, and Eddie. And I made that into Ben Shapiro. So he's just holding the plank. This block of wood. It's so because you know he went in there Home Depot and he's like, okay, I brought $20, and all he could get was like a small piece of wood. He's like, holy shit.
So
what's it-
he's not going to say anything about it. So we're moving on. I want to
he's
see
a
what this
pussy.
video is about. If it's shit, we'll move on to
He's a-
the Eric Adams thing.
I haven't played Helldivers 2 yet.
I am really enjoying Helldivers 2.
Hong Kong,
The gameplay,
Kong.
the aesthetic, and the attitude of the
Come
developers
on,
towards their own
YouTube,
property
for fuck's
are all
sake.
just superb. I literally have no criticisms. What's
Great.
interesting
Is this Sargon?
that a lot of people, presumably
Yes.
inspired by the nature of Helldivers, decided to watch or rewatch my video, The Politics of Starship Troopers.
Oh my god.
And it got me thinking about the difference between the two political systems in each universe. On the surface, these universes seem pretty similar and appear to have the same political message, but underneath the apparently convergent styles, there is a divergent interpretation of key philosophical values, which underpins a significant difference in outcome. As you may recall, the Citizens Federation of Starship Troopers is a libertarian paradise. It has a highly restricted franchise,
my
which must
God.
be earned over a period of 2 years, from which point one earns their citizenship and is free to take part in the democratic process. There is no suggestion of any kind of
Did he say
political
libertarian?
interference in
Libertarian.
timelines or the
This
I
is
have
the
no
thing. Is
comment.
like nobody, like especially on the right, they can't even agree on what things fucking mean.
Yeah. Oh man.
Hooven's presentation of the Federation. In fact, it
Let's
almost
help
seems to be
people out.
excessively
Let's do
open.
some symbolization.
The propaganda
of some terms,
regularly
right?
presents
What's
live footage
communism?
of war zones.
In practice or
No,
in
a
theory?
summary of communism.
Oh, a stateless society, stateless, moneyless, classless society.
Workers on the means of production.
Sure.
What's socialism?
Centralized state.
A transitional state to communism.
Yes, that'll work.
Mm-hmm. Liberalism, social contract theory, life, liberty, and
Yeah.
happiness.
Mm-hmm.
Or property, it should be. So liberalism is specifically to link to the property as that being almost like a counterpower to the government, right?
Yes.
Okay. Libertarian.
Small government.
Little government, yeah, I'd say as little government
Yeah.
intervention as possible.
Yeah, is basically the ideology.
Now, what would you describe Starship Troopers government to be?
Illiberal? Fascist?
It's definitely a military.
A military dictatorship?
Do they vote? We don't even hear about voting or anything because
it's your citizenship and voting is implied, but we don't explicitly hear about it. No,
it's federal.
Yeah.
What is a federal?
Well, a federation is just a centralized government over a territory, right?
Yeah. Okay.
A territory of states.
What is a realist?
Someone who touches grass.
Someone who believes that China, someone who focuses on China, according to Mershimer.
Yeah.
And public executions are broadcast, it seems that the Federation has a transparent culture in which the public is able to access almost any information that it wants. We are never shown that the Federation engages in deceit, nor does it shy away.
The asteroid was a false flag.
He might mention
you
it.
fucking idiot. Oh my god. They literally spell it out at the start. They have asteroid defense systems, and still one gets through. It was a fucking red flag. What are you talking about? The entire war is a fucking deception.
Away from
Okay,
owning
so
up
check this
to
out.
its own mistakes.
So it's just I just typed in realist China, second result, classical realism and the rise of China, and this is the Google excerpt on it. It reviews why classical realist perspective, the rise of China, must be viewed with alarm, but argues that Mershimer's approach is offensive.
As like offensive as in like offensive or
Idiot,
as in
idiotic, offensive to the
okay
foundations of it.
Yeah.
If a Sky Marshal makes a terrible blunder, they are forced to resign. This allows a prosperous civil society to exist through what Austrian economist and probable vampire Joseph Schumpeter would have called creative
Okay, you ready for this?
destruction.
Realism.
Mistake.
This is such a great definition, and this is why you'll hear me say like I follow a lot of realism, right? So realist theory begins with the assumption of the primary role of sovereign states who act rationally to advance their security, power, wealth, and anarchic international system. In an anarchic international system, right? Because there's no hierarchy in the international system.
Yes.
There's people with more power. It's technically a horizontal system, you know.
Technically.
There's conglomerates of power, right? But that's
Yeah.
literally that. Like I talk about, states act in their own interest. That is a realist thing to say. It is not focus on China for some reason and say China is doing great.
Yeah. It's looking at the facts and coming to a conclusion. More or less.
No interference in what private business does, outside of essential regulation and law enforcement, and civil society is essentially left to its own devices to pursue a rather Protestant interpretation of happiness through hard work. This
Bro,
is an idealized view.
Did it not
in which
occur
the
to you
democratic franchise
that you don't actually ever see the outside world? You just see the perspective of media that's filmed by the Federation?
By the Federation, yep.
If this isn't
Exactly.
occurring to you, bro?
is extended?
Like it's not subtle about it. It is not subtle at all.
Only to those who have shown dedication in service, on the understanding that this will be a self-selecting process which will raise up the responsible and law-abiding through perseverance and grit to appropriate positions of power. It is
See,
broadly
Sargon likes
utopian
this because
in
he
that it
wants to
assumes
limit power to
solutions to the
people
problems that
who
would
are
arise.
lower class.
Yeah. So he's twisting it to his own fantasies and justifying it.
From
Yeah.
such an arrangement, and we are never shown the downsides.
These
to
guns
it.
suck, by the way.
They must, of course, exist, and Heinlein concedes this, but the restricted system of the Federation would, he concludes, still be the best system that we would have available to guarantee this
I don't know.
stripped
Wouldn't
down,
you like the
negative
rifle
version of
cartridge?
freedom.
Like you see how ineffective it is against the bugs. What do you think?
Yeah.
Like slugs would be better?
Maybe. Probably would have a lot more penetrating power, just shotgun slugs.
Mhm.
They're pretty big.
In this interpretation, freedom means freedom from state coercion. Heinlein's Federation doesn't appear to be expansionist. When the Mormon colonists wish to settle in the exclusion zone, the Federation warns against it, but doesn't have the authority to stop them. It doesn't seem to actively seek to gain territory. This is not, however, the kind of democracy or interpretation of freedom that is presented to us in the Helldivers universe. Theirs is a decidedly positive interpretation of freedom and democracy, which means, in many cases, unfreedom and undemocracy.
See, I can't
And-
judge this because I don't
And
know anything about the game.
Yeah.
You can just watch his original Starship Troopers video for how dumb he is.
Yeah.
Speaking of dumbasses, right?
Mm.
Now, if this gets claimed, it gets.
Well, I
claimed.
mean,
Yeah. I'm just gonna
Well,
play the
well,
clips.
if they're playing it,
and-
we're fine.
Yeah.
Olarin. Okay? Remember the name. Because they eviscerated Eric Adams on The Breakfast Club. I need to set the scene with the first clip.
Commit a crime and you're rearrested, that you bail can will be set on you. So that's the first thing. Second of all, they have conducted multiple studies, but the Brennan Center literally just put out one. Less than 2% of anybody in New York City that's released on bail is rearrested for any violent crime. More importantly, in the same breath that we want, in the same breath that you want to
I love it.
sensationalize,
He's
we want to
literally the mayor,
highlight
and she's
point
like,
out
"I'm talking," and just giving him the hand. Love this.
Well, I feel like that's very like black woman energy. Like that.
Whoa,
I feel like
bro.
that's a.
No, I feel like
it's like a
it's
shut the
I don't
fuck up, I'm
respect you
talking.
energy because nobody
Yeah,
should
well,
respect Eric Adams.
That
Don't-
is
don't
true,
call
but
her
I
an
feel like
angry
that's
black woman stereotype, bro.
no,
Come
no,
on,
that's
what
not
are
what
you
I'm
doing?
saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's what you're
uh-huh.
saying. You're putting words in my mouth.
Okay, now you
Right?
you know
It's-
who you sound like Sargon.
It's an assertion. It's an assertion. It's an assertive position.
embarrassing. At least
And it's great.
humility.
It's exactly what that chick did on the whatever podcast to Michael Knowles and all those red pill douchebags. She just does the shut up, I'm talking,
Mhm.
and just shuts them down. It's the same thing. It's the same energy.
An officer was killed the other day, which is a rare occurrence across the United States, but let alone in New York. New York police officers have killed at least 7 people this year, including a 19-year-old and NYPD officer.
She predicted him talking there. Did you see that?
Police officers have killed at least 7 people this year, including a 19-year-old and NYPD officer killed a 19-year-old in Queens yesterday.
I'm not going to dismiss the loss of the life of an innocent person that wears a uniform to protect us.
But you do, of the 31 people dead at Rikers and the 19-year-old killed yesterday.
I go visit those parents that lose their loved ones.
Are you visiting the family of the?
You do that?
First of all, yes, I did. I held a Riker. I represented hundreds.
You went to visit the family members of a slain officer?
No, not the slain officer.
Okay, of course you
no,
did.
but what about the 19-year-old that was killed yesterday by NYPD in Queens when he called for help? Have you said anything about that? Are you visiting them?
Yeah,
so on and so.
That's a great way to respond.
She goes for Olay. She goes by Olay for short, and she brings receipts. I don't even know she was looking at notes. Just off the
She wasn't.
top of her head.
She's a genius.
I like to show up
She's just a
sometimes like that when I do a debate
So well
because the candidates think, "Oh, this will be easy." She doesn't even have any
Anytime she
notes.
talks.
Yeah.
She's just a wealth of
I just
knowledge.
I just want to see her talk.
Fine, so
exactly the
let's.
same as Jasmine Crockett. I don't care what you have.
Oh, I
to say.
Take a
also
look at
I
that.
have clips over here
There is a
too that
difference.
she posted on her Twitter.
Oh, okay.
The Federal Monitor, who is tasked with ensuring that NYPD is following the law, conducted an analysis. Conducted an analysis that happened 8 years ago, but they're still here monitoring what you're doing. And they said that you have brought back stop and frisk policies that are worse than they saw even during the Bloomberg era. But more importantly, they analyzed the neighborhood safe. I could show you the report is available, and I know it's been available to you because your spokesperson has commented on it. They did an analysis. Different precincts. That is factual. There's a federal monitor reporting to Judge T. Swain on it and presenting the information. They said that, yes, listen, let me finish so you can peel it back. They conducted an analysis of precincts, and of the stops of 10 different precincts, they found that 97% of them, by the way, of the neighborhood safety teams that were disbanded in 2020 because of their disproportionate abuse against Black and Hispanic people that you revived, they analyzed 10 of those different neighborhood safety teams and found that they're conducting 97% of their stops on Black and brown people, and a quarter of them are unconstitutional. That's what the federal monitor said, not me.
Yeah, and that's the same.
Damn. All right.
The federal monitor. about safety and the way people feel about the subways. And I think it's your own rhetoric about the subways that has a lot to do with why people feel scared, despite the fact that millions of people ride the subway every day without incident. But you've continued to fearmonger about crime in the subways. You've added
She's
2,000
laughing
police
about it too. You
officers,
can see it in
despite
her
the fact that
face.
subways are not that dangerous. And I think you're right. Poor New Yorkers should not be the ones who bear the brunt of this, but they will if they already have the subway being turned into a place that they have to fear, that there's a National Guard, that there's a hyper visibility of police, that they're trying to stop people with certain records from even using them, and now you have this congestion price. So how do you reconcile that?
Well, let's go before. First of all, I would love to give me the quotes on my rhetoric because I'm lost on that. Can you give me the quotes?
Oh, that you fearmonger about the subways?
Yeah,
You've consistently done that since the administration. One of the first things you did was add 1,000 officers to the subway because you claimed that the subways are unrideable. You and Hochul did this and said how dangerous it is, and you recently did that when you deployed the National Guard.
Sister, but that wasn't my question, Queen. My question was, what was my fear mongering? What did I say?
You continuously say, I could point to a number of videos and quotes and everything from you, but you've said repeatedly that the subways are dangerous, that New York is dangerous. You complain about crime relentlessly. So what I'm saying to you is, if you are saying that New York is the safest city, it's one of the safest big cities in this country, which is true.
Do y'all think this is Jasmine Crockett? This isn't Jasmine Crockett.
No. It's because I said all I want to do is hear her talk, just like Jasmine Crockett.
I was about to be like, guys.
And you're recognizing that the subway stations are, in fact, not half as dangerous as they're presented to be. I'm saying, how do you reconcile how your rhetoric has played into people's fear?
And not even just rhetoric, I would say the actions, because she's right. If you tell us,
which is
that
different,
but it's the same thing, though. You put 1,000 police officers in the subway, 2,000 police officers in the subway, that don't make us feel safe. We think something's wrong if you're doing that.
Let me peel back again, because you got to always peel back this stuff, because oftentimes how you depict in the media that I don't control is how people interpret you. I didn't put the National Guards in the subway. The governor did.
I know, but I know what you said.
But you said, Eric.
You stood with Governor Kathy Hochul and you co-signed that decision. You did. And I'm not saying this as someone who's following social media. I'm saying that as an attorney in the city and an activist who follows everything that you do.
Yeah, I'm glad you do. But then you realize how I turned the city around if you follow everything I do. You realize
I would say no, but we could get
I would say no. I would say no.
Monitor.
How many members of a slain officer?
No, not the slain officer.
Okay, of course you
No,
didn't.
but what about the 19-year-old that was killed yesterday?
Actually, there might be more because they cut it off.
With New Yorkers is give them the facts, not give them what people are spewing out there. The facts are clear, as I've always stated. We are the safest big city in America. And as people talk about reporting these reports that come out and reporting how things are done, no one wants to report the fact that
so here's her Twitter handle right here. It's MSOLURIN. She's also has a YouTube channel. She appears on a lot of different things. I mean, the fact that they brought her in to interview the mayor on like the biggest,
The Breakfast Club, yeah.
yeah, Charlemagne is the biggest there is. Anyway, let's go back to this because this is in the Rational National, which is in there anyway for clip harvesting.
Between perception and fact and how people feel about safety and the way people feel about the subways. And I think it's your own rhetoric about the subways that has a lot to do with why people feel scared, despite the fact that millions of people ride the subway every day without incident. But you've continued to fearmonger about crime in the subways. You've added 2,000 police officers, despite the fact that you've acknowledged that the subways are not that dangerous. And I think you're right. Poor New Yorkers should not be the ones who bear the brunt of this, but they will if they already have the subway being turned into a place that they have to fear, that there's a National Guard, that there's a hyper visibility of police, that they're trying to stop people with certain records from even using them, and now you have this congestion price. So how do you reconcile that?
Well, let's go before. First of all, I would love to give me the quotes on my rhetoric because I'm lost on that. Can you give me the quotes?
Oh, that you fearmonger about the subways? You've consistently done that since the day one of your administration. One of the first things you did was add 1,000 officers to the subway because you claimed that the subways are unrideable. You and Hochul did this and said how dangerous it is, and you recently did that when you deployed the National Guard. If you are saying that New York is the safest city, it's one of the safest big cities in this country, which is true, and you're recognizing that the subway stations are an analysis that happened 8 years ago, but they're still here monitoring what you're doing, and they said that you have brought back stop and frisk policies that are worse than they saw even during the Bloomberg era. But more importantly, they analyzed the neighborhood safe.
Show me that.
I could show you the report is available, and I know it's been available to you because your spokesperson has commented on it. They did an analysis of over 10 precincts, 10 different precincts. That is factual. There's a federal monitor report reporting to Judge T. Swain on it and presenting the information.
They
said that, yes, listen.
Indisputable. He can't say a fucking word. This is great. This is how every interview with a politician should be.
Well,
He has
especially
set the
like
standard.
this guy is an especially piece of shit, bro.
Mm.
I don't know how they voted for him in New York.
Like, she is doing a masterclass in interviewing politicians. This is fucking brilliant.
Let me finish so you can peel it back. They conducted an analysis of 10 different precincts, and of the stops of 10 different precincts, they found that 97% of them, by the way, of the neighborhood safety teams that were disbanded in 2020 because of their disproportionate abuse against Black and Hispanic people that you revived, they analyzed 10 of those different neighborhood safety teams and found that they're conducting 97% of their stops on Black and brown people, and a quarter of them are unconstitutional. That's what the federal monitor said, not me.
Okay. Well, she's on a roll. And so I need to moonwalk back. The advice I would have then.
We don't care. I just want to hear her obliterate him.
You made it so that people can be involuntarily committed.
Sorry?
You never know with claims and stuff. It's like if it's on TYT, I assume I could be like, we're watching TYT. They're claiming a video that we were watching through them.
Yes, and Bob, listen, if I'm sitting down with you, brother, and I'm in a tent with you on encampment, and I'm seeing human waste in the corner, I'm seeing stale food, I'm seeing drug paraphernalia, and I'm hearing you talking about you only hear.
He's been calling her names the whole time.
Bro, he's saying, I see you have drug paraphernalia on the set, and he's upset about that now.
Into the
Is that
space,
really what he's saying?
and I'm in a tent with you on encampment. And I'm seeing human waste in the corner. I'm seeing stale food. I'm seeing drug paraphernalia. And I'm hearing you talking about you only here until the spaceship comes to take you to your next planet. You need to be involuntarily committed.
Didn't I just say about sensationalized kinds of stories?
This is what I saw. This is what I saw. This is what I saw.
You were there? Because the activists
around
that were actually there at the encampments you had torn down, you weren't there, but they were there when they were being arrested. Just last year, we paid out $150 million in settling police misconduct from NYPD, and that was double the number. That's double the number in police misconduct since you became mayor.
Ooh.
I bet Mayor Adams wishes he could have gotten on a space ship. No need for him to tap in. She's got it, including about the migrant crisis.
Other states are telling me, Eric, we will take the migrants and asylum seekers if they just allow them to work. We're not going to take them and just have them sit around every day. If they're allowed to work, we would take them.
I agree with you.
The national government. She agrees with you.
I agree with you that migrants should be.
She agrees with a lot of stuff.
No. I trust you that I do not believe.
She's on that train.
I'm sitting here, Mayor Adams.
She's going to be dialing 911.
First of all, I ride the subway every day. I've worked as a public defender in this city and represented thousands of people. So please spare me. No, I'm not.
Do you think more police make people feel safe, especially Black and brown
No,
people?
they don't.
No, Black and brown people?
He is.
Oh my God. You got up and declared that we have this migrant crisis. And I thought it was interesting, your earlier point about the difference between how Ukrainian migrants are being received versus
on, like, how to violate your kid's
and
privacy.
Yeah, I have seen that.
Where he's talking about you could find a crack pipe in a book or something.
Yeah. It's like hollowed out or some shit.
And Latino migrants, because again, you gave a town hall where
New York City is the worst. New York's politics are the worst. They're awful. Awful. I don't know how people handle it.
you were the one who gave this speech and you incentivized New Yorkers to feel this way. You were the one who presented it to the city that you had to cut budgets across because of the migrant crisis, even though recently you decided that you all actually do have the money to handle the migrant issue. That just wasn't publicized as much. No, so this goes back to my original discussion.
You're an attorney, and I'm amazed. I think your art is, I'm just going to throw it out there and make people feel
Mayor
that
Adams,
way
before you
towards
say it, there's an entire council that knows you're lying.
See, what had happened was he forgot that you don't want to just keep going out.
In order to understand the problem.
I remember you started that tour before you were going to go DC, and when you were going to go to DC to talk to Joe Biden about the migrant crisis, but you were stopped because the FBI had to take your phones.
Good Lord, you just make up stuff.
Did I make that up? That's reported.
Sister,
the FBI didn't seize your phones?
Sister.
The FBI didn't seize your phones?
No.
They didn't investigate your top aides. That's not happening.
What did you understand? I want you to understand the hypocrisy of people. When the law enforcement does something every day, it's bad. But when they do something against Eric Adams, oh, it's good. You know, come on.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, bro, you're the
happened.
victim.
I didn't say that it was good. I don't think it's good that our mayor is being investigated for illegal campaigns. I don't think that's good.
Even I know your phone was taken, Mayor, and
I know we have
they're
working
looking into
families, but it's
some
the
folks
thing is
about
is
some
that
things and money.
It's the mayor itself is like, it's always going to be the fucking rich asshole. You know, like they're always going to have the type of corporate like backing for the city.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. I hate New York politics, New York City politics. specifically.
We are done with the clips.
There's more.
Alright.
There's another one. There's from Rational National as well that might show other ones, but we might have gotten enough.
Yeah, I think we got enough.
The
We're
Diddy
almost at
painting in the
6 hours.
background.
Alrighty. Oh, Alright, pick your soundbite.
What, you didn't announce that was the last video for people.
I did. I said that this was going to be the last ones. The clips were going to be the last ones. Didn't I? Did I? I might not have. Anyway, that was the last one.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.